Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all, welcome everybody to SimSpeed TV for the 2025 edition of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. It is race day after many long hours of preparation from all the drivers, all the teams, those in race control and those up here in the comms box. We're ready to bring you one of Australia's great sim races. And I'm looking forward to bringing you every single minute of what's sure to be a thrilling 161 laps, plus a little extra here at the very start. Live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick, it's myself, Reese Gardner, in the comms box with David Haynes alongside me. Daniel Yeaman is behind the scenes pressing all the buttons and bringing these live pictures. Well, David, we've had a rollicking good time this weekend thus far. Qualifying and the shootout went fantastically. We saw some incredible displays of driving, but that was just one driver at a time versus the track. Now, it's every single driver in the field and their co-drivers versus each other, and also the track.
Yeah, it's the biggest day on the mountain, and it's the biggest of occasions, and it's the greatest of racing tracks. We won't know what's around the corner all day, from weather, from driver changes, from strategy, from potential and very likely safety cars. We will be on our toes for 1,000 kilometers of racing today at Mount Panorama. Many cars, many great drivers and great combinations. Every single lap, a twist and turn. And every lap, there are 23 twists and turns. These are them. One hell corner, a little bit uphill, a tiny bit off camber at the apex. Deceptive for a 90-degree left-hander on the grid there to start the race. And then it's up Mountain Straight, Griffin's Bend, where there's so much camber that you've got to hook with the crown of the road. If you go around the outside, you are at such a massive grip disadvantage. There is one gripped up line through there, and the rest is marbles, grey, off camber. A wall, and you don't want to be out there. The cutting is where things get challenging. The walls get closer as you head up the mountain. It's a blind approach through turn 3 to the tight cutting at turn 4. We saw across qualifying and the shootout yesterday how difficult traction out of that tight turn 4 is while you're still turning, and then eager to open up the throttle uphill. Turn 5 is where you've got to be positioned to come back towards the right. Reed Park at 6 and 7. A couple drivers clattered the wall there, and a couple more might across the race. Then at turn 9, at the exit of Sullivan Park, after the grate there, we saw quite a few cars go heavily into the wall. Some go wide out of McPhillamy Park. And then I think turn 11 through to turn 18, over the crest, down the mountain. That's the stuff that's either in your dreams or in your nightmares, depending on how Bathurst treats you.
Yeah, absolutely. Brock's Skyline dipping away into the S's, a place where we saw a few cars off during qualifying, and obviously the Dipper is one of the most difficult turns on the track to gear up for. You're braking all the way down the hill through the S's just to slow down for turn 14, and then you're back on the power through turns 15 and 16, lifting off and getting on the brakes through 17 to try and get the best, most stable entry to Forest's Elbow, whereupon you get on the power as smoothly, as aggressively, as soon as you can for the run down Conrod Straight, the fastest straight in Australia. Going into turn 20 at the chase. In the modern era of cars, it's basically flat out on the way in. But you do need to brake super early for turn 21, which will be one of the prime overtaking spots on the lap. You can outbrake someone there, and you certainly will seal yourself as having known how this place works. Then out through turn 22 down to Murray's Corner at the final turn there, where the road to Bathurst joins this circuit that is public roads for most of the year. Pit entry is going to be a massive talking point today as well. This being a 1,000k race, there are going to be plenty of pit stops, so you do need to nail that pit entry where you need to negotiate a double chicane. Well, that is going to be something we'll be deconstructing a lot over the course of this broadcast today. This is the format for tonight. If you know Bathurst, if you know V8s in the real world, you know this event. 161 laps. A grid has been set from the mix of shootout and quali times. Unlike the real world, we do a top 15 shootout. So it was the first 15 positions decided by a single lap later on in the day. There will be a 90% fuel tank restriction, which should be very interesting and force a couple of changes to the strategy for today's race. Pit stints should be round about 25 laps or so, I'd imagine, with that fuel tank restriction. So keep that in mind for the race going forward. Every driver has to complete a minimum of 54 laps of this race. So we'll see how they trade things around for that, and whether or not any teams fall afoul of that restriction. Obviously, there are sometimes some issues in the real world that prevent drivers from actually getting into the sim and doing their required laps. So whether or not any teams will have that drama befall them today remains to be seen. But David, I think it's time to take a look at how Jared Filsell got himself and Brody Kostecki pole position for this incredible race. It was a fantastic lap that Jared Filsell managed to pull off yesterday in the shootout, down to a mid 205 for ultimate pace on a cooling track. Yeah. He was the quickest of all of them through Sector 3.
Later on, that there was still just a little parts he wasn't happy with, and that's always how it's going to be. But with 14 times already on the board, the pressure was on to take pole position with one lap. Yeah, so there's only one driver left that could depose Dylan Burst. It was the driver that was quickest in provisional qualifying. It's the team and the drivers leading the SCOPS Endurance Championship at the moment. The winners of the Phillip Island 500 a couple of weeks ago, they roll their Ford Mustang out in the same livery. Jared Filsell has qualifying duties today. He's going to kick this off.
Nice run out of turn 2. And he is also riding the limiter in third up into the cutting, cuts through to the exit there and powers out nicely. Very narrow exit. Now 47-1, 47-0, that's what we're looking for. That's what he's got.
It's up, not by much, but it's up. Very, very fine margins once again in this battle for pole. It means Filsell is going to need to keep executing at this level for the whole lap. He's going to take that pole and cannot afford a mistake. He's not monstering quite as much curb at the apex of McPhilmy, but he gets the exit curb. He opens up his run over the mountain, down the hill here. It's on the brake, it's off the brake, it's modulating it to flow speed, but keep the car placed perfectly into the dipper and on the way out. And this is pretty good. He's got a couple of little purple sectors to his name, and he matches that middle sector. So it all comes down to a final sector on the final lap in qualifying from the final car.
Jared Filsell is no stranger to starting on pole at the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. He's won this race before as well. He is so experienced with being right up the top at this toughest round of racing in the Australian sim racing scene. All over the entry to the chase. Needs to get a 48.085 for the final sector here. There's barely any oversteer from the car at all. Perfect throttle application for the 094, and he is pushing hard into Murray's. How much of the curb does he take? Barely any. Power out. Let's see what the time is. 2:05.5 to beat, and it's a 2:05.447. That is such a narrow margin there.
Brought it home in that final sector, and I think he was just a little bit more precise than Dylan Burst through the chase. He didn't eat as much curb at the apex of the left-hander, and therefore he drove out of the chase even stronger than Dylan Burst. Drove to the checkered flag, 0.06 of a second quicker, and a 2:05.447 is going to be the shootout pole time.
Well, that was what happened yesterday evening. Just an incredible lap from Jared Filsell to secure a position that he is well familiar with. He is sharing the Lobs Esports 094, which has a Dick Johnson Greens Tough tribute paint scheme on it. Sharing that with Brody Kostecki. They will start in pole position for this one. Alongside them in the number 93 privateer entry is Griffin Gardner, sharing the car with Dylan Burse, who qualified the car. An incredible lap from Burse in the shootout as well. In third, the first of our Trans-Tasman racing cars with simrigs.com sponsorship in the number 29. Brady Myers qualified the car. Jake Maloney, the main driver. Alongside them, Josh Anderson, the Aussie Racing Cars champion, sharing the number 36 with Jake Burton for the great race. 2:05.8 was their ultimate time. William Sapstead and Blake Fitzpatrick will start in 5th place in the Rapid Theft Racing number 81 Chevrolet Camaro. And then it's all but Drop Bear Jupiter, the second of the Mustangs, or the first of the Mustangs, I believe, on the grid there. Sam Blacklock and Sean Campbell. It's good to see that Sean, the specialist in prototypes, is back again for the V8SCOPS Enduros, and he's certainly shown he can win. So, really great draw for that team. Evolution Racing Team number 74. They have Ryan O'Sullivan and Mr. Evans there in 7th place, 2:06.4. That is the margin of about a second between 1st and 7th in the shootout. Jordan Ross and Blake Warboys will share Synergy Sim Racing's number 143, starting in 8th place and rounding out the 4th row of this grid. Vermilion X Fury, a couple of cars involved there for Vermilion. The 890 has Lucas Duncan and Wayne Burke in 9th place. And then rounding out your top 10 is the Circulators Inc. by DPR number 11 entry. Ryan Jones qualifying the car and putting it 10th place in the shootout, a solid lap. He'll be sharing that car with James Glasspool.
Then there was 5 more cars that were inside of our shootout. The Synergy Sim Racing 88. Tom Freer drove that one in qualifying, put them 11th. 12th, Trans-Tasman Racing, Kurt Stenberg, separated from a couple of his TTR teammates in that shootout. All but Drop Bear Neptune. Dominic Ferraris qualified 13th. Jacob O'Reilly qualified the Vermilion Fury 222 in 14th. And the last car that made it into the top 15 shootout was Summit Sim Sports Jackson Rehana. And then those that were just on the fringes of the shootout. 16th, HJR Team Jinx Shifters, Brett Loxton there sharing with Thomas Hinz. Skilby Racing, Vincent Skilbeck in 17th. Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Tyson Broad qualifying 18th. Racecraft Simulations, Brian Borg and Jason Bentz 19th. Project 36. Angus Lawford and Jordan Mazzaroli in the top half of the field.
Indeed. 21st place. Harry Dodds and Will Buchanan will bring that number 981 out of 21st place. Joining them on the 11th row, the Pacific Esports Racing entry of Ryan Mueller and Wayne Morgan there, starting 22nd place. Phase BAR 427, James Chastanerf qualifying that car to put it into 23rd, and then the Turbo Brothers Racing machine with Matt Morris at the wheel is going to be sharing that one with Terry Nightingale, who is a driver that I have been very familiar with from many, many years back. Excellent to see that Terry is making another start here at Bathurst. Unfortunately for the 427, they will not start in that 23rd place, as you can see up the top of the screen. They towed during the gridding procedure, so they will be committed to a rear of grid start, and they're not the only ones who will be starting at the rear of the grid when they should have been higher up. We'll get to that a little bit later. The Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation 750 entry, Russell Pepperell and Robert Henry qualified in 25th place, and then the second of our Circulators Inc. by DPR cars, Jared Lamprey, qualifying that one and putting it into 26th. On the 14th row, Fishy Motorsports 269. Kenneth Latter qualified the car. He'll be sharing that machine with Jamie Dyke for the race coming up. And then another HJR Team Jinx Shifters entry. Chris Coxhead, one of the veterans of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, will be driving with Liam Wild for that one. The top 30 will be rounded out by the ANZ Motorsports number 6 entry, Henry King and Aaron Gilbert, the number 1 and number 2 cars in the V8SCOPS V8 support category. They'll line up 29th alongside Peter Pavlovich and Dylan Gray, who managed to start the Pacific Esports Racing 216 in position number 30.
It is a 50-car field that continues with 31st place on the grid, 9.5 SimSports 451. Sean Vandermeulen and Dean Logsdale, I'm pretty sure there, alongside the Pelicans at Pacific Esports Racing 017. Blake Urquhart did the qualifying duties yesterday afternoon. Project C2 036 is in 33rd. Jack Snov and Ricky Durham there. Accelerate Endurance 101, Weissmer and Cairns in 34th. Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, Harald Stadler, Servus Oida, and Michael Stewart. Mackenzie Stewart. Yep, I knew our producer would know for Orbit Drop Bear there in 35th. JTIT Race on Oz. Tyler Blackburn did the qualifying yesterday, ended up in 36th. Frog Leap Juiced Green, Mark Poynton, Robert Crisdale are going to start from 37th. Rapid Theft Racing have qualified 38th. Sideways Esports are going to be 39th on the grid, and, well, qualified 39th. There's a car ahead of them that has been sent rear of grid. Evo Works Racing Team qualified 40th.
They did indeed, Aidan Luthwaite and Jackson Dial there. The Rapid Theft Racing number 84, Jack Pickett, qualifying that car to put it in the 41st place. Billy Mole took the wheel of the WKNP SimSports number 66. He'll be sharing that car with Troy Stonestreet. Fishy Motorsports 205, Michael Angus and David Kirby. Kirby qualifying that car. And then Rapid Theft Racing number 73, Kevin Norman and Chris Bird will have the 44th position to contend with. Will become 43rd after the rear grid start for the 427 machine. Fishy Motorsports 027 with Miller and Whiting at the wheel in 45th. They'll have for company the Phoenix Racing Team HRS entry. Very interesting to see Rehan Leonage and Madison Downs sharing a car, but also seeing them at the back of the grid, impeding during qualifying for Rehan Leonage. It was massive contact with Blake Warboys at the chase as Leonage was going slow at the fastest corner on the track. So they will start quite a bit lower down than they were expecting. They were second in the qualifying standings at the time that penalty was applied. So It's a big blow to them, and also to the Eclipse Sim Sports number 17 entry of Zach Rattray White and James Scott. They got an impeding penalty as well, as did the Trans-Tasman Racing 098 entry. Emily Jones and Jordan Siberis will lead that car to what is hopefully a profitable race and some gains to be made in the opening stints. No qualifying time from Thomas Freeman and Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Racing 113, and our field is rounded out by a reserve call-up with the Phase Banter Alliance Racing machine. The 770 Clark and Ritchie will come from the very back of the grid. How far up will they travel by the end? That is the big question. Well, that is your starting order for this incredible race. We're just waiting on the gridding procedure to be finished here. It seems we are about a half to 2/3 of the way through, but there's a lot of drivers who are on Zoom here. Harry Dodds, Thomas Hins, and Blake Warboys left to right on your top row. Kurt Stenberg in the Trans-Tasman, number 47. He'll be sharing that car with Andre Heimgartner and Damien Cairns, and, well, Simon Mazzomo is in race control, so we won't be seeing any real feed from him, but good to see that we have a few individuals we can follow along with in the real world as well as in the sim.
Yeah, there we go. Top left. Harry Dodds. Big wheelbase, good to go. Hinsey, a view we're familiar with. He's got one of those. In fact, I saw one in the Aldi catalogue this week. Those type of fans with the floor mount. What's the name for them? Because you got pedestal fans and then you got them ones.
Vertical? I have no idea.
Yeah, fan. Blake Warboys, helmet, Pikachu, Snorlax. And he's looking relaxed. Speaking of relaxed, Damien Cairns, that heart rate is down in the 70s. Normally when he gets racing, it's more like 110, maybe 120 if things get hectic. But right now, it's just simmering away. And Kurt Stenberg lit the screens and the chat up during yesterday's shootout. Looks sufficiently relaxed. What's the beverage of choice? Well, there's none of it left.
One last little swig. Rare to see Stenny actually leaning back in his seat. As we mentioned many times over the course of the shootout when we had him on the feed, he leans forward. That's his driving position when he's there in the car. And, well, Damien Cairns is one of many drivers who has a fully featured Christmas tree of a rig. I'm sure we'll be getting some good views of that one for the Accelerate Sim Racing Endurance team as the gridding procedure continues to run its course here. We'll have a few more cars still to go. Just 6 more to be exact to work out the gridding procedure here. And if you're unfamiliar with the gridding procedure for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, it's a consequence of it being a multi-day event with qualifying on a separate day to the race. It's a technique that was worked out by Oceanic Sim Racing many years ago. Basically, everyone goes out onto the track in the qualifying session in reverse grid order, and they all stop in reverse grid order on the entry to the chase. Then one by one, race control calls them up to come and cross the line in their actual starting order. So the drivers who line up at the back are the ones who were starting at the front of the grid, if that makes sense. As a consequence of them being called across the line first, their qualifying time is faster, and so they end up getting into the position that they would have started in if the results had carried straight over from qualifying. At least that's how it ideally works. There's almost always some kind of issue. Case in point, the 427 towing, and so getting themselves a rear of grid start. Chris Miller going to be starting the Fishy Motorsports 027 entry. He will cross the line and secure that car's 44th position. It would appear that Madison Down is taking to the start in the Phoenix Racing Team HRS entry. And a very interesting pairing, Madison Down and Rehan Leonage. I am not used to seeing Madison Down not in TTR colours.
Yes, anyone who watched qualifying yesterday will be forgiven for thinking that might be a weird new TTR livery.
Meanwhile, James Scott driving with Zach Rattray White, the Eclipse Sim Sports Camaro, running a Team Vodafone-esque scheme there. There's a Trans-Tasman car. Jordan Siberis and Emily Jones, they will line up right on the second last row of this grid. I'm very interested to see where this Mustang goes, because both of these drivers in this car have pretty solid pace.
And I can multiply by 2 in my head, and that says that we are approximately 96% of the way through our gridding procedure here. So just some of the last cars in our end of grid reserve call-ups to give us 50 cars to make this a very, very big Bathurst 1000.
Yes, the last car is rolling. Roy Clark taking the 770 Banter Alliance racing machine across the rise out of the chase and into Murray's Corner. And in just a few seconds' time, the grid will be set for the V8SCOPS at Bathurst 1000. Right there is the timing line, and that will be 49th place for them. Little bit of a premature celebration, I would say. We still have to complete 161 racing laps of this place, Roy, so maybe save the donuts for a little bit later.
Yeah, 6 hours, you might get hungry. Save those donuts. Tyson Broads joined us here as well. But we who did we lose?
I believe it is way too early in the morning. I still haven't gotten halfway through my coffee. I'm taking things as they come, David.
All right. I'm so sorry.
It was Harry Dodds.
Yeah,
he's back. There we go. That jogged down memory. So
why does he look like he plays for Geelong?
That is a joke that I am not fully equipped to appreciate, but I'm sure a few of you out there do.
I'm for the people, Reese.
You absolutely are. Well, here we go. As the field has been set for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, in comes Daniel Stevens into the Zoom wall. He is our safety car driver for this race. He's the safety car driver at all V8SCOPS events. And V8SCOPS supports those duties taken by Lachlan Capel as Stevens races in the support category. But remains to be seen how many times we're going to see him out there today. Reminder, in case you needed it, 1,000 kilometers of racing is coming up. There's going to be safety cars for sure, and an awful lot of strategy and calculations made amongst all of the teams here. With that 90% fuel tank restriction, which has not been a thing in previous years, Gen 3 has resulted in a few changes to the way we go about things here. We'll expect about 24 to 25 laps to a tank there, which is pretty consistent with what they were able to manage in past years as well. If you're smart and you save a bit of fuel and a safety car comes out early on, you could potentially stretch that stint to 28, 29 laps, but we'll have to wait and see if anyone manages to achieve that. Here we go then. The race session officially has started. And we'll see Jared Filsell take to the 094 in pole position, with Dylan Burse taking the number 93. In the simrigs.com Trans-Tasman racing car, Jake Maloney takes the start. Jake Burton is alongside him in the Pro Speed Racing TTR entry. Then Rapid Theft Racing, William Sapstead taking the Kmart Racing tribute livery there alongside Sean Campbell, who will take to the start in Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Then we have Ryan O'Sullivan taking the ERT74, Jordan Ross at the wheel of the 143 in P8. Rounding out your top 10, Wayne Burke has the wheel of the 890, and Ryan Jones rounding out your top 10 in the DPR 11.
Yeah, Tom Freer just behind Synergy Sim Racing in Hobbo's 88 livery. Kurt Stenberg, the TTR Sim Rigs in 12th. Dominic Ferraris, Orbit Drop Bear, Neptune in 13th. Teo Sorono looks like he might start the Vermilion Fury car in 14th. Jackson Rayhana in 15th there for Summit Simsport Flash Graphics, and HJR in 16th. Skilby Racing in 17th. Orbit Drop Bear Mars in 18th. And then Racecraft Simulations 19th, and Jordan Mazzaroli Project 36 are in 20th.
We won't be able to go through the entire grid here, but we'll do our best. Harry Dodds and Ryan Mueller on row number 11, and then Matthew Morris has Russell Pepperell for company on the 12th row. Jared Lamprey takes the wheel of the 97 alongside Jamie Dyke for Fishy Motorsports, and then Liam Wilde and Henry King 27th and 28th. With the top 30 rounded out by Dylan Gray and Sean Vandermeulen in the 9.5 Sim Sports car. Starting out at 30th, Blake Urquhart and Ricky Durham on the 16th row, with Damien Cairns and Harold Stadler in 33rd and 34th. Then the JTIT Race on Oars entry has Tyler Blackburn at the wheel, Mark Poynton alongside, Lachlan Pryke and Ryan Smith on row 19, and Aidan Luthwaite and Jack Pickett have the 40th place. Going through those last 10 rows of the grid, keep an eye out for the Trans-Tasman, Phoenix Racing Team, Banter Alliance entries, and Eclipse Sim Sports at the very back of the grid here for the V8SCOPS at Bathurst 1000. Stacey Boyd, the last driver on the grid as the revs rise here, and we begin Australia's great sim race here. The 2025 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 is go, and Filsell gets a clean start in the Lobs Esports machine, files into turn 1, single file for the most part in our top 10. Dylan Burse will attempt to give chase here, but Jared Filsell has plenty of experience leading from the front at this circuit. Let's see how long he can hold on to that one. Looks like a clean start from most of the field here, and that's the kind of start you want, exactly the kind of start you want as they make their way up through to the mountain for the first time.
Well, for everyone in our top 15, that seemed pretty straightforward to get 1,000 big ones underway, but things are perhaps more complicated for those in the tail of the field, 50th on the grid, starting basically underneath the bridge next to the Richards Hotel. For them, the last corner was actually their first corner, but that has been pretty easy for the top 15. A couple more positions changing right at the tail of the field, and I think we are going to be on Eclipse Sim Sports Trans-Tasman 098 watch for the first couple of stints as well.
That we will. Speaking of Trans-Tasman, Jake Maloney starting to fall back from Jared Filsell and Dylan Burse as they negotiate the S's and the Dipper for the first of 161 times. And it seems that these two are pressuring each other quite a bit early on. This is a big statement from Dylan Burse that he will be able to keep up with Jared Filsell here in the opening stint. Filsell, historically, has been a driver who, once he gets in front, usually doesn't look back. But we'll see if he has to with Dylan Burse in the slipstream down Conrod Straight. Here we go into the chase then, the first big stop of the lap. So many drivers will be wanting an overtaking opportunity here, and it looks like Wayne Burke is going to be one of them. He moves through on Jordan Ross in the Synergy Sim Racing 143 and into 9th as the end of the first lap is upon us.
Yeah, just 160 more to go, if you don't mind, today. So that is all very straightforward and polite up front. You've got some positions moving by about 16th place. All but Drop Bear Mars and Tyson Broad seem to have got a good getaway on that opening lap. Jordan Mazzaroli also picking up 3 spots as we look back here. So these are 2 cars on the move at the expense of Skilby Racing. Josh Morris losing 5 spots on that opening lap.
Yeah, indeed.
As long as your car's clean, you won't mind that.
No, certainly not. There's always a chance to fight back this early on in the race. And it looks like the Fishy Motorsports 205, Michael Angus audience will be falling back a little bit as well. But Tyson Broad, for the moment, we keep an eye on in P16, driving with Cameron Dance, chasing down Teo Sorono in the Vermilion Fury number 222. Actually, it looks to me like I've had a bit of a timing glitch on my end, so I do apologize if I get position numbers wrong. Harry Dodds is P19 right now, and Will Buchanan will be watching in the wings here in the battle for the top 20. Brian Borg all over the back of Harry Dodds. Borgie has been a long-time V8SCOPS competitor. It's good to see him back out there once again. But Ryan Mueller gets involved as well in the Pacific Esports Racing 553. A little bit of a wiggle across the rise into Forest Elbow there for Harry Dodds. And he manages to nail the exit. Only just, but with 2 cars behind him looking to make some gains. This is not a good position to be in the opening laps. You know that they'll want to try and be aggressive. You just got to hope that they'll decide discretion is the better part of valor. And Borg's experience will show that while he does have a look, he won't immediately go for the move. He's testing the waters to try again later.
Yeah, nervous times when they get that close and suddenly it's a questionable, iffy move, a little will they, won't they, around all of that. And the question becomes whose car is set up for right now and whose car is set up for 160 laps later. It's relatively cool this morning, 31 on the track. Every chance that gets a lot hotter and climbs, and then every chance that in the last hour and a half of the race it drops away again. It is mostly cloudy, a bit of wind from the northwest, but other than that, that is perfect Bathurst temperature, 20 in the air, 31 on the track, but a chance that over the next 2, 3, 4 hours it climbs and maybe reaches its peak around 2 p.m.
It's looking like a dry race today. No possibility of rain in the short term from what I am seeing, so no need to think about putting wet tyres on the car. So these guys will be able to push all the way to the end. Bit of a gap starting to form now as Thomas Hinds in the Jinx Shifters 209 disappears over the top of the hill at McPhillamy there. And Harry Dodds still has Brian Borg for very close company for the last position in the top 20. And it seems like that area of the circuit in particular is where Borg has more of an advantage. But he can't quite take advantage because, just look at the circuit at this point. Walls right by the edge of the racetrack and absolutely no margin for error. As long as you're ahead and keep it clean, you should be able to keep it up. Check back in with the front of the field. The battle for third, Maloney and Burton lead it, and William Sapstead follows in line. Philsell and Burst have streaked away in the short term here, and Dylan Burst takes the early fastest lap of the race at a 207.392. We'll wait and see if there's any improvements on that from any drivers in this field, but I think this first stint is almost always about settling into a rhythm more than anything.
Now, I always think of you as an optimist and never a cynic, Reese, but when I look at this, do you smell a little bit of team games, a little bit of team strategy here? I feel like Jake Maloney probably could go a tiny bit quicker, but he's got the team car behind and they might be saving a little bit of fuel, playing a little bit of strategy, swapping it around every now and again, trying to extend this first stint. Likelihood of a safety car around the pit window could be very high. Could they benefit if they open this window up?
Yeah, I reckon that might be what they're doing here. Couple of network issues for Jake Burton there. and looks like Maloney had to lift out a little bit. Sapstead, it looks like, is more than content to allow them to do that ahead. I think he knows that once he gets to the front of this train, he'll be the one punching the hole in the air for everybody else, and so that might mess up his strategy a bit, using more fuel than he wants to in the first stint. I think that's why the TTR cars are doing that swap, because Philcell and Burse, two absolute gun drivers that are taking the wheel of their respective cars in the top two. There won't be any catching them in the short term. You'll just burn up your tires and increase the likelihood of crashing by making a mistake. So probably better to focus on extending the first stint if need be, and building some kind of fuel margin you can take advantage of under safety car.
Just a little breather of the throttle before the kink from Sapstead. He's not trying to position himself to make a move, from what I can tell. Fifth place seems to be suiting him very well with the pace that the TTR cars in front are doing. And of course, a shout out to that great retro liveries that Rapid Theft have got all through the field. They've got Perkins, they got Greg Murphy here. They've got that 2002 kind of Dick Johnson livery we were talking about. They've got plenty of variety across their throwback liveries.
And it looks like a move from Liam Wilde and Sean Vandermeulen here. Vandermeulen up the inside at Murray's corner, but Wilde holds strong on the outside lines. Bit of a compression going on further back here. Ricky Durham in the Project 36 cars, Henry King for company just behind there. And they will sort themselves out, but not without a bit of awkwardness. These guys battling just inside the top 30, and the next car ahead of them is Blake Urquhart in the Pacific Esports Racing 017, who is a bit too far ahead for anyone to make an impression at the moment. A look from Sean Vandermeulen, and it looks like slightly wide for Liam Wilde. That will offer up an opportunity here for Ricky Durham to make a move, but it's covered off by Sean Vandermeulen. This is turning into quite an interesting fight.
And in this pack is Rehan Leonage and James Scott, both of them up 10 positions so far in this race. So, yeah, we were saying rear of grid for them, back tail end of the 50. Where are we going to be talking about them being by about, the second stint? And on current trend, maybe somewhere in the top 15.
Well, Harry Dodds, you notice, does not have Brian Borg behind him anymore. The reason for that is Borg went up the inside at the cutting earlier this lap and unfortunately tipped Harry Dodds into a spin. This is how it happened here. Door open to the inside. There goes Borgie. A little bit of contact and, well, emerging on the other side with some damage there. And looked like the HR Seabury machine, Ryan Mueller in the PER car, picked up some damage from that one as well. Josh Morris also having to work his way through, but just finding that room to the inside. The KSR Speed Nation Kamara also had to take avoiding action as well. Russell Pepperell getting a very quick introduction to this race. So Harry Dodds is out of position and looking to make some kind of recovery here, still carrying that slight deformation to the rear bumper from the contact that Borg made with him earlier. Have a look at this meanwhile. Sean Vandermeulen has found his way to the front of the pack for P29, and there's racing going on all the way through it. Henry King and Damien Cairns side by side, and Cairns will have the inside for Hell Corner. They are joined by James Scott and Rehan Leonage, who are working their way up from the back of the grid.
Yeah, Scott passing Leonage, there's the interesting part for me, because both of them are trying to, salmon their way upstream here. Both of them were plus 10, but now Scott's making more progress than Leonage. They make another one up towards the top there. And yeah, Damien Cairns' heart rate has gone up right now amongst all of this. I said, 120 if things get stressful, but 130 if things get real stressful. I think we'll check back with that in like 3-4 hours, and it might be down at 110 if he hits a rhythm. But you can see where the pressure comes from, where the nerves and the heart rate comes from right now. James Scott is closing and quick.
Indeed. So Scott and Rattray White already up 13 positions here. Not bad for 5.5 laps into the race. That's roundabout 2 positions gained per lap, which is pretty impressive. But oh dear, I think that's Harry Dodds that's spun around there. And that is our first big crash of the day. Harry Dodds stopped at the entry to the Dipper. And I don't know if that was a solo error or if that was contact with another car. We will stay green from that. Harry Dodds will get the car rolling again, but likely will need some repairs. He'll be using this next half a lap to sort of feel out how the car's driving. We often see cars that have carried some damage throughout the race, but Dodds just struggled to slow it down there, and the car was getting away from him, running over the undulations coming down through the S's. And that's an incident that I'm sure every single one of us has made at some point.
And there could have already been some damage on the car or some camber or something out, because there were a few little hits on it at the cutting of the lap previous, so perhaps that played into it.
Jackson Rihanna racing with Tyson Broad for the moment. These guys racing for 15th place as things stand. Bit of a trade between those two going up to turn 2. They have another Project 36 car behind them and making some gains. Jordan Mazzaroli in the Mustang, who's looking pretty good for the moment. P17 for the time being, but could be a bit higher. This trio will try and sort themselves out as best they can. Big gap in front, big gap behind. Just keep an eye on how the rear end sways around all these things. We're still at the point in the race where, or at the point in the stint rather, where the tyres are quite fresh and the drivers will be able to push hard, especially when clouds fall over the racetrack, just like right there. But give it another few laps and the tyres will start to bleed off a bit of pace. And that's when you really see who took care of their tyres in the opening laps of the race.
And then eventually all that weight of fuel will come off and you'll get sort of a little bit of a second wind towards the tail end of the stint.
Hello. First message from race control there, with thanks to the contact with Jordan Mazzaroli, Harry Dodds. Brian Borg has gotten himself a 15-second penalty. He could serve that at his next pit stop or have the time added on to the end of his race. So dubious honour of being the first penalty after the green flag in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Interesting to see what kind of recovery Brian Borg and his teammate can make from that. The fighting still continues here in the midst of the top 10. We have Sean Campbell chasing William Sapstead, and Jake Maloney not been able to keep up with Jake Burton over the last few laps. Burton is starting to make a charge forward, and he's trying to keep the gap down to Dylan Burst and Jared Filsell ahead, but our top 2 are still the absolute class of the field right now. They are 3.5 seconds ahead, more or less, from Jake Burton, who himself has a couple of seconds to spare from his teammate back to this 5-way fight for P4.
Still thinking about the big movers, Eclipse Sim Sport, Phoenix Racing teams. James Scott's up 16 in 8 laps. He keeps that 2 a lap going on. Well, it's going to become a little bit more tough. Right in behind Rick Durham right now. 9.5 car. Sean Vandermeulen's a bit further up the road, but Scott's got a gigantic pace advantage, so he can pick and choose. Could have gone to the inside of the elbow very well there, but he hasn't. He'll wait till down Conrod Straight. And this is sort of fish in a barrel stuff right now, I think.
James Scott is a previous winner of this race. I believe he took it last year driving with Jared Filsell, in fact. So he's got experience finishing up the top at this racetrack. Finally into the top 30 after a difficult start to the day's running. The Eclipse machine will continue its steady march forward, as will the Phoenix Racing team at 79. Rehan Leonage has been executing this race pretty well so far. You can often tell exactly what kind of race a car has been having here so far by the amount of damage on them, and it's squeaky clean there for the Phoenix Mustang.
It's getting a little tougher, a little bit further up the field between Rehana and Mazzaroli. Last lap, Rehana was just fractionally quicker. Green Park, things are a little scary there. You don't want to be doing that this early in the race. You can do that in qualifying, you can do that in the shootout. You don't want to be doing that so much in the first stint.
It's a very tough sequence of racetrack all the way across the top. You have to be so precise. But whereas qualifying in the shootout yesterday was about maximizing every opportunity, here in the race, it's maybe just pulling it back a little bit, leaving that extra few percent of a margin. You might give up some pace in the short term, but you'll be able to keep the car going. It's better than ending your race in the wall.
Trent Mazzaroli picking up a bit of time on some of the previous laps. Into the chase we go. Big old stop, and the highest speed I can see through the speed trap today is about 291 kilometers an hour. We've seen there's just a couple of RPM left before the 7,500 limiter for most of the cars if they get a really, really good tow. Double tow and, manage to keep their boot in it. About 291 is about the best you might do. You're only going to be allowed to break the speed limit by 231 kilometers an hour.
Yes, Mount Panorama, being a public road most of the year, has a strictly enforced 60 kilometre per hour speed limit when there isn't racing taking place.
I think New South Wales Highway Patrol post a picture about every week of impounding someone's Ford Falcon.
Absolutely. It's always entertaining. Well, it's Mustang versus Camaro at the front of the field. No Falcons in sight. They raced yesterday in the support category. Filsell keeping a solid gap to Dylan Burse. I get the feeling that in these early stages, Filsell isn't driving as hard as he could, but that's still race-winning pace from a driver like Filsell. Dylan Burse, we've known for many years what he's capable of as well. Able to keep the margin within 0.4 of a second. He is within slipstream range, and so has the opportunity to potentially extend this car's stint a little bit, shorten a pit stop, or the likes. And we'll see what kind of speed he gets up to here coming into the chase. About 287 was the top speed here. Gen 3, of course, new to the iRacing sim for this year's competition. They officially came to the sim sort of earlier this year to the end of last year, and the drivers have really enjoyed getting to grips with these new cars. One big difference from previous generations is the comparative lack of downforce. These cars have a lot less drag. They can reach higher speeds generally. You have to brake a lot earlier for them. And combine that with the super long gear ratio that they put in for Bathurst, you can reach some scintillating speeds at the end of these straights. Oh, I've just noticed a problem for the Skilby Racing machine. They've dropped down the order.
Pacific Esports Racing 017 have got a meatball flag right now. Some stuff's happening out there.
So we're hearing that the 017 has dropped out of the server. So that's network issues for Blake Urquhart. Not ideal at all. We've got a connection quality flag from the sim itself, and I think that's the first time I've ever seen those relatively new connection flags that iRacing has put in put to use there.
Just says, you know, disconnected, packet loss, upload, whatever. But that is the specific wording of the separate connection rule, where it's like we're still getting stuff from you, but it's not good enough, or it's intermittent, or it's far too delayed. I'd advise you stop seeding torrents before you get behind the wheel.
That is good advice. I had a look at the Skilby car. It looks like Josh Morris at the wheel just overshot Murray's corner, and he almost went for a trip to the pub in town. Fortunately, no damage to the car, and he has rejoined the race in 26th place. So not much to say about that, but plenty to say about this. Harold Stadler has found himself facing the wrong way at Reed Park. And, well, no one else on track around him at the moment, so he'll get back going, but that bumper is hanging on by a thread. That is quite the incident that must have happened there for car number 39. And we will have a replay coming up. There goes the front bumper, and Harold Stadler will have to bring that one back to the pits for damage repair. So we'll check what happened to Josh Morris in the Skilby machine. You'll see that he gets on the brakes way too late. Big lockup. And he ends up sliding and spinning the car around in the runoff area just to get himself resituated. Meanwhile, Harold Stadler had the WK&P car for company. And, he lost grip on the marbles off the racing line there. That would have been all right to go side by side. But it just looks like it was a combination of slight contact from behind, plus trying to get on the power to maintain position. Aidan Luthwaite got involved with that one as well, but the WK&P car is the one that I was interested to see. Billy Mole driving with Troy Stone Street certainly had a right to make that move, but it ballooned into something spectacular and completely the wrong way for Harold Stadler, who finally makes it back to the pit lane.
You know what, I can tell that's just the third car to hit the pit lane so far in this race. Esports Racing sent there by iRacing as they functionally disconnected. Project 36 car also had some repairs, and Orbit dropped their Mercury are driving into pit lane to get themselves some repairs as well before halfway into this first stint, we must say.
Yeah, it's only been 11 laps completed so far. And to have these kinds of dramas early on, I guess it's there's two sides to that coin. Number one, I suppose you're disappointed that your race has gotten off to a really rough start. But the other side of that coin is you have the entirety of the rest of the race to try and make it up, as, oh dear, that is one of the ANZ cars in the wall there. Liam Wild with a bit of a problem at Forest Elbow.
By name and by nature, unfortunately, there. So that... There's a couple of ways that can happen. Again, we've seen that sort of you clip to the inside thing that sends you a bit to the outside, or of course it's a super challenging braking zone, a kink right before it, downhill, taking the downshift, you can end up out of control heading into the elbow very, very easily.
So we're hearing that we've had two incidents here as Liam Wild has to give way. So Dominic Ferraris, with an issue of his own there, loses the rear end coming through the chase. And that is a few positions down now for the Orbit Drop Air Neptune machine. Liam Wild, on the other hand, had a fellow team car for very close company in car 208, but that was an error he made all on his own It's very easy to lose the rear end coming into Forest Elbow. You're braking, you're turning, you're negotiating the crest all the way through. And it's no surprise to see that happened. It's probably not the last time we're going to see it either. Our top two not experiencing any of those issues in the short term. I did see that Griffin Gardner very recently connected to the server, so he'll be starting his preparations to get into the car at some point. For now, he'll be spotting for Dylan Burse, who's starting to make some tracks on Jared Filsell here. Across the line they come, and you know they've been running consistently in the mid to high 207s ever since the very start. For the moment, Burse is about a tenth faster on that previous lap, but I don't know if he'll be ready to go for a move for the lead. You probably don't want to be the car punching the hole in the air.
No, I think I'd be quite happy with where they sit in that second place. Dylan Burse has got the fastest lap of the race to his name from a little bit earlier, and he's just sort of letting out a tiny bit of the rope and then pulling it back in. The lap time comparison really means nothing. It's the how many car lengths back is he as they go over the start-finish line comparison. It sort of just goes between sort of 3 and 4-ish car lengths. They will need to worry about at some point is traffic, but not yet.
Yeah, still got a while before they'll encounter their first lap traffic, which is Blake Urquhart, who's just exited Forest Elbow. Hopefully the connection issues stay away there for the 017. There's been a solid run from Filsell and from Burse over the course of this race so far. Jake Burton still sits on his own in third place, but it would appear there's some gains being made by Jake Maloney, who now has a bit more space between himself and William Sapstead. TTR cars will have to get back together and try and mount some kind of strategy play here, because as long as we stay safety car free, it looks like the gap for that lead is just going to keep going up.
So throughout this first stint, I'm still looking, where throughout the field are things changing around. You've still got James Scott as the biggest mover, Rehan Leonage not cutting through the field as quickly as the Eclipse Sim Sports 17 is. Scott's up into the top half. This is our group from fourth on back. Burton beginning to pull away a little bit from Maloney after they engineered the swap. Sapstead, Sean Campbell, Ryan O'Sullivan, Wayne Burke in this group.
Interesting to note there, the penalty for Billy Mole. That was the incident that Harold Stadler suffered. And there was a little bit of contact between them, but I get the feeling that the actual crash was caused by Stadler running wide and having a bit too much power over the crest. So we'll see if that gets appealed, but for the moment, 5 seconds added to Billy Mole's next pit stop. Race control deeming him to be the cause of Harold Stadler's crash, and it is understandable where that view comes from. So now we approach about 10 laps to go until the first green flag pit stops here. And this is where they'll start to gear up the pace depending on where they are in a battle. Sapstead apparently deciding that now is go time in the slipstream of Jake Maloney. And he'll continue making those gains. Potentially poke the nose out here at the chase. No, he's going to lift off and wait for another opportunity. Track position is all well and good, but maybe a couple of extra laps fuel saving wouldn't be amiss.
getting a little more compressed here. Slow down for Tyson Broad in the orbit drop there. Mars 125 loses a spot because of it, so surely that is getting too hot into the chase and cutting across in front of the hotel, giving everyone at Ridges a bit of a view. Sapstead moves up into fourth. So a couple of changes happening in some real sort of top 20 key positions here.
Indeed. Looks like the move was made at turn 2, if not a little bit after that. It was the run into Griffin's Bend for William Sapstead. Now we'll get an idea of what that car's pace is truly like. Out of the cutting for this little duo here, Teo Sorono is being chased by Tyson Broad here, who is recovering from that slowdown. I'm seeing another position gain for James Scott in the Eclipse Sim Sports 17. He is now up to 23rd place. He's just made his way past Russell Pepperell. Meanwhile, some hard racing going on back here into turn 2. That's Billy Mole, who's trying his best to defend. Heading up quite the pack here. It looks like Severus is back there as well. Looks like there's actually, is that Jones at the wheel of the car? It is. Emily Jones has taken to the wheel. And well, they are up 7 places, but ideally they want to be up a few more. Fortunately, they have a nice pack right ahead of them that they can look to gain some advantage over. Into the middle part of the lap they come. Henry King and Kevin Norman, the 2 drivers in the middle of this little subgroup. And we've had some varying fortunes amongst this particular group here. Billy Mole up 4 positions. The ANZ Motorsports number 6, though, down 10. So looks like Henry King is going to have to find some kind of miracle. He and Aaron Gilbert want to move forward any further. Lap 16 of 161. We are now 1/10 of the way through the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, I think at the final 16 laps will be very tense. Thanks, guys. I'll be here all race.
Jesus Christ, David Haynes. Typical Haynes pun there. As we start to find a bit of a lull in the action here, it's going to be difficult to figure out what the running order is going to be like after the first pit stop here. Go on.
I don't think we are a lull for the action, because we've got William Sapstead and that Rapid Theft racing car that got ahead in the group 4th and has picked up the pace, and now they're moving a bit quicker there. And so there's a bit of desire amongst these drivers to get on, push the limits and the boundaries a little bit more. Now Ryan O'Sullivan's got to work harder to go with Sean Campbell. Jake Maloney's got to either put the foot down to go with Sapstead or look backwards and think about these other cars that might try to follow Sapstead through. You've of course got a couple of those cars rear of grid that are just chipping away at it, making some passes as they go on. And then is there anyone that Erebus Motorsports decides to try to count backwards this early and says, no, actually we're in our fuel window, let's do something different, early stop, new set of tyres, bit of an undercut where possible.
Yeah, undercut is always an option. The issue being this track is so hard to pass on, especially up the top. You could try to undercut your rival, but if you end up in traffic and they slow you across the top of the mountain, then that's any advantage you could have gained completely erased. So that's the balance that these teams have to strike. And just about every driver in the field is going to have someone monitoring the relative positions of cars out on track to see if there's a gap they can get into and maximize the pace on those fresh tyres.
Now, I'd reckon that despite this pressure from Ricky Durham, Damien Cairns' heart rate has probably come down from 130 BPM where it was earlier on. Yeah, 110 would be acceptable right now as he's behind the wheel, sharing the car with Anthony Weissman. Jack Snov for a teammate.
Something appears to have happened to Jake Maloney in the simrigs.com Trans-Tasman Racing entry. Has it? No? Is my timing going crazy?
I had a blink from him, but it's still there. It's still the same order. But perhaps your timing is. Mine is beautiful.
Good to know. My timing has sorted itself out.
A couple of cars in the pit lane. So we had that damage for Liam Wilde in the Jinx Shifters car. They're having a long stop, I do believe. So perhaps they're trying to get that one sorted early and then hope that some safety cars get them back towards the lead lap. And Sideways Esports 595 have just made a pit stop that looks pretty on schedule. So they're just like, let's get that one out of the way. And they are 2 minutes 3 seconds behind the race leader. They are about to go a lap down off of that one. But that is carrying a bit of damage, and they have gone a lap down, so they will feed out in a potentially awkward spot in the gap between second and third.
Looks like some space to get their lap started there. Thomas Wilson at the wheel. And you see Burton and Sapstead in the background there looming. We'll come up on them very shortly. Keeping an eye on lap times as well in the short term, William Sapstead has been running times pretty equal with what Jake Burton's been able to manage. Top three back, running sort of low 208s at the moment. Meanwhile, team cars racing together at the back end of the top 10 here. Brenton Hobson driving with Tom Freer is losing a little bit of time each lap to Jordan Ross in the 143. Is it?
I think that says Jordan Ross is about a tenth slower than Brenton Hobson over the last 3 laps.
Righto. So Hobson making some gains then on Jordan Ross there. Up 2 and down 2, opposite fortunes for both of these cars.
Yeah, and Hobbo's pushing on. You can see the car sliding around just a tiny bit more, not just because we're getting towards the end of the stint, but also because he's pushing a little bit harder. Track temperatures come up from 32 to 36 just in this first stint. So might we get 50 on the track? I think it's possible.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly seen plenty of track temps go around that point. Jones and Stenberg outside the top 10 here. And both of these cars having varying fortunes in the race thus far.
Yeah, can we get a graphic for keeping up with the Joneses? Because Ryan Jones qualified 10th, but he's down 1, whereas Emily Jones qualified no qualifying, but is up 9. So by the end of the race, could be neck and neck in a trophy that I'm going to personally sponsor called Keeping Up with the Joneses.
I look forward to seeing that finished trophy, David. That's an excellent idea. Well, Stenny continues in the slipstream here. And looks like Wayne Burke has found his way past Ryan O'Sullivan there for P7. We saw that position change on the timing tower just then. Very small gains that are to be made in this early part of the race as everyone's just setting up for the second half to the final stint. It is an endurance trial. And, drivers will race like it's a sprint for quite some time, but at the end of the day, in some very famous words from a famous commentator, you're buying a ticket to the end at a place like this. So race as hard as you like, but if you're not there at the end of the race, then it is all for naught. it is drivers and teams in this sort of position we're looking at right now, Kurt Stenberg and Ryan Jones in 11th and 12th, that often we see have varying fortunes, but almost always there by the end. So I would keep an eye on positions just outside the top 10.
Certainly we're getting a couple of other cars hitting. So the Racecraft Simulations 117, I think they were pretty keen actually to clear their penalty early. So they have also made a pit stop after 19 laps. Come back out. Unbraced.
We're hearing special zoom cam incoming. Ah, okay. So Harry Dodds is either deep in prayer or having his own little meditation time as Will Buchanan pilots the 981. Actually, is he looking at his phone? Is he swiping on Tinder?
Yeah, he sure looked asleep. He's on his phone now. It looked like he was dotting off.
All right. I wonder how many more of these we're going to hear before the end. Will Buchanan will see something happening in his rear view mirror here. This battle at the very back of the field. Drivers a lap down here. It's Thomas Freeman and Michael Whiting that have traded spots there for 41st place, and Buchanan starting to try and make some moves on Henry King here as well.
A couple early stops happening. So Orbit dropped their Neptune from sort of inside of the top 15-ish or so. One of the highest running cars we've pit yet. Now, they did have that moment where they locked up the rears at the apex of the chase. So maybe they were not entirely happy with the car after that point, not entirely happy with the balance. It's go and make the stop early. Try to get reset, get perhaps a tiny bit of an undercut. Hello, William Sapstead wide at the elbow there. Big moment.
Yeah, big moment indeed. That will bring Jake Maloney back into contention for 4th place. How much of an advantage is he going to take? It is around the point where if you're looking at a bit of an undercut, or if you're looking to set up your race end plan right at the start, you want to come into the pits about now. But Maloney, it looks like, is not wanting to go for it at the moment. He's more than content to keep the battle going here with William Sapstead.
So let's get a lap time idea here from Sapstead. He'd been in the low 208s, but that's a 208.8. Lost quite a lot of speed down Conrad Straight. Maloney was hunting him down 5-6 k's an hour faster, and then just rolled out of it right towards the end. Tiny bit of traffic coming up for 3rd place, Jake Burton, and then for this group as well. Oh, here goes Maloney.
There's a look. Hello. Up the inside at Griffin's Bend. Oh, Sapstead tried turning in, but Maloney was still there. Made contact. And now we see Sean Gamble try to take advantage of this one. Sapstead will be slightly off rhythm, and that's okay. The question is, how quickly can you get back on rhythm? Let's have a look then across the top of the mountain. Trade back between Maloney and Sapstead. This is all happening a long way behind Jake Burton and our leaders Jared Filsell and Dylan Burse. They're not going to mind this. These little exchanges, they're all costing each other time in the short term. A safety car will erase some of that, but it's good to know for those up the front that the drivers chasing them are all so close together that they'll end up tripping over each other at some point.
Stenberg's been closing in on Ryan Jones again a little bit more. William Sapstead's time at the top of this group comes to an end. His little mistake sees Jake Maloney go back in front.
Slam on the brakes for the chase, slam across the curb as well. It was interesting to see in qualifying that some of the faster laps avoided using too much of that apex curb, but it all depends on car setup and how confident you are through the corner. We'll get a view here as to what happened to Henry King. Oh, whoa, oh dear. Okay, he was avoiding a car. That is the rapid theft car of Kevin Norman and Curtis Bird that has come a cropper down through the S's. How did this happen? Oh, it's
on the downshift.
It's such a difficult section of track to negotiate because you're trying to maximize your speed through each of those turns, but you're also trying to slow down for the dipper. And these cars love engine braking. You rev it up and put yourself in to the gear below. Henry King getting spun there by Thomas Freeman, so that might be another penalty coming the way. This time to the 113, who himself gets into the wall through Reed Park. Couple of incidents happening here at the end of the first stint, but yeah, the downshift through the S's, it's so difficult to manage. These cars, of course, are ones where you need to blip the throttle on the downshift to make the transition down a gear nice and smooth, and if you don't nail that, well, that's exactly what happens. You end up back in the lane.
Guess would be fourth to third there, just over the crest, and hasn't timed it right. It could have gone for the downshift earlier, could have gone for it later, but it's right at this point as you're there. It's happened. It's locked the rears, and once you're in trouble heading down the S's and into the dipper, it's tough to get yourself out of trouble because the corners kind of just keep getting tighter and the walls kind of just keep getting closer. So that has not been a great first stint for a couple of cars there, and then you saw it sort of put the Henry King car on the back foot.
Meanwhile, Jackson Rihanna here going for the move down Conrod Straight, puts Tyson Broad in the Orbidrop MR's entry back to 15th place. Jordan Mazzaroli will be there to take advantage if there's any kind of response. Good to see that Rihanna is steadily making his way up through the field. Pit stops coming here. Ryan O'Sullivan has brought the ERT number 74 into the pit lane, and it looks like James Scott bringing the Eclipse Sim Sports number 17 into the lane, 23 laps into the race. So not a full stint for those cars. But
Rihanna off.
Oh dear, oh no. Rihanna going a bit deep at turn 1, and all of his hard work has just been erased.
Didn't need traffic and highway patrol to pull him out of the sand at turn 1 though. Just a little skate through it under pressure, and this pit stop strategy I actually really rate for Evolution Racing Team and for Eclipse. Is they're quick, but they were going to have to keep doing a lot of passing, so get a little bit of an undercut here, work it out in the back half, get yourself that track position that your pace demonstrates and can back up.
Yeah, and the undercut will allow you to leapfrog cars that might otherwise have constricted your rhythm there. Rihanna is starting to struggle on those tyres, I think. He seems to be overdriving the car a little bit. Hopefully, he can work past those issues. There's our top two into the chase here on lap number 24. Dylan Burse has kept Jared Filsell very honest here, but I've known for a long time as Filsell comes into the pit lane that Filsell, when he's going full bore, he can gap like no one else. So the question that on my mind was, is Filsell holding back in the short term here? Or is Dylan Burse just pushing as hard as he can to keep up? Regardless, we'll see a bit of a change in the running order here as Lobs Esports comes in, and it looks like Jake Burton's going to come in as well in the TTR number 36. So our first drivers from the front of the field to make their way into the lane, and that is a driver swap. Brody Kostecki jumping in to the 094 machine.
Yeah, we've had a couple of driver changes begin to happen. So at Evolution Racing Team, Sean Evans got in to replace Ryan O'Sullivan. Most of the other stops haven't changed drivers, and this is that group that was 4th and 5th, encountering some traffic that is going to disturb and disrupt. Maybe that's why Evolution Racing Team came in when they did, because of the presence of a little bit of lap traffic brewing. But yeah, for your race leaders, Brody Kostecki gets in after just one stint from Jared Filsell, who qualified the car yesterday.
And after just one stint from Jake Burton, Josh Anderson jumps into the number 36. Synergy Sim Racing 88 has Tom Freer jump into the car. Angus Lawford takes over the Project 36152, and Sean Vandermeulen, it appears, is giving over the 95 SimSport 451 to Dean Logsdale. So, driver change is happening very early here. I'm very interested to see that we haven't seen many of our front runners decide to go for a double stint yet.
So if Dylan Burse has got a little bit more pace that he wasn't showing behind the race leader, it's time for him to put the foot down, and really he'll hit in reaction. But oh, your leader!
Oh no! Brody Kostecki, hard in the wall. He's broken the car at turn 2. That is a massive crash. And the pole position car could be out of the running completely at this point, with only 25 laps of the race completed.
There'll be a story to this. There'll be more than one character involved. There might be a couple of parts to it. Everyone else reacts and hits pit lane if it wasn't time anyway.
Yeah, indeed. No surprise.
More used to ripping one of the wheels off at Forest Elbow in that livery. But we go safety car for the first time today.
Yeah, I've just reviewed the incident for Brody Kostecki, and I get the feeling it might be a hardware failure. This is just disastrous for Kostecki and Filsell, who put in such a great performance yesterday in qualifying, and Filsell starting off the races perfectly as you could ask for. I don't think this is necessarily any fault of Kostecki himself. I think his pedals may very well have given out on him, because listening to the car on the replay, it's very clearly revving its guts out as he entered turn 2. He tried to slow it down but just couldn't. The 209 of Thomas Hinds and Brett Loxton will move to the lead of the race. They are the only car to not come into the pits. So an interesting decision here from Team Jinx Shifters 209. Track position in the short term, but they will have to come in, likely at the end of this lap, and cycle back through.
It is not going to help them at all, because they will.
Here we are, listen to this. Hear that from Kostecki? The car was clearly full throttle in the braking zone, and he could not slow it down. The onboard will probably tell a bit more of the story as well. So listen in here. Yeah, I mean, the revs were at their max there as Kostecki was desperately trying to slow the car down. A stuck throttle, potentially a spring braking in Kostecki's accelerator pedal. That is... I mean, what else can you say other than commiserations? Because that just sucks for Kostecki and Filsell.
So early in the day, and that's... Jared Filsell will be pretty disappointed, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, I've been in that position before, as I think a lot of us have that have done team endurance events when
backwards
you've done
turn 2.
No. Just in general, when you've done a stint in the car and you're very happy with how things have gone, your teammate gets in the car and immediately something goes wrong. It's something that's completely out of your control. To be fair, it was outside of Kostecki's control as well. It's just a really unfortunate set of circumstances for the car that started this race at the very front and held onto it the whole time.
So you have one car in this race that has not stopped yet. And it's Thomas Hinz. He's got his moment in the sun, which is difficult to achieve because it is mostly cloudy today. There is a moment in the sun for him, but surely heading to pit lane this time, and then Dylan Burst and that 93 will inherit the race lead. Still is Dylan Burst driving that one. Just behind them, Trans-Tasman Racing, you said Josh Anderson took over as he did. Brady Myers in the next car. William Sapstead stayed with the Rapid Theft Racing. Sean Campbell stayed with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. There was a swap in the Vermilion 890 as Thomas Hinz does, of course, come to pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, they, I think Mr. Trick there did Hinz and Loxton. They will fall more or less to the back of the running order. They might well come out in the midfield. We're not exactly sure where they're going to come out.
Not after they take 50 seconds of fuel.
Yeah. I think the whole field will have moved by them by that point. It takes a while, a full pit stop here at Mount Panorama. And interesting to note, some presciently well-timed pit stops from Orbit Drop Bear Neptune and Eclipse Sim Sports number 17. They now sit what will become 12th and 13th as Brett Loxton jumps into the 209 car. James Scott staying in the car, being the starting driver of the number 17. Pitted 3 laps ago, and that was literally just before the problem for Brody Kostecki. Dominic Ferraris jumping into the O2 and making that pit stop quite some time ago now. 6 laps. It doesn't seem like much, but that's a very big margin. As the pit stop is complete for Brett Loxton here, and the 209 will re-emerge running at the back of the queue. Safety car lights are still on. That will give the lead to the privateer entry of Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burse. And considering Burse's pace when he was following Phil Sell, I have to wonder, does Joshua Anderson have anything for him here? Does Brady Myers have anything for Dylan Burse? Anderson, we know, is a crazy quick driver, one of the front runners in this league, and for very good reason. Dylan Burse, we don't usually see much of in V8SCOPS outside of the Enduros, but he's certainly proven that he has the potential to drive away from these guys if his pace behind Phil Sell was any indication.
So we've got a couple of cars 1 lap down that I think we'll be hoping to get back on the lead lap. So that's Project 36, Will Buchanan, and Pacific Esports Racing, Stephen Banks. You've got the Bob's Esports 94, Brody Kostecki, of course, with all of that damage. It's only just making its way back to the pit lane, and it is multiple laps down. You've got Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, Harald Stadler is 3 laps down. And so are Team Jinx Shifters with Chris Coxhead. So a couple more safety cars for those cars to get back on the lead lap. Same for Rapid Theft Racing 73. But that's why you stick with this sort of 2 or 3 laps down, because at this point, still very early in the 1000 Ks. A couple of cars are going to get 1 lap back, and then that puts 2 cars back onto the lead lap, moves 1 car from 3 laps down to 2 laps down, and what happens for the rest of the race is for the mountain to decide.
That is the question. So, Kostecki and Phil Sell will be able to rejoin the race once repairs are done to their car, but question is, how repairable is the damage? Because it was a huge smash. The front end of the car was destroyed, and I think in the real world that would instantly be a write-off. For the record, Phil Sell has disconnected from the server, and I believe Kostecki might have as well. I haven't looked too hard at the chat logs to see, But, yeah, whether or not they make it back into the race remains to be seen. If they do, they will be many, many laps down. Just a terrible outcome for the pole position machine as the wave arounds are upon us here. Moving their way past are Harold Stadler and Chris Coxhead. And Dan Stevens in the safety car will get his moment in the sun pretty early on in this race.
Yeah, so there are those cars getting waved around. Project 36 is back on the lead lap. And Pacific Esports Racing 017 gets back to the lead lap. Eventually, it's taking a second.
Yeah, just a few more cars to go. And they'll find themselves there. Oh, yep, there's the safety car up there.
You know what I don't like, Reese?
What's that?
People doing throwback liveries to liveries that happened after I'd already turned 18 years old.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling when you see something described as retro that you were definitely an adult when when that was originally coming about.
So I think there's one or two of the rapid theft cars that fall into that category. Greg Murphy, Lap of the Gods, is still definitely, in my youth, but sort of like 2014, Holden Racing Team throwback is like, hang on.
That's not correct. Well, the safety car will come in this lap. So we'll get this race started again very soon as these wave around cars go as fast as they possibly can to make their way back to the front of the field. Oh, sorry, but back to the rear of the train, my apologies. Still haven't quite finished my cup of coffee yet. I'm sure I'll be more in tune with everything in a few laps' time.
Go the Stenberg strategy and, put your cup vertical.
If I do that, it will make a terrible mess. I am a sipper, and always will be. Looks interesting there to see Chris Coxhead jumping back into the pit lane, and I guess a sensible thing to do, honestly. Oh, hello. The rapid theft car's at a bit of a weird angle.
It's back in as well. There. So it got waved around and it's come in, and they might be like, this is our opportunity to really get some of this damage fixed up. If we know we got a minute of optional, I think before the field gets around to restart, they can get that done and still be mostly on the lead lap. So we'll see what happens for the 73 that's already from 40 seconds of service at that wonky angle, and Chris Coxhead just takes 18 seconds, brims that tank, probably gets a new set of tyres on to replace the 9-lap old set. And then if they'll stay comfortably on the lead lap, and another safety car, and they're in a very, very even improved position.
Yeah. So the cars that ended up doing what Coxhead and company just did, worth keeping an eye on them, because they will be massively offset now to the rest of the field and could throw a surprise in later stages if there is another safety car. The lights are off, coming down Conrod Straight. So Dan Stevens coming out of the chase, or coming into the chase. I'm not exactly sure where the acceleration point is, but at some point from now, he will accelerate away from the field, and Dylan Burse will assume control of the restart from here. And it's right at that point that Stevens jets away. But now we have a new set of cars at the front. Does Dylan Burse have the ability to maintain that pace that he had when he was following Jared Filsell? Will he be able to gap the rest of the field and keep that advantage for the number 93 privateer entry that he shares with Griffin Gardner? Anderson, new to the car for this stint. How is he going to manage here? With Brady Myers fighting in third place, and William Sapstead working his way into the top 4 there, staying in the number 81. Will he have a run at the podium, battling with the 2 Trans-Tasman machines ahead? We're about to find out as at the end of lap 28, start of lap 29 for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Dylan Burst waits and waits further until the apex of the final corner, and past the apex of the final corner to get things started there. A bit of a check-up. Sapstead got caught out there. Green flag racing resumes, and that has made things a bit difficult for drivers further back in the top 10. A clean run through turn 1 for Dylan Burst, but Josh Anderson is right on the attack instantly.
So throughout all of that safety car period, and some cars that had stopped just before it, some cars that stopped right as it was happening, some that sort of stopped as it was happening, and Scott's done very well for himself. A little bit of movement happening here as Tom Freer gets himself another spot. So this car suddenly firing up. It's a NASCAR retro type of throwback for the Hobo 88 Synergy car.
Yeah, Brenton Hobson controlling the car in the first stint and doing a solid job as well. They've worked their way into 7th spot, and lots of potential to go even better here. Big crew of very skilled drivers at Synergy Sim Racing. Across the top they come, and not too far behind them, the battle between the number 11 and the number 52 is going to continue here. Andre Heimgartner has taken over the Trans-Tasman machine from Kurt Stenberg, and if you're wondering why they have the number 52 on their machine, there was apparently an issue with their race number when registering for the session. It should be the number 47, that Trans-Tasman car. Regardless, Andre Heimgartner recently, having competed in the real-world edition of this race himself, is already looking to make some moves in the slipstream there, and James Glasspool, having taken over from Ryan Jones, will yield both to him and to James Scott as he gets contact from behind. Dominic Ferraris almost causing a huge crash there. James Glasspool fortunately recovers that, but Ferraris is looking pacey. It's defense from Glasspool, and there's nowhere for Ferraris to go as his teammate Cameron Dance finds himself alongside, and Jacob O'Reilly tries to find a way through the middle into Murray's Corner. Doesn't end up happening. This has turned into quite some fighting here. Ryan Mueller in the Pacific Esports Racing car is going to take advantage of all of this and move past Angus Lawford. Madison down the next to take advantage of that little exchange there. Dance and O'Reilly side by side on the way into Griffin's Bend, and Dance will have the inside line for the corner. Does he go for the lunge? He certainly does. They're side by side in the mid-corner. O'Reilly is hit and sent wide. And then they briefly go 3 wide here with Madison down. Oh my goodness, there we go. That's going to do it. Madison down gets into a slide, and what a recovery it is from the 3-time V8SCOPS champion. He somehow keeps it rolling forward, and Jackson Rihanna benefits.
That was safety car number 2 already in my mind, but somehow looking out the driver's side window for 200 meters on the way to the cutting, Madison Down goes, I've got this one, and keeps it going, keeps it rolling, keeps it off the wall, and keeps us green flag racing. But that was a moment that it all started with being 3 wide exiting Griffin's Bend on the way up into the cutting. 2 wide's hairy enough. 3 wide is insanity.
Yeah, coming up to that section of the circuit, you definitely don't want to be going 3 wide. But Madison Down is experienced enough with this event that he can overcome almost any situation. And fortunately for him, there's only minor cosmetic damage on the Phoenix Racing Team 79. So let's see how much of a forward move he can make as racing goes on up ahead. James Glasspool having to make way for Ryan Mueller at the chase, and around the outside, Mueller completes the move And Cameron Dance says, run away. I don't want any further part of this, but it looks like Ryan Mueller is going to make the decision for him here. Looks like some really good pace from the Pacific Esports Racing 553 at the moment. Glasspool and Lawford will continue scrapping behind them as Madison Down tries to make that recovery, and up the inside of turn 1. Ryan Mueller attempts on Cameron Dance, but once again, the 125 Orbit Drop Bear Mars car has the inside line for turn 2.
So turn 2 to the cutting's been the action zone since we've been racing again, and that is very, very smartly considered. Just to drop in behind, not the same for Glasspool, who tries to tough it around the outside and loses a couple more spots because of it. I mean, you're entitled to hold your line. We are racing. We want to see racing. There's a couple of decisions that I've seen from that car since the restart. But like, they're going to get past you in the next 130 laps somewhere, somehow. If this is the differential, why are you making it risky for both parties?
You got to remember, it's not a sprint. It is a marathon, the Bathurst 1000. And I mean, to add another wrinkle to that is the crown in the road at turn 2 is, oh, Ryan Mueller, take it easy. We don't want to be seeing too much side-by-side in that section of the circuit. It's very rare that you see a pass being made in the S's, and for very good reason. But Mueller is looking for any gap he can here versus Cameron Dance. I mean, Mueller is clearly faster than these other cars around him, but it's a case of picking where to make the move. I think that's the real defining factor of this track. There's very specific spots around this circuit that you'll be able to make passes on. You can attempt them in other places, but it's very unlikely that they'll work.
Angus Lawford's doing very well for himself to keep on this battle. Ryan Mueller looks very strong in the braking zone there. It wasn't particularly close down Conrod, but by the apex of the chase, it was super close. 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th here as Madison Down as, I don't know what, probably managed to have some of the sweat evaporate. There might be something else that takes a bit longer to clear. Summit Sim Sports, Jackson Rayhana just behind, and Vermilion Fury, Jacob O'Reilly 18th. So there's some quick cars, 16th, 17th, 18th in this group as well.
Yeah, this battle is ultimately for P13, and look at the exit that Ryan Mueller managed to get from turn 1. He nailed it, and now he has the inside line versus Cam Dance. Bit of contact on the way in to the corner. Dance will slot in behind. Now the question is, can Ryan Mueller get some pace going to catch up to Dominic Ferraris, the next car ahead in P12? And where's Cameron Dance going to end up out of all of this? He's got Angus Lawford for company, Madison Down charging up behind them, Jackson Rihanna and Jacob O'Reilly, all members of this group of cars. And these guys are not even fighting for podium positions at the moment. That's the beauty of races like this. No matter where you are in the field, someone's going to try and fight you.
Take a look at the sky. It's been mostly cloudy all day, but suddenly it feels like it's mostly cloudy. Track temperature just peaking and in fact dropping a little bit is interesting to see. Humidity's actually come up now I look at it as well. So could be a sweat out there. Burst 1.2 seconds of a lead over Josh Anderson. Competed here a week ago in Toyota GR86 Cup Australia. Eddie Myers 3rd, William Sapstead 4th, Sean Campbell 5th.
Solid drive from Dylan Burst here to regain a lead of over a second. He's now outside slipstream range from Josh Anderson. Leo Duncan has Tom Freer for close company. And Wayne Burke, usually a Synergy Sim Racing driver, will join Leo Duncan for this particular sequence of the championship. Whether or not they can make an impression on those ahead remains to be seen. You were talking about humidity and weather and stuff, and we've been reliably informed that there is an 8% chance of rain overall in the session. Now, that is an 8% chance of any rain at all. It's certainly not the highest number we've seen, but it is still a very slim possibility. So Tom Free.
Kind of used to feel like anything less than a 60% chance of rain was a guarantee of no rain at all, until recently, where I'm starting to see 20% chance of rain feel more like actually it means 50% chance of rain. I can forget a couple of sessions the other day where it says 30% chance of rain, and I look at it, I'm like, by the end of the race, that probability's up at like 80%. So the clouds are building, and all I can say is that iRacing keep us on our toes as well.
That they do, but they also very helpfully provide a weather radar that we can take a look at all the way through the session. There is literally nothing on it right now. So drivers can keep racing as they wish here in dry conditions. Tom Freer makes further gains on the car ahead. Car stopped meanwhile. Will Buchanan, who took over this embattled Project 36 Camaro from Harry Dodds at the start of the race, and oh, you can see the frustration for Harry Dodds here. They've stopped up the top of the mountain, and they're reasonably close to a wall opening, and I'm pretty sure you can tell what Harry Dodds just said then.
Oh, bother.
Yes. Oh, drat. Commiserations to the two of you guys. That is far from ideal. Question is, what actually happened to the car? Are we going to see a safety car from this? The tow will have already been requested from race control.
Where it is, I can almost see this not being a safety car. It probably will be, but with that pavement to the inside, they sometimes do just pull cars straight back in under local yellow, or in support races, you often see them let it go. Here comes the leader by. It's well off the line. I assume the metal grate has bitten very, very hard with the damage all down the right-hand side of that car.
Yeah, looks like it. It's only a few pixels, but you can. There we go. Safety
the concrete wall after has also taken a lot of scalps during qualifying, so they go through the metal grate just fine, but then over the next rise, washing out wide, sort of just before McPhillamy. We'll see inevitably, but yeah, safety car, number 2 for the day at the mountain.
Yeah, and they didn't get the chance to race for very long, did they? That green flag run only lasted about 7 or 8 laps, something like that. And I was going to say, you could only see it in a few pixels on the screen, but the right front of that Project 36 Camaro is somewhat mullered.
This is the thing I was talking about. I was about to say, well, if you're in the bottom 20 of the field, you know, you get in for your
no, Dylan!
And it looks okay, but yeah, that was really, really hot on the pit entry and the pit lane speed limit. Boom, your leader comes in and goes, no, get me some fuel. So then Josh Anderson goes into the lead of the race, but a bunch of other cars behind come in. So Synergy Sim Racing, Vermilion Fury, Eclipse 17, you can see that they're in from also sort of inside of the top 15.
This is interesting indeed. Safety car out on track and will collect the Trans-Tasman machines that now run 1 and 2. I gotta wonder if they're going to stay out or if they're going to follow Dylan Burse into the pit lane. Yeah, very interesting decision from our former race leader to jump into the pits and brim the tank again. Ian Griffin obviously trying to set things up for a few stints down the line. We'll have a look at what happened to Will Buchanan here. He was involved in some battling here. Looks like Billy Mole that he was driving alongside, and oh my god, that's what happened. It wasn't at Metal Grate, it was at the cutting, and Rob Crisdale had spun ahead. So how did this happen? Oh dear. Yeah. A move that didn't look like it was going to work there. And Chrisdale, his only choice was to stay still. He couldn't quite move at that point, but Will Buchanan could do nothing either. He was side by side with the car in the cutting as well. So difficult to alter your line, especially through a blind uphill corner like that.
There's more damage to come, so the right front's no good, and then it doesn't turn, and then it's into the wall, and that's where the engine goes. That's where the right-hand side damage comes from. It's got no drive. Not much drive after that.
Yeah,
so I think Chrisdale might have got contact off the Sideways Esports 595.
With Ryan Smith at the wheel of that one. So let's see how this worked out here for... Oh no, it was Lachlan Pryke, actually. The wheel of the 512 that made that initial contact. They are one of the cars that started much further back in the field, outside the top 40. Oh, sorry, just inside the top 40. Making some good gains, but then race control might decide that they need to go back a few positions after that little coming together with the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Camaro.
So as we take a deep breath behind safety car, can we get a Reese Gardner coffee check?
Got about 2 or 3 gulps of it left.
And how have you prepared it?
Stovetop pressure brewer.
Oh, nice. I have one too, but I don't use it all the time. I'm a horrible person who drinks instant coffee most of the time, but then maybe on a Sunday afternoon, it's like, let's go fake mocha pot.
Yes, indeed. I used to drink instant pretty religiously at home. But then I was given one of those mocha pots, and yeah, I haven't been able to go back since. In a pinch, I'll still drink instant if I don't have time to prepare it, but I very much like having fresh ground coffee. It is fantastic. But enough coffee nerding out from me. It looks like my cup is done. So now I have no excuse making gaffes.
Your cup runneth over, and so does ours, with excitement. But there's a few disappointed folks and teams. So drama for Project 36. Looks like Lobs Esports are out of this race. But many of the other damaged cars we've seen have come back in. And we said, you never know what might happen. Waiver rounds are currently, in progress. So there were some cars 1 lap down, got back on the lead lap. Some cars, I said, were, 3 or 4 laps off the lead lap. And you go, can they make it back to the lead lap by the end of the race? And on trend right now, I would say yes.
Yeah, I guess a few teams will be counting their lucky stars that there's been 2 safety cars here before the 40 lap mark. If you'd had problems early on, this is a couple of free kicks that you have. The waiver rounds are upon us. And it would appear that the Rapid Theft Racing number 84 has changed positions around a bit. They're coming into the pits. Alan Dawson brings the 84 in, and whether or not that's a driver change, we'll wait and see. Chrisdale, the next to be waved around there. And a bit of damage to the left front of the car from incredibly unfortunate contact from the Project 36 Camaro.
And who has made out like a bandit through all of this is those cars that were up front and immediately dived for pit lane because they didn't need to take much fuel. So Dylan Burst, only a 17-second stop, that was all the fuel that they needed to take and also get a new set of tyres at the same time. So it was 14th rather than tail of the field. And I think that's pretty good for the strategy and tyre advantage that they find themselves in. If they were 35th but with a strategy advantage, you go too much risk getting involved in other people's things like what brought out this safety car. But from 14th, I don't think that's bad at all. And they've got the Synergy simracing Tom Freer car behind them. So I think that's great for the 88, because there is a world where you look at them and say they are net second place in this race. If things play out, that they're allowed to exercise this advantage they've just gotten from that pit stop. Vermilion Fury 890, third of the cars on that strategy. If it ends up being the right strategy, they are the third car in that rowboat.
Indeed, and looking a bit further down, 20th place overall, James Scott in the Eclipse Sim Sports 17. He also came into the pits when the safety car was called. So that is really going to help this car's rise through the field. They are now on the same strategy as Dylan Burse, as Tom Freer ahead. So,
and newer tyres than that next car in front, the Synergy simracing 14. Newer tyres, and of course the whole top of the group, so it works out very, very well for them.
That it does. Well, safety car in this lap. We're going to see how things work out for them when they get back to racing speed and they have the ability to throw those overtakes. So Trans-Tasman 1 and 2 at the front of the field for the moment, but they will be likely falling behind when they get to their next pit stop in about 15 laps time, I would say. It's been a good run up from the Pacific Esports Racing 553 as well. I've been very impressed with Ryan Mueller's outright pace, especially in that previous stint just then. I'm wondering what kind of impression he's going to be able to make on the cars ahead. Dominic Ferraris also moving up into 7th place in the Orbit Drop Air Neptune car. You see him in the top left of screen there, just behind Andre Heimgartner. Problem is that those cars are now a little bit further into their stint than everyone around them is into theirs. 16th lap of the stint for Dominic Ferraris in the 02. 14th lap of the stint for Ryan Mueller in the 553. So they will be some of the first to pit out of this group here. Safety car has pulled away already, and now Joshua Anderson will get the honour of leading a Bathurst 1000 restart here in 2025. When does he decide to go is the question. As soon as the safety car comes into the lane and they enter this restart zone, they will be able to go anytime they like, but you don't want to go too early. That gives everyone else time to figure out what you're doing. Maybe you'll do the same thing that Dylan Burse did and accelerate after he exits the final corner. Well, how about right at the apex? Green flag is out. The second restart of the 2025 V8SCOPS 1000. Joshua Anderson and Brady Myers lead the way into turn 1. William Sapstead is keeping them honest. Sean Campbell drifting off a little bit in the Orbit Drop Air Jupiter entry. James Scott is already making moves. He's just passed Anthony Visma for 19th place.
That's what I was thinking. That's where I was looking. We're not going to see too much shenanigans between the teammates this early on in the race. So it was those drivers on the fresh tyres. I was like, oh, how's Dylan Burse gone? Decent restart, but a really good restart for James Scott. By the time he got down turn 1, he was already looking for a spot. Things are shuffling around 5th, though. That top 4 get away. Heimgartner up to there.
Yeah, pretty solid job from many drivers in this field. Madison Down also making up a spot. He's just passed Ryan Mueller for P8. And that was across the top of the mountain, evidently. Not the most conventional place to make a move. Potentially Mueller made a mistake, but it's a good run here from Madison Down and Rehan Leonage, who will be sharing this number 79 for this round. Remember, that's one of the cars that started rear of grid due to an impeding in qualifying penalty. So to see them now in the top 8, a mere 37 laps into this race, really says something. Dylan Burse, meanwhile, pitted under the last safety car. So did Tom Freer here. They've got plenty of racing to do. There's Freer, makes his way past Josh Morris in the Skilby Racing 091. That car was one of the first to have some problems in the race, overshooting Murray's corner. And this is quite the fight here, isn't it? Leo Duncan, Blake Warboys, James Scott and Terry Nightingale. As Nightingale in the Turbo Brothers car goes wide in Murray's corner, allows Anthony Visma by him as well. Terry was one of the first people I was really technically teammates with in sim racing, at least on the iRacing platform. It's good to see he's still around. Lives in Bathurst, does some driving, some commentary as well.
Is that like giving him like turbo cousins, or how's it work?
I guess so. Turbo third or fourth cousins, twice removed.
Turbo brother from another mother?
Ah, I like that. I like that
Andre
a lot.
Heimgartner did get by Madison down, and so by Sean Evans. Sean Evans has dropped big time, and Ryan Mule's also gone past. Madison Down's gone past. So Evans, I think, has gone from 5th to 8th so far on this restart.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for Evans. When you have so many quick drivers around you looking to make those short-term gains, often better to just yield. But he has to look after the result for his car as well. There's some pressure on him with Ryan O'Sullivan being his teammate, and O'Sullivan being an incredibly capable driver himself. Evans just needs to take care of this car and bring it home in a good position, and that can set things up for his teammate to potentially go even better. For the moment, though, he's got Dominic Ferraris for close company. Ferraris, despite the cosmetic damage to the front of his Mustang, has some good speed down the straight. But it would appear not much of a move to be made there. Madison Downs just made another move, passing Andre Heimgartner. So that is now into the top 5 for the Phoenix Racing Team HRS entry. Is the move for Ferraris at the final corner. Not usually a passing opportunity that's very clear at Murray's corner. And that will bring right into contention Jackson Rihanna and Dylan Burse as Lachlan Pryke gets the 15-second penalty for contact with Rob Crisdale at the cutting that brought out ultimately the safety car as events transpired. Now Dylan Burse is boxed in a little bit here. Rihanna is going to drop out of that one, and Burse moves up the inside of Sean Evans. The ERT Camaro struggling to keep the grip up there over the crown in the road.
You can see how he drops position so quickly, because, you know, into the final corner, doesn't want to yield the spot, but the nose gets shown and then he's wide, and then he loses the spot down the next straight, and then into turn 2 tries to fight it out and ends up in the grey and loses 2 spots instead of 1. Big hit.
Okay, that's Josh Morris that's gotten into the wall at Reed Park, and just finding his way around him is Blake Warboys, just in time for the rise into McPhillamy. Josh Morris and Vincent Skilbeck looking to be one of the more consistent teams in this field. Vincent Skilbeck is a long-time SCOPS competitor himself. Seen Josh Morris a few times as well. This is an interesting team up. And for all of the adventures they seem to have had, they are only down 1 position from where they started now. So things not going as badly as they could be for this particular team. Still have the slipstream of the car ahead. Blake Warboys putting down some good times as James Scott is the next car to move up a place. He's just gotten past Cameron Dance for 14th place. And now we see a penalty come in for Brian Borg in the 1:17, 5 seconds for insufficient racing room with the 5:12 rapid theft car. And Augie is still standing on the rear end of that car as he finds his way past the Accelerate Endurance machine of Anthony Visma. Racing going on further back there. Lachlan Pryke, who is now having that penalty hanging over his head, has Luthwaite, Loxton, Nightingale and O'Reilly all looking for a position from there. Meanwhile, looks like an issue for the 595 entry. Ryan Smith, it would appear, has dropped from the server.
Had connection stuff earlier in the race as well. So, out of that.
So they've been sent to the pits by the iRacing service. And now the battle for the top four. It looks like there's been a few gaps ebbing and flowing here as Madison Downs turned to be the man in the middle in no man's land, as Andre Heimgartner sees Ryan Mueller continue his pace here. Dylan Burse sneaking up the inside of Dominic Ferraris at Forest Elbow was pretty much rubbing up against the inside wall to make that move, but what a move it was.
12-lap fresher tyres say hello, and Dylan Burse picks himself up into 8th, leader of his strategy bucket, and now putting quite a few cars between himself and Tom Freer, who hasn't progressed as quickly through the field. So that's very, very positive for Dylan Burse at the moment.
Meanwhile, James Scott sits in 13th place and is battling with Tom Freer there. It would appear that Dylan Burse has really gapped everyone who pitted on the same lap that he did. So advantage to car number 93 for the moment. Outside the top 20, Brett Loxton chasing Jacob O'Reilly, but falling under some pressure from the Evo Works Racing Team car of Aidan Luthwaite. Good to see Terry Nightingale is holding on to the back of them as well, just in slipstream range, but it's quite the pack that they have. Troy Stone Street, meanwhile, having taken over car 66, has an adventure at the chase, contact with James Glasspool, who's been involved in a few goings-on the track today. The WKNP machine will be none too happy with how that's worked out for them so far. Lap 41 we are upon, and with a quarter of the lap complete, it would appear that we are at 1/4 race distance. Hello, look at that run there from the Evo Works car. Was quite the run out of Reed Park, staying nice and tight, but not much that Aidan Luthwaite can do to get past Brett Loxton across the top of the mountain. He's going to have to wait for the slipstream out of Forest Elbow to really make an impression here.
From the dipper, losing a car length when you'd hope to stay a little bit closer. Two
Nice
cars up
exit.
the road,
Ooh.
it wasn't.
Quite. Well, Dylan Burse has now found his way past Ryan Mueller and up to P7. His next target, Andre Heimgartner. We shall see how much pace this car really has. This is a replay here of the move that Dylan Burse made, and once again it was at Forest Elbow. This time he keeps it a bit further away from the wall, but it seems to be Dylan's favourite overtaking spot in the short term.
AC/DC is just turning out the same hit every time, and we're lapping it up.
Exactly. I suppose when you're taking advantage of those fresh tyres across the top of the mountain, it makes sense to go for the move at the elbow. Hurry things up a little bit. But now Burse is a few laps into the stint. The tyres will be up to temperature, and they'll be only a few laps away from hitting that point where they start overheating and thus dropping off on pace. Just have a look at the gains that Burst is making here on Heimgartner. He's right on the back of him across the top. And really makes the gains here up at Sulman and McPhillamy Park. Little tap of the brakes. That's how much momentum Dylan Burst is carrying there in that car. But there's no chance for a pass in the S's.
So watch for his exit off the dipper. Is he going to go 3 from 3? Is he going to strike them all out? I reckon there's a chance. Good rotation through the dipper. Good job to get to power. And here he goes. Dylan Burst down the inside of Burst's elbow.
Yeah, indeed. We might have to rename the corner after that. That's 3 laps, 3 positions in a row, making up the time at Forest Elbow. And back into the top 6 now for the privateer entry.
Not to be confused with Stenberg's elbow, which is when it's too bent and you put load through it and you hurt it.
Indeed. Well then. Oh dear. Looks like another penalty coming through from race control, this time for Chris Coxhead. Apparently some contact with the 910 entry at turn 2. And we may or may not have caught that live. There's been a few incidents at that corner. Well, looks like we might have found it. We will grab the replay here, and oh yes, I can see 100% why that was a penalty. It looks like the rapid theft car behind also got involved. Oof. That's either both rapid theft cars or rapid theft in a fishing machine. Yeah, it's both rapid theft cars, unfortunately. Alan Dawson driving with Jack Pickett and also Curtis Bird. So neither of those cars would have been happy with how that worked out for them. It happens ahead into turn 2, and you can't exactly go for the outside because you may end up in the wall yourself, so what do you do? Similar livery for the Fishy Motorsport entry, the 269. Kenneth Latter, usually the regular driver of this car. Jamie Dyke has joined him for this. All things considered, race is not going too badly for them. They are in and around that general area of the field and have been pretty much all weekend. They keep things clean. Have Angus Lawford, Robert Henry and Benjamin Roberts for company behind.
We might have to get someone like consultant Isaac Edwards involved. I feel like the Fishy is like the 2002 Dick Johnson Racing livery, whereas the Rapid Theft might be more like 2000. I feel like this could be on a BA Falcon and the other one could be on an AU.
It'd be interesting to have a side-by-side comparison of the liveries, honestly. Blake Warboys, meanwhile, in one of the plainer but still clean-looking liveries in the field here in the Synergy Sim Racing 143. Little wiggle for the 216 up ahead, and Warboys will try his best to move through here on Dylan Gray in the Pacific Esports Racing Mustang, running a Tribute Castrol scheme. Nice move at turn 1, he is through. Dylan Gray has been a regular competitor in V8SCOPS supports this season and has shown that he's got great pace. It's been awesome to watch his development as a driver. He's going to give Blake Warboys a bump draft down Mountain Straight, but lift out of things before they get to turn 2. Some good racecraft happening between these two. Warboys is looking mighty quick. Have to say, a 2:08.9 for him. That's matching the pace of Tom Freer up ahead in P12, and about 0.3 of a second faster than what Sean Evans could manage on the previous lap. So look for Blake Warboys to be making a tiny bit more of an impression on the 13th place battle in a few moments.
Yeah, and he's got his WK&P shirt on, which I love. It's very reminiscent of, drivers making a one-off appearance in a sports car race and they got to cover up some sponsors on their shirt or put a different series patch on. I feel like that's what he's doing. He's got WK&P on his heart, but Synergy on his door.
It's always interesting to see the various collaborations between teams come enduro time. Trans-Tasman often tend to keep to their own.
But then Madison down, so...
Yep, of course. They will sometimes have their drivers lend themselves to other teams for the Enduro Cup.
It's a bit of musical chairs, to be honest. If you've got an odd number, then someone is left standing when the music stops. And Madison Downs end up paired with Rayan Leonage, and it didn't work in qualifying, but it's working quite well for them in the race, you would say.
Yeah, for sure. The strategy through pit lane, taking advantage of the safety cars, plus just some flat-out great pace and very smart driving has landed them in P5, not far behind this top group here, with Joshua Anderson and Brady Myers continuing to lead the way in the 1-2. I'll be very interested to see what Sapstead can do to make an impression on all of this. That Rapid Theft car has been a factor in and around the top 10 in V8SCOPS for the whole season. And getting a podium, potentially a win at Bathurst, would be a great way to cap off what's been a very consistent season for William Sapstead. James Glasspool, meanwhile, the next driver to get a penalty, this time 10 seconds for contact with the WKMP number 66 down at the chase there. That was the replay we saw of Troy Stone Street getting turned around.
Which has given us a reversal in the keeping up with the Joneses Cup.
Yes, indeed, the most scintillating competition of all today. So Andre Heimgartner now sees Dylan Burst disappear into the distance. Or should I say Burst disperses. And now comes under pressure from Pacific Esports Racing, Ryan Mueller, who has the slipstream down Conrod Straight. And sneaks up the inside, the heaviest braking zone on the entire track. Heimgartner has been a professional racing driver for a long time at this point. He knows where to give and where to take. And at this sort of midpoint of the race, if you have someone as aggressive as Mueller as being behind you, it is often better to just let him go. He has his own race to look after. See if he can get himself a good result in the virtual world as well as the real world here. But now Dominic Ferraris and James Scott are the next cars to come up on the Trans-Tasman Racing number 47. And that's another car that started towards the back of the field now in the top 10.
My hot take is Holden would still be in business producing cars in this country if their logo had a pelican in it. If you get a good look at the door of the Pacific Esports Racing, they have replaced the lion with a pelican. I don't know which one has a bigger appetite. I know which one I can outrun.
Absolutely. Pelicans, though, mighty terrifying. I suppose I'm more scared of a pelican than a lion simply because pelicans...
Proximity?
Yeah. Pelicans are generally closer to me than lions are. But at the same time, I have yet to have a bad experience with a pelican. Haven't really gotten too close to one, though.
And they get angry with you and they do that thing and they stick their wings out. They're massive. The replay. See, they get what down into the Murray's corner here. Ryan, that's I don't know. But that fishy throwback, that's what I'm talking about. Like, come on, that's to last year, right?
I believe so, yes. Looks
Probably
like
to the race-winning year of David Reynolds, perhaps. But either way, something that feels a little too recent to be a throwback to our previous discussion.
Looks like some good racing going on ahead of Ryan Bettis here. And a move made on the JTIT race on Oscar. And apparently a drive-through has been given to this car, the 113. One performance machine being black flagged for an incident at the end of lap 42, apparently. But we haven't quite been able to find out what that incident actually is. Meanwhile, next penalty is coming from race control. 5 seconds to the 091 for contact with the Orbit Drop Bear 125 at turn 2 back on lap 45, which was only about 1.5 laps ago. Race control are certainly not relaxing at the moment. I don't think anyone is. We shall see a potential move for Dylan Burst once again in a few short moments. He's making tracks on Madison Down for the last position in the top 5, just ahead of this group that we've been tracking for a while. Mueller, it seems, hasn't been able to gap Andre Heimgartner as much as he'd like. I think half of the moves that we saw from Ryan Mueller were mostly due to momentum in the slipstream. And well done to Mueller for taking advantage of it. But now that he is punching a hole in the air, it seems his pace is not quite as good as we thought it was. Still, holding on very nicely to 7th place. And there's confirmation of the penalty for Josh Morris for contact with the Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine. A little bit of a peek from Andre Heimgartner as James Scott has moved past him now. 8th place for Scott and Zach Rattray-White.
Deep for Evans back there, I think. Yeah, Sean Evans.
Yeah.
74 in the runoff at turn 1, and there was a bit going on with some of the other cars as well.
Now there's gravel on the track at the exit of turn 1. That
Certainly was a hot ones.
It was indeed. I gotta wonder if we're going to be seeing any more issues at turn 1 there, with a little bit less grip available on the track the next few laps.
Something we noticed in qualifying is that the pace didn't improve as much as we thought, and it seemed to be because the track was getting dirty. Lots of gravel and dirt brought on by cars that were leaving the racetrack. Everyone's been a bit tidier in the race so far, but certainly that kind of thing is affecting the grip if it's allowed to remain. It happens. Well, this is going to be Skillbeck's penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, Morris's penalty. Yes. So, oh yeah, okay. That sent the Orbit Drop Bear machine wide. No crash resulting from it, but still, that's the kind of incident race control's going to look at and say, well, you could have made that move without making contact.
Yeah, Josh Morris working for Tourism New South Wales there, suggesting that his rival visit the nice winery on the outside of Griffin's Bend.
Indeed. Plenty of nice properties around the Mount Panorama circuit. Here
Except
comes
they're served
James
by
Scott.
NBN Fixed Wireless.
Yes, I remember that particular discussion. As have a look at that, Dominic Ferraris comes into the pit lane. 28 laps complete on the stint. That is the end of a fuel tank for Orbit Drop Air Neptune. And Ryan Mueller gives up 7th place to James Scott. Interesting to note that Tom Freer is back there as well. Remember, the Synergy Sim Racing 88 is on the same strategy as Dylan Burse and James Scott at the moment, but they haven't quite been able to follow them up the field. Madison Down now under a lot of pressure from Dylan Burse for 5th place. looks like Burst is gearing up for a move. I wonder where he's going to make it.
Yes. Good pantomime. We love it. I think between these two, there's a tiny bit of respect. Down's been going a little bit quicker, and I think they're aware of the strategy position of their rivals. So it reaches a point now in the stint where Burst holds position. He's going to see the 5 cars in front of him need to pit in the next 2 or 3 laps, and the seas will part for him.
Okay, well, it looks like Dylan Burst is not going to go for the move at Forest Elbow this time. He's probably going away.
You wanted it. You were anticipating it. You were salivating.
I was trying to manifest it.
He'd rung the bell and you'd begun, drooling.
Indeed. A bit of a Pavlovian response has formed now. Looks like Burst isn't even going to try the move at the chase either. Of course, it's a little bit less of a pace difference between Burst and Down than there was between Burst and most of the other drivers behind, so it makes sense that making the move will be a little bit harder. More cars in the pits. Looks like James Glasspool makes his way in. Curtis Bird also with a pit stop.
Penalty still to be served on that 11. Look at Down do this. Move to the left-hand side very early. I think that signals, like, if you get a run and go to the inside, go for it. But Dylan Burst hasn't. That's not the line everyone else is doing. You see behind them, James Scott's driving down the right-hand side of the road, driving down the middle of the road, as Madison Down exits Hell Corner, very promptly, moves to the left lane unless overtaken.
That's it. Multiple ways to be taking lines around this circuit. Do you switch over to the left side of the circuit before or after the rise is the question. And, watching old qualifying sessions over the years, another thing that I noticed was the entry to the S's off Skyline. Particularly in the late 90s, early 2000s, I'd see some cars stay tight here instead of going all the way over to the left-hand side of the circuit to open up the entry to the S's. They took a bit more care on the way in, and it still worked out pretty similar in terms of lap time. There are multiple ways to try and conquer this track, but it will try and conquer you. Dylan Burst almost conquers himself there, hitting the wall on the way into Forest Elbow. Madison Down gives him just enough room to recover.
Well, that played out very differently than the first 3 times he tried it.
It certainly did. And he will need to wait for another opportunity here. Super high revs on the way down into the chase. Stay in 3rd gear, but still get some wheel spin there for Dylan Burst. I think he's now at the point where he might be pushing the car a bit too hard for its own liking. Madison Down, once again, as he has an uncountable number of times before, proving he's a tough customer when it comes to making a pass.
Other cars that needed to pit. So Pacific Esports Racing, Ryan Mueller is in, and then he's gone 28 laps. Your leader's gone 26. A couple of others like Madison Down have gone 25. So perhaps we're still even 3 laps away from Down needing to pit. Burst would probably like Down to move aside and head to pit lane. It's not happening yet. This is the top 3. Sean Campbell's dropped away. It was a top 4. Now you've got the 2 TTR teammates leading the way. William Sapstead has just kept them on the end of the line.
See how close they run to the wall as well, even in the race. Every single driver in Trans-Tasman Racing has as much experience as you'd want around a circuit like this. They know where to push, they know where to back off, they know the margins, almost down to the pixel around this place. They've done so many laps. It's turning out to be a good execution between Anderson and Myers here at the front. They are starting to gap Sapstead. the three of them as a whole have already left Sean Campbell behind, who's about 2.2 seconds back from William Sapstead. At the same time, it looks like he's still running a bit faster than Madison Down and Dylan Burse, who finally exchanged places. Burse outbraked Down at the chase, but it looks like he's run a bit deep, and Down's going to try and fight back on him on the way down to Murray's Corner. But ultimately, it works out in Burse's favour. We should really take a look at that. Dylan Burse making a bit more contact on the exit of the corner there. They're still trying to sort each other out, and he's gone deep into Hell Corner now as well. Down finds a brief advantage, but not much. I think Burse has overcooked those front tyres.
Ooh, this is far more touch and go for Dylan Burse. Got to leave a car width on the outside there. We've seen that from some of the previous penalties. Again, I really think Madison Down needs to fight this given the difference in the strategy. He does not like, I think, how he's been passed. Particularly that move down the inside of the elbow from Burse might have just ticked him off a little bit.
Madison Down, usually pretty chill driver when it comes to talking about incidents in retrospect. You almost never see him get heated. But I think it would be very understandable if he did in this circumstance. Burse now is trying to cool those front tyres back down so he doesn't run deep in these corners. Down, of course, with tyres about 10 laps older than Burse, so he doesn't have much to fight with there. But Burse, crucially, is just past that tipping point where the tyres start to lose their pace. Does manage to get down through the elbow, and now it's no longer a problem, but this is how the move was initially made. And if we can stay with this down to Murray's Corner, that would be nice too, so we can get the full context. Burse pulls out, and it was a big dive. Unfortunately, he was still carrying a bit too much speed at the apex, and so Down saw the opportunity to fight back here, and they were alongside on the way into Murray's. But Burse was a staunch defender of this one. Down couldn't quite cut back, and a bit of oversteer for Burse on the exit as well. And that's where we ended up picking them up on live pictures. Oh, hello. Anderson's come into the pits.
I was about to say, I reckon it's about to be in-lap time for the leaders. Is there a drama? Technical drama for Anderson?
No, I don't think so. No, it's a driver swap. Jake Burton jumping in. When the driver swap happens, the car tends to disappear from the circuit for a couple of seconds, and sometimes that might appear to be a network issue, but it more than often is not. So Jake Burton will resume control of car number 36. Damien Cairns brings the 101 Accelerate Endurance car into the lane as well. And these are going to be the first of a cascade of dominoes for drivers that are out there with about 27, 28 laps on the ticker at the moment. So I'd be expecting Myers to come in the next lap or two. So same for Sapstead and Campbell. Madison Down as well. Dylan Burse and James Scott are still very much with a bit of mileage to go on their tanks as it stands. Down through the S's then for Fishy Motorsports 269. Jamie Dyke finding himself in 18th place with Angus Lawford and Benjamin Roberts on the same strategy as him behind. Lawford is looking aggressive and looking to try and make a pass, it seems. wider entry into Forest Elbow. But I mean, just in that little shot there, David, you could see how much of a marble build-up we had on the outside of the elbow there. It's no wonder that running wide through there is so disastrous, as we see more pit stops now. Sapstead is in, Campbell is in, Down is in, Andre Heimgartner as well on the same strategy as those guys. Tom Freer will duly move past them all and join James Scott and Dylan Burse in the top 4. Now will become your effective top 3 when Brady Myers decides to come in. Myers has managed to stretch this tank out a little.
Yeah, he had that slipstream for a while, and yeah, the last round of this championship, the Phillip Island 500, we had marble build up very aggressively in the long corners. We're beginning to see it in some of the key places here, like on the outside of turn 1, outside of turn 2. Would you like a rapid versus fishy comparison?
Yes, please.
The biggest difference that I've noticed initially is the smell.
Well, thank you very much for that professional insight there, David. Evidently, a lot of fishy smell coming off the exhaust pipe here of Jamie Dyke, as once again Angus Lawford appears to be super quick across the top, but the move isn't really revealing itself at this point. Remember, these guys are still basically midway through their stint at the moment. They're going to have another 10 laps to go or so before it's time to pit again. I wonder if there's anything else that the Project 36 car has at this point, or is he going to have to rely on a mistake from Dyke? Myers comes in finally from the lead, so that will give the lead back to the 93 entry, followed by James Scott and Tom Freer, your new top 3. Blake Warboys, Leo Duncan and Jacob O'Reilly will round out your top 7 there, all cars on the same strategy at the front.
Yeah, when I saw where they were able to rejoin by pitting when they did, I thought actually that's a damn good call from Burse, Scott and Freer. Now they get to really put their foot down. On the outside, not usually the way to pass. Gee, how filthy is it there?
Oh, yeah. So there's evidently been some kind of significant off for someone at the exit of Murray's. The gravel's been cleared, basically, from the exit of Hell Corner at this point. But now it's Murray's turn to be a bit of a sandpit.
Is that Bates?
Maybe.
I went and had a quick look at some of the old Dick Johnson racing liveries. In 2003, their first year in the BA, they went to the mainly yellow livery. So the red nose, yellow door, blue tail is sort of a 2000 to 2002 type of thing. I couldn't pinpoint enough details quickly enough to narrow down, rapid and fishy to any particular year.
Well,
It does make me want to buy that XR8 off Marketplace though.
Yeah, but 10,000 is a bit steep, no?
Yeah, maybe not that particular one. Look, it's a toss-up between a rusted AU Falcon or a 98 Suzuki Jimny.
Well, like I was saying, better you than me to work out the subtleties between similar liveries. I don't have a great eye for that stuff. I just see colour and I say car, and that's it. And it's bitten me a couple of times in commentary. Good variety of liveries here, mostly white with a bit of red, but the outlier being the OPR entry, which has run that sort of pearl silver plus black, blue and burnt orange for quite some time. It's one of my favourite schemes out of all of the regular liveries in the field. Stephen Banks, though, has to give way for the two Trans-Tasman cars are Jake Burton and Jake Maloney, and now defensive versus Ryan Bettes. Oh, goodness me, what's happened here? 3 wide moment on the exit of the chase. It would appear that Maloney and Burton had a bit of a misunderstanding.
Well, I'm glad they all get out of that cleanly after being 3 wide on the exit chase. That's just beginning to clean up a little in the final corner, but man, is it still dirty there.
Okay, so there wasn't a misunderstanding between Maloney and Burton. I think Maloney just noticed that Stephen Banks was maybe going into the chase a bit hot and gave him room there. So that's given Burton somewhat of an advantage in all of that. Burton and Anderson currently hold the fastest lap of the race at a 2:07.193. So here's the fight across the top of the mountain. The Project 36 Mustang of Angus Lawford has found his way to the front of this pack here, followed by Benjamin Roberts and Jamie Dyke. And they appear to be on the same strategy as the leaders as well. Basically, you got to go all the way down to Burton, Maloney, Blacklock, Fitzpatrick, etc. To find drivers who are on the conventional race strategy, i.e. not pitting under the second safety car.
The most popular strategy are all the drivers who just pitted in the last sort of, 5-ish laps.
I like just enjoying the sights and sounds here every so often. It's nice to see the different approaches that drivers take to that final corner as well. Jordan Saberis up to P13 now, and it's going to be P12 as he makes his way up the inside of David Kirby. Ian Michael Angus in the other fishy real-life inspired scheme, as you said before, a bit more of a modern interpretation on that Mustang.
Worst offender is the Matt Stone Racing, this year livery that we got.
Kirby is not ready to give up this position just yet. Looks like Jordan Saberis will decide, yeah, okay, you want to try and fight me back, I'll wait for a clearer opportunity a little bit later.
Here with Blacklock ahead with Banks and the rapid theft car that was kind of in third. Fitzpatrick taking over from William Sapstead there.
Yep, first driver change there for the rapid theft machine. It's a solid run from William Sapstead to put that car in the position it's in. Now Fitzpatrick has the weight of that form on his shoulders, but I think he's capable of holding up to it. Speaking of rapid theft, Alan Dawson here, along with Troy Stonestreet, these two cars, both rocketing up the field, 18 positions gained since the start. Dawson and Stonestreet will continue their run here in 22nd and 23rd. They'll be ending the 22nd lap of their stint presently. I'm sure it'll be a few more before they decide to come into the pits again. Doesn't seem to be much of an argument between them over these positions, but you never know, they might be in a good position to jump into the pits again. If a safety car comes out pretty soon, Stone Street made up some great gains on Dawson, actually, over the last few laps there. And now, 0.2 more gained on the previous lap. He's in the slipstream. Up Mountain Straight, side by side across the crest. Does Alan Dawson give this one up, or does he fight it? He's going to yield, but not by much.
Well, he seeded the overlap, and then he tried to turn into the corner from the wide line and found Stone Street just parked there for the minute. So he didn't get the run that he wanted, but he had tidily seeded the spot.
Checking back in, further up with Andre Heimgartner.
Now, the first round of stops earlier in this race, we didn't get many driver changes. We just got one or two, but I feel like we've just had a round of stops with a lot of driver changes. So Bradley Rattu's new in the car behind in pursuit of Heimgartner, who got in at the previous stop from Stenberg.
Yes,
those marbles are ridiculous.
They are. My goodness, no grip at all there for Stacey Boyd, who, along with James Chastaneuf, was the very last car on the grid earlier this morning. It's been a nice run up through the field for them, but it hasn't been without its minor issues. Change for position for P7, meanwhile. Benjamin Roberts found his way past Angus Lawford at Griffin's Bend. Ian Jared Lamprey will be happy with that one, and now Angus Lawford sees Jamie Dyke and Kevin Norman right behind him, and I think for the first time we get a direct comparison between the Fishy and Rapid Theft DJR interpretations.
Slightly different shades of red going on, but luckily they've both replaced the oil brand on the bonnet with their team name. So that says Fishy and this says Rapid. One of them's got the car number and the other one's still got the logo of the company. Every livery that I could find from 98 to 2002 when they ran this colour scheme had the team number on the bonnet, not the Shell logo. Dylan Burson from the race lead. I feel like the Fishy is more accurate, but I like the colour pop on the Rapid.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, it definitely stands out a little bit more, does the Rapid Theft car. But I don't know what it is. I've always had a soft spot for more muted colours on liveries, so I think my personal preference would be more towards the Fishy one. Regardless, it's an iconic scheme for a reason, and both teams have done a great job of putting that scheme onto a modern Mustang. As into the pit lane comes Zach Rattray-White, Griffin Gardner, Jordan Ross, and Angus Lawford now joining them.
Okay, the VB logo on the rear quarter appeared in 1999 and was still there in 2002. So that only rules out 1 year from the Rapid Theft. This is basically like how I play GeoGuessr. It's just rule out tiny, tiny little things. Like, okay, well, it can't be countries that drive on the right-hand side. Okay. Good to still be in this race, in these kind of positions at this point. It's where you can really build from approaching 100 laps to go. So we're shuffling through the commentary box with what's definitely going to be more than 6 hours of racing in the 2025 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Already 2 safety cars under our belt, eating up a little bit more of that clock. Daniel Yeaman joins me and Reese Gardner as we are getting towards 100 to go.
Yes, thank you, David. And, well, obviously not quite the way I'd want to be in the comms box for an event like this, given that, well, in the normal scheme of things, I'd be in the race control box. But nevertheless, this is very much part and parcel with running V8SCOPS this year. Fortunately for Jay and such, but it's been, good racing as... there you go. David Kirby going to bring the Fisher 205 in as this pit cycle continues. Handful of cars going at 26th lap here. Top 6 at this stage.
Everyone who pitted with the last safety car, it's now been that sort of 25, 26 laps. We had Dylan Burse from the lead just a lap or so ago, and now everyone else, if they were more in the pack, saving more fuel, they come through right now. So Vermilion Fury, Synergy Sim Racing 88, Sports Racing 017, Race Oz, that fishy car that we saw. And so in this weird little gap between the strategies, TPR Racing's 97 ends up leading the way. And Roberts, Jake Burton and Jake Maloney, the 2 cars that we anticipate will end up back in the lead of the race. And Performance Racing's 113 in the 4th at the moment also. Intermediate strategy, having last pitted on that 47. That's on the timing column right now, when people's last stops were. Heimgartner will lose one to Orbit Drop Ben Neptune. Bradley Rattle gets down the inside of turn 2, Griffin's Bend.
Slight difference here on strategy for these 2 cars to the tune of about 5 laps. You should be able to set the timing tower. Lap 49, 2 last stop versus lap 50. I mean, yeah, this is an interesting part of the race for me, Dave. Obviously, 2 safety cars in early succession to each other to kick the race off. The fact that everyone has split the strategies quite a bit. Plus drivers and teams taking early stops prior to the safety car as well, because you do have a bit of wiggle room to play with the tune of probably about 7 or 8 laps in terms of doing short stints versus what the tank capacity gives you here today. But as a result, it does mean we've got this sort of delightfully messy situation. As indeed, just click over into 61. There's 100 laps to go here at the mill.
So as tends to happen in a race like this, the leader of the race gets shared around a little bit. It's about to be Jake Burton. I was just having a look now that we've gone this far, had a bunch of pit stops. Who has been in the car since the very, very start? Well, it's no longer James Scott, because Zach Rattray White making an impression on the race in his first couple of laps. Easily down the inside of Hell Corner, and the build-up of marbles and dirt on the outside seems to have caught out Blake Fitzpatrick just a little bit. The only driver who has driven every lap of this race so far is Stacey Boyd in the Phase BAR 427. I was previously going to say that it included James Scott, but no. Zach Rattray White's gotten in. Is Stacey Boyd about to get out? Will we get James Chastanoff?
And then I think, yes, as you said, that would result in finishing the cycle of starting drivers. We are obviously well past the point where if you wanted to now make a very big play, in terms of stint length, theoretically, if you wanted to go that way, you could now run a sole single driver to the end of this one, but well, asking 100 plus laps of a quote-unquote main driver. So just a bit of an ask here. 3-way fight. Jason Benz, Sean Evans, and Constance behind the wheels of these 3 cars on screen at the moment. And in the background shot, I saw Jared Lambrick come out of the pits and immediately yield track position to Jordan Matz or rolling in the 36 car as well. So that's production here with things lapped cars behind him by the looks of things. Yep, it's the Sideways Esports 515. And then, yes, which one is that? Looking for that. It's the Fishy Motorsports.
You know, it's a banging livery if multiple teams have gone, that's what I want to run. There's a couple of Dick Johnson Racing tributes. One of them was Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell. They are out of this race, the winners of the Phillip Island 500, suffering some technical issues. I think I did see someone from Simrigs maybe offering to have a chat with Brody Kostecki. Sam Blacklock runs in third at the moment. We were talking about, who's on the lead lap, who's not, and I think we have 4 cars off the lead lap at the current point. Some that are multiple laps down that have gotten a little bit closer to the point with the 2 safety cars that we've had. Sam Blacklock having taken over from Sean Campbell. He is about to feel a whole lot of pressure from Griffin Gardner. Can Gardner follow Dylan Burse's heroics across the top of the mountain that we saw in the previous stint?
Way these guys are far, I think this should be done deal in due course. We'll see if Griffin opts for the same enthusiasm.
Do you have a static cam? Do you have a static cam for the elbow?
Probably not, but we can see what we've got.
He's actually ended up a tiny bit further back off McPhillamy, like maybe he's just rolled the throttle a little bit to not be directly underneath his rival's rear wing, and through the dipper he's had a red hot go. I don't think Griffin Gardner's quite nailed that through the dipper, so...
Oh, we do have a camera. There we go.
Good angle, but not today for Griffin Gardner versus Sam Blacklock. The podium awaits. We spoke about who got through the traffic quicker on that strategy that Burse and the privateer car is on versus Eclipse. But now that we've cycled all through this, that Eclipse car has ended up a lot closer. And we know that they're on the same strategy as the 93. And so if this ends up being the winning strategy, whatever strategy you're on, you just want to be the best car, in that lane.
And and the fact that, the door's wide open, we've got teams trying different things at the moment. It's a very small chance of rain, and it's going to take a couple hours still before it even begins to suggest it might be a possibility. Like saying, I should check the... It's not even, as you said earlier, it's still currently not a sign of rain. Instant forecast, the scheduled forecast suggests if we get to about 6 hours of race duration, which we definitely should do, maybe, just maybe, we might be looking for something. Dry conditions for now, that appears to be on, and still warming up on track at least.
Yeah, so the wind speed has picked up, and while it's still officially mostly cloudy, I think we've seen about half overcast half the time in the sun. Sun's out, and as we get towards midday and then into that afternoon sun, the power in the sun has increased since the start of the race. It's at its peak right now because it's actually solar noon because daylight savings.
Fair point. Just after virtual time.
Okay, this time through the dipper. Is it a bit closer? I reckon it is from Griffin Gardner, but it's not quite the same fish in the barrel as Dylan Burse might have found himself on when he was cutting his way into the top 10 on fresher tyres.
Now, James Glasspool is back on pits. Have they gone that much longer than everyone else that they check the box of super long stint? Or then again, they are a lap down now. Have they issue out there? I think they might have had an issue. Just check that.
It's a short stop. 28 seconds is about half of a tank of fuel for the DPR Racing 11. They've had a penalty at one point. They were a bit of a punching bag at another. Inside the top 10 at one point, but now net minus 20 positions in the Keeping Up with the Joneses Cup. Leonage takes over from Madison down. Blake Fitzpatrick's taken over from William Sapstead. Leonage on the move as well, so Fitz lost out one spot that we saw earlier to Zach Rattray White, now loses that one to Rehan Leonage.
Move it here just in and around the top 30. Angus going to swing by both Peter Pavlovich and Sean Vanderbilt on that lap. So good head of steam down Connell straight and right fishy.
Worked out very clearly how to replace every oil company's logo with the word fishy. I think, yeah. Penrite, Shell, Rapid Theft have taken Shell and Castrol.
Specifically supports their own take on Castrol as well.
On Modal?
Do we have any? Oh, and Mobile One. Yes, you're exactly right. Yes, so we're getting around the oil. It's a good thing.
Everyone knows that my favourite motor oil is the absolutely giant bottle on top of the pit lane at Hockenheim Ring, but those marbles building up offline continue to be a problem. You make a tiny mistake, you step half a car width wide, and Thomas Freeman just no speed through Griffin's Bend. Robert Henry moved ahead.
Got the pass done between turns 1 and 2, and yeah, unfortunately lost it back again in the process. But David, as we've had this 30-odd lap run of racing, we might step aside for a moment, although just as I say that, we have this little move here into the chase for 13th place. Wayne Burke gets ahead of William Morgan.
There's never a good time, but what we will give you is a couple laps on board. Third place, Griffin Gardner, 93, leading a rather unique strategy position, pitting when some others didn't underneath the last safety car. Moved up into an outright podium, put a car between himself and his key rival of Zach Rattray White. Let's see how he's attacking the mountain in the heat of the day. The action never stops and the nerves never truly settle. This is V8SCOPS' great race, 1,000 kilometers at Mount Panorama. Third, fourth, fifth is where some of the action is right now as Reese Gardner, the Southpaw racer, rejoins us on coverage.
Indeed I do. I feel very refreshed now, and a bit more awake too, which is nice. Going inside 100 laps to go in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. So, at the moment, things are looking good for Trans-Tasman Racing, running 1 and 2 at the front of the field right now. Gardner, Blacklock and Rattray White fighting over third, and things are going on further back in the field too. This is 17th. Jason Bentz has taken over the Racecraft Simulations machine from Brian Borg, and they see Sean Evans draw alongside them and pass down Mountain Straight. Jordan Mazzaroli's going to follow them through. Project 36 Mustang. A lot of variant strategies that have sprung up here. We have our top two with 15 and 13 laps on the tyres respectively. Griffin Gardner only pitting 8 laps ago. Same for Zach Rattray White too. Synergy Sim Racing 88 is also looking like an interesting prospect. Tom Freer and Brenton Hobson running in 8th place right now, but up ahead of this fight. Hobbo only came into the pits 7 laps ago or so, and has his teammate Jordan Ross for close company in this battle. They've got some time to make up to Blake Fitzpatrick, who's only a second or two up the road. Lapped car in between them, but evidently there might be some trouble that is brewing in this section of the circuit here. Jason Bentz apparently got the fence, and you can see it right there. The front left of his machine is looking a little dented in, and now he has the EvoWorks car of Jackson Dial ready to take advantage, coming down into the chase. It's always stressful seeing cars go side by side through there. It sometimes feels like a one-line-fits-all corner. But you can go side by side if you're brave enough. This is what happened to Bensi. It was coming down through the S's. Potentially a little bit of a run off the curb and then into the wall coming into the dipper. Good avoidance from the cars around him, but they almost came very close to having their own problems themselves. It's a very easy thing to do, isn't it, David? Coming off that curb through the S's.
Yeah, I think, and then the damage has continued, so there is a mechanical flag for Jason Bentz there with that damage, and that EvoWorks car, it's not one we spoke about a whole lot inside of the first stint. They started 39th on the grid, I think. Now sort of every time we've spoken about them in the last 45 minutes, it's been, oh, they picked up a spot, oh, they look pretty quick, they picked up another spot. So perhaps a little bit of a late bloomer into this race, but I'd rather that than, you know...
Oh dear, that's Ryan Leonage around. And that's on the way out of the dipper. He and Madison Down having an incredible drive up through the field after starting from the very back. Leonage is still rolling, thankfully, but having a bit of trouble getting the car turned around there. Let's see what the right side looks like, and doesn't look much better than the left, so this will be an interesting one to deconstruct. How on earth did that happen for Leonage? I mean, the tyre tracks told half the story. Definitely a loss of traction and into the wall, but was another car involved? Looks like a bit of a knee-jerk response from the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car of Sam Blacklock, who came into the pits. I think in response to that incident, potentially thinking a safety car would come out. So Rehan Leonage is the car that had his issue. Oh, hello. Okay, that explains it. It's not a response to the Lienage incident. It's the little turnaround there by the Rattray White and Scott entry. And this is Lienage. And okay, so evidently up behind, I think that was Blacklock. Lienage got a mammoth run out of the dipper, and it was a tiny bit of contact that sent him around, potentially a little distracted. Was Rehan there on board? We see the Mustang almost go nowhere, and it looks like he was actually trying to get out of the way there, but unfortunately Lienage had already gotten into him by that point. So that is a big blow to Lienage and Down's chances. They are still rolling, they are still driving reasonably well, though they might have to get that damage fixed at the pit stop.
Oh, get the radar gun on it down Conrod Straight this time, I reckon.
We will monitor that. Meanwhile, this battle for 5th is continuing on. Blake Fitzpatrick, Brenton Hobson, Jordan Ross, and Bradley Ratu now joins the fray as this becomes a proper 4-way fight. Some good gains being made by Hobbo in the last couple of laps as slight defense from Blake Fitzpatrick just brings Hobbo ever closer. It's always fun when you see someone defending into Murray's corner. You think, are they coming into the pits? Ultimately, no. This battle will continue for a few more corners at least.
There's not Blake Fitzpatrick. Never mind, I'm sorry. No, you can go again. I'm sorry.
All right. Brenton Hobson with a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of Hell Corner there. And I have gotten out the radar gun. Rehan Lienage's top speed down Conrod Straight last time by 278 k's an hour. We usually see cars going 280 or so. Hobbo falling down a couple more positions now. That run out of Hell Corner did not work out well for him. And through it all, the Rapid Theft 81 still stays at the head of the pack.
Yeah, the dynamics of sort of a 3, 4, 5 car battle pack are so different than just racing one-on-one, because and then suddenly, you know, when Hobson doesn't quite stick the move, he looks backwards and he goes, oh, these guys are quick, so I'll let them go if they insist on it. And then, you know, Fitzpatrick scurries away for a second, and then it's someone else perhaps ranging up in the mirror, and then thinking back to Lienage. That's at least 8 k's an hour of straight line speed missing.
Yeah, how long are Lienage and Down going to want to deal with that? Because they're only about midway through their stint at the moment. They want to try and run their numbers to plan, but if their pace is too far down, then it might not be worth it. We'll need to wait and see what they do. Sean Evans versus Jordan Mazzaroli, meanwhile, P16. I've been very impressed with the run thus far from the ERT 74, trying to make their recovery. Qualifying P7, falling back down the order, and gradually working their way back up. Doesn't look like they'll have any chance of gaining more positions in the short term. Thomas Hinz is too far ahead and also running about 0.7 of a second faster per lap. So Evans will have to keep an eye on his mirrors here for Mazzaroli to continue his team's trudge up the field. 3 positions gained in total as we gain news of Zach Rattray White getting a penalty for turning the car of Sam Blacklock around at the cutting.
Yes, a penalty for contact on lap 69 for not being nice.
No. Oh dear, have a look at that. That pack suddenly became much larger, didn't it? Brenton Hobson still fourth in this track. Looks like a couple of lap cars have joined them behind there. Kobe Jones is threatening Hobbo for position, but right behind them, it would appear Mark Poynton in the Frog Leap Juice Racing green car, and Andre Heimgartner, the next car for position there.
The cars on the two different strategies are far more intermixed now than they were before. So there are cars that might have been sort of like 30th and pitted with the safety car when others didn't that have worked their way forward. So as we look at some of those other packs, it's sort of like, oh, last pit stop 12 laps ago, last pit stop 20 laps ago, and yeah, eventually fast cars work their way forward, and there was some that was sort of out of the conversation that have ended up back as we've gone through a green flag pit stop cycle.
All it's going to take is another safety car, and all of that is going to change again. We're rapidly approaching the halfway point of the SCOPS 1000, and it's still up in the air as to who exactly is best placed for victory right now. But Burton and Maloney continue to remain consistent at the front of the field. Thomas Hinds, meanwhile, down in 15th position at the moment. He and Brett Loxton made the interesting choice under the first safety car to stay out when it initially came out, and they ended up falling back down the order as a result. But they are now up one position from where they started, and Hinds is looking to chase down Rehan Leonage here for 14th position. Remember, that Phoenix Racing Team car ahead is a little stricken. The front bumper not entirely up to scratch, and the straight line speed is suffering. Hinds just needs to be laser focused across the top here.
It's reflected in the lap time as well, only subtly though. 209.8 for Leonage, 209.2 for Hinds. So, and most of that's going to come down the straights. I reckon Leonage might be a tiny bit more careful in the dipper, but most of the time is going to be lost in the straight line. Hinds might know that. So as we look at this distance, by the time we break into the chase, things could be a whole lot closer.
All right, keep an eye out. All drama down at the chase. Big drama. Bradley Ratu has spun in the Orbit Drop Air Neptune car. And it looks like that was a move up the inside from Brenton Hobson, but ultimately didn't go right. Ratu immediately goes to the pits. It was about the time they were thinking about pitting anyway. Hobbo sneaking up the inside there, but Ratu was not aware. And Hobbo may very well get a penalty for that one. It's interesting. I wonder why Hobbo made all of those gains there. There was a pass going on ahead, so Ratu probably took it a bit easier in the braking zone as a result. But yeah, it didn't look like too heavy contact in the end, but regardless, it spun around. And now Ratu is back out of the car. Dominic Ferraris taking the Mustang back over.
That guy is love and life from the pit hospitality. In the formation lap that he opened his first can. It's his tents over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, the fight continuing between Blake Fitzpatrick and now Jordan Ross is the one on the attack here. That incident that happened right behind them at the chase has given them a good gap back to the chasing drivers. Kobe Jones and Andre Heimgartner still somewhat in it here. All it takes is a couple of side-by-side moments between these two and they'll be right back in it. How's the speed for Jordan Ross in the slipstream? What kind of gains could he possibly make here? Ross is a bit off strategy compared to the cars around him. His tyres are 6 laps younger as things stand, so he's got a bit more rubber to play with.
Yes, indeed. But then the counterpoint is he's probably got 6 more laps of fuel on board, which is about 18 kilos.
Doesn't seem like all that much, but in a race car, it makes all the difference. Could be worth a 10th or 2 a lap. Battle between Evans and Mazzaroli is still happening as well. And it's a pretty similar situation. Sean Evans, though, coming around to complete the 24th lap of that stint, brings it into the pits. That's the end of a fuel tank for Evolution Racing Team number 74. We'll wait to see if there's a driver change and Ryan O'Sullivan takes that car back over. Now Dial versus Latta versus Emily Jones versus Damien Cairns. Fight for what is now P17 in the short term. And again, a very mixed pack of cars on strategy. 21 laps complete for Jackson Dial here in the Evo Works car. Damien Cairns has completed 22 laps. Latta has completed 14 laps. And Emily Jones is 15 laps in to her stint. So it's another situation where you have 2 cars in the middle who have fresher tyres but will be running slightly heavier at this point. Oh, Jackson Dial is flirting with those concrete walls up the top. I wonder how long he can hold on to this.
So that track temp's gotten toasty. The sun's out. It's been out for a little while at 43 degrees Celsius, and it could get hotter. Again, Evoworks car just coming on strong at a really good time just before the halfway point. From high 30s on the grid. Actually at 17th right now. Their strategy offset compared to some of these other cars doesn't have them too far behind the ball on that one. It's fair to describe their current position as where it is.
Battle starting to compress here for P5. Kobe Jones has caught up to Jordan Ross and Blake Fitzpatrick. And the defense is on for Synergy 143. Sending the message to Kobe that no, I'm not going to allow you to necessarily have a clear run into turn 2. You'll have to stay behind me for another half a lap here, maybe try and move at the elbow if you want to get past. But Fitz has done a good job of holding on in the midst of all of this. Not usually a driver we see up the very tippy top of Scops fields, but his pairing with William Sapstead has proved very strong.
Yeah, Sapstead was pretty good at some points as well. And I think it's sort of, the average of your drivers that could be very important as much as, how strong is your strongest driver. Griffin Gardner meatball flag up ahead of these guys? Whoa. Bad downshift? Has he got a bit of smoke going on?
I can't see, but...
Straight line speed still doing okay past 280.
What?
Are you seeing it too? Am I hallucinating?
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. This is the car that should be the effective race leader. They've had a problem up the top of the mountain. Griffin Gardner's going to bring it in here after only 17 laps completed on the stint. What on earth happened? Was it a mistake in the S's? Looks okay coming into the dipper. And on the way out, nothing happens. Maybe at the elbow there was a problem. No, there wasn't. This is bizarre. Why has he got a mechanical black flag?
I mean, The only other thing is that somehow he's like deflated a tire or yeah.
See how the car's understeering there?
Front right tire might be in a bad way.
Yeah. So watch here across the top. Oh, right there. That's weird.
Did he have any real contact in this stint? Like, is there a chance that like that cracked rim kind of thing?
I'm honestly not sure. That is a complete mystery to me. Maybe Griffin and Dylan can give us some context, because, yeah, there's a lot more steering input going on that car than there should be. Potentially the tyres have just worn down there, but I'm honestly not sure. Ryan O'Sullivan, meanwhile, it appears, has had a technical problem, network issues for ERT number 74, and that's going to ruin their run that they've been trying to build. Meanwhile, Bradley Sachs getting out to the marbles and the elbow, and just keeping it out of the barriers. So well controlled in the end, but a bit of a scary moment. But, I mean, obviously I was, hello, things are getting interesting down here. It's a pit stop for Jake Burton in the Trans-Tasman 36. And we keep our eyes on this fight here with the leader in lap traffic. And I think that's Ryan O'Sullivan that's actually just come back into the server there. Josh Anderson will take over the number 36 again, but I'm still stuck on the mechanical black flag for the 93. Surely they changed tyres at the last pit stop, no? I wasn't here when they last pitted.
I haven't seen any pit stops underneath 10 seconds, and 10 seconds is all it takes to change all 4 tyres.
So we're hearing suggestion, possibility that there was an issue in their last stop where the tyre wasn't actually changed. Yeah, that would make sense. Sometimes that can happen. But it looks like the tyre just wore down too much. They had to commit to running running that stint as best they could, because the alternative would have been pitting again right away and costing themselves even more time. But that's far from ideal for Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burst. They were almost shoo-ins to be contenders for the win, but now they're going to have to spend some time working their way back forward.
It's odd. Which is stating the plainly obvious. Just tough for them given how strong they were on their strategy. It puts Eclipse Simsports 17 now as the leader of the cars that took that strategy, and they're now second on track, waiting on Jake Maloney to shortly make his pit stop.
Don't forget as well that the 17 has a 15-second penalty that they will have to serve at the next stop, I believe. So it doesn't look like that'll really change anything in terms of their relative position, because they are 31 seconds ahead of the Synergy 143. 3 cars coming into the pits. Summit Sim Sports, Kobe Jones looks like might be handing back over to Jackson Rihanna. Andre Heimgartner, meanwhile, hands over to Kurt Stenberg. And Blake Fitz only just in the lane now. Will he hand it back to William Sapstead is the question. Looks to me like Fitz might be staying in the car for this particular stint. Thomas Hinds just coming in the Team Jig Shifters 209 as well. Jackson Dial brings the Evo Works car in, and Matt Morris Driving with Terry Nightingale. Bringing the Turbo Brothers Racing machine into lane 2. Good roster of pit stops. All of those cars having completed 25 laps on that stint. Brenton Hobson, the next driver to get a penalty. 10 seconds for contact with the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune car down at the chase. And yeah, the Orbit Drop Bear machine, that O2 car driven by Dominic Ferraris and company, has certainly had its fair share of run-ins with other competitors in this race, and through very little fault of their own, it seems.
Just thinking about, drive time, and because you were talking about, is Fitzpatrick maybe going to get out? And you're like, if he does, I think he has to get back in again at a later time as well. So maybe you just keep rolling with them. Talk about how dirty that 098 car has become somehow.
Yeah. I haven't seen that much dirt build up on a front bumper in a very, very long time, and especially so early on in the race. We're not even halfway yet. We're only a couple of laps away from that. Usually we see, well, to be honest, I haven't even seen cars look like that at the end of a Bathurst 1000, so what on earth has this car driven through here as Emily Jones...
Well, the whole field,
moves
that's what it's driven through.
Jared Lamprey, into the top 10 now, up 37 places, but wow, that can't be good for airflow.
What it does mean is they haven't replaced the bumper, which a few other cars have had to do. The Camaros seem to have to do it on the regular.
The Mustang's bumper seems to hold on a little bit better. Case in point, Rehan Lienage, despite the heavy contact with the wall, he's still holding on to his front bumper.
Maloney's just left the pits and had to settle in behind Griffin Gardner in that Privateer 93 that's got its new tyres, fingers crossed. And that's Rowley, who was deep into this stint and about 5 laps away from stopping. And then Josh Anderson maybe has a chance to clear on out here, having stopped 2 laps ago. Got Mazzaroli between himself and the drivers on the same strategy as him, which it's realigned Griffin Gardner and the 93 with what the TTR cars have been doing. So hang on, what's going to happen at the elbow, Reese?
Oh, I wonder.
Griffin Gardner's back in the car.
Dylan Burse was a fan of making moves at the elbow. I haven't seen Griffin Gardner make any big moves there yet, but he'll poke the nose out. He'll go for it. Up the inside. Nicely done. The Project 36 car gets in the marbles and just barely avoids getting into the wall. Jake Maloney says, thank you very much. I will take that position as well. And try and stick in the slipstream, latch onto the back of Griffin Gardner. These drivers now still racing for the effective podium. Waiting on that pit stop from Jordan Mazzaroli. He's 21 laps now into his stint on the same strategy as Emily Jones and Jordan Siberis back in 10th.
Cars that started at the very tail of the field, a lot of them have ended up right back in this. It's going okay for Eclipse Sim Sports, who now lead. Done very well for Emily Jones and her teammate, plus 37 spots. Not quite so drastic for Jordan Ross or Wayne Burke.
It has nonetheless been a pretty impressive run from them. Are you saying so?
That cloud cover comes across and we've dropped from a peak of 43 on the track. It's down to sort of 37. Just keeping an eye on that. Wind's moved from the north to the northwest. So it's gone from... I forget the name of the town, damn it, but now it smells like orange.
Deary me.
You could ride that slippery dip. Look at that track temperature drop.
Yes, nice consistent slope down. So we have officially passed over the halfway point of the race, just in time for the move from Wayne Burke there. Jordan Ross not quite finding his way past conclusively yet. But a little bit of a sketchy moment at the chase between two drivers who are usually teammates at Synergy Sim Racing. Wayne Burke going across to Vermilion for the Enduros here. And trouble once again. Oh no. ERT74's issues continue. First it was network problems. Now Ryan O'Sullivan has found the wall at Griffin's Bend. And that car doesn't look like it's going anywhere. The hazard light is on the back, which means the engine is gone. Could this be the next safety car of the race?
When you see more than 2 tyre tracks on the way to the wall, you know that thing was well out of control, and once you're a little bit off the groove, out of the line, I'm sure they had real trouble stopping it. There's almost some patch of race track in between the marble there, and that thing is in a precarious spot. It's going nowhere because it's got no engine.
And I've just gone back to check it. Oh dear. It seems a bit of a combination of factors here for Ryan O'Sullivan, as the safety car has been called. And this will result in an immediate visit to the pits for anyone who's more than 10 laps into their stint. This should promote the TTR number 36 back to the race lead, because Eclipse Sim Sport 17, and everyone down to Teo Sorono and P5. They are over 20 laps in the stint. So here we go then. Race leader into the lane. I fully expect Wayne Burke and Jordan Ross to follow him in about 30 seconds time or so. But Ryan O'Sullivan, unfortunately, both catching a bit of the grass on the edge of the racetrack on the way into Griffin's Bend, and also having the engine completely seize on him. Very inconvenient spot for that to happen.
Front of the field are all racing into the pit lane, so Eclipse Sim Sports came in. You just saw Vermilion and Synergy. You just saw the next Synergy car of Brendan Hobson. The question is, who won't come in? I think down about Trans-Tasman Racing 36. So everyone who hasn't stopped in the last 5 laps is on their way in. It's the question is, if you stop 5 laps ago, do you think about cheap, easy stop here? And yeah, okay. I might have seen reason to stay out. Josh Anderson doesn't, with the time that they've got in hand. Yeah, right. And they probably bank on everyone behind them needs to stop as well, so they're not actually really going to lose anything.
Yeah, well, it looks like that has come true in the short term. It would appear that Griffin Gardner has also come into the pits, so has Jake Maloney, and they were only 6 and 3 laps into their stints respectively.
Please someone wipe down the 098.
Yes, please. Emily Jones brings the car into the pit lane, and hopefully we'll see it emerge with a pristine front bumper. A bit of variance in pit stop times going on here. Yeah, I don't think you'll get your wish, David. That bumper is still very dirty on that Mustang, but Zach Rattray White comes out in front.
I want one of those bottles where you pump it on top to build the pressure, and then you spray the cleaning stuff all over and you wipe it down real quick. That's the job that I want in the pit lane. This is so good for Eclipse. Excluded from qualifying, sent rear of grid in a 50-car Bathurst 1000. The strategy all equalises, and Eclipse Sim Sport 17 lead the race.
And looking at their...
No ifs or buts about it anymore as well. They lead the race.
Yes, because looking at their pit stop time, it would appear that they served that 15-second penalty they were given by race control in the pit lane as well. They had enough of a margin over everyone else that they were able to serve that penalty and not lose out at all. So everything's coming up Eclipse for the moment. Pit lane's still a hive of activity. We have drivers further down the field making their way out of pit lane. Shastanerf's in, Blacklock's in. Billy Mole moves back through after taking his pit stop a lap ago. We have Brian Borg in there too. It would appear that Madison Down also jumped back into the number 79, taking over from Ryan Leonage on the previous lap. And, well, down in 32nd position for the moment. The three-time champion and the up-and-comer have got a lot more work ahead of them. Peter Pavlovich also bringing the Pacific Esports Racing 216 in there too. The FaZe Banter Alliance 770 has Andrew Ritchie at the wheel, and they come into the pits too. For the moment, it looks like that's just about everyone else sorted out. Ryan Jones in DPR 11 and Liam Wild in the Jinx Shifters 208. The last of those visitors to the pit lane. And now we wait for the field to come around for the next lap and begin the wave rounds. So
I'm looking like winners and losers here, because we just had a bank of drivers pit and then the safety car comes out. So some of them have been a little bit disadvantaged. So the 81 Rapid Theft Racing with Blake Fitzpatrick that we'd previously seen sort of racing for 3rd, 4th, 5th, now 16th as we go to restart. But I feel like this hasn't hurt the number 93, because now they close back in on the leading group, get put on the same strategy as your race leader, and will restart this race from 6th. This is the... Thank you so much for doing this. Yes, an update just past the halfway point on keeping up with the Joneses. Well, Emily Jones is now up in 12th and Ryan Jones is back in 45th. There was a point in the early goings of this race when they were kind of the other way around.
Emily Jones up 35, Ryan Jones down 35. Poetry in motion. That is quite nice to see. Obviously not for Ryan Jones, though. He would prefer to be up quite a bit further than that.
He ought to be getting a lap back here. So you've got the top 42 cars are on the lead lap, from what I can tell. I think the first car off the lead lap is the 39 Orbit Drop Bear Mercury. You can see Team Jinx Shifters 208 just up ahead in this picture. They are the next car a lap down, and then Ryan Jones is the third car one lap down. You've also got Sideways Esports and Rapid Theft Racing 73 a lap down. So everyone who is running is either on the lead lap or a lap down. I think Sideways Esports have come from 3 laps back to they might get back on the lead lap here. And I think Rapid Theft Racing 73, Curtis Bird, was at least 2 laps down at one point. And we said likelihood of a safety car or multiple safety cars is high when there are a couple of cars, 3 laps down. The lead lap is not a pipe dream. A couple more cars are going to get back to that lead lap here.
That they are.
You'd have the elbow all to yourself right now.
Certainly good. The cutting, on the other hand, looking like a bit of a traffic jam all the way from turn 2 to turn 4, through to turn 5 as well. So I think it's been a great recovery for the 93 as well. It was only a mere few laps ago that we were expressing our astonishment at the mechanical black flag they got for evidently having tyres that had worn down too much on the car. And I thought that would be another big blow to their race, but then this safety car comes out and they had already gotten back on strategy with everyone they were technically racing against, but the decision to come back into the pits again under safety car has helped them out even more, all things considered. Now it's a complete reset for everyone in the top 20, minus, of course, the Summit Sim Sports number 25 and the Pacific Esports Racing number 553, who are 5 and 8 laps into their stints respectively. Everyone else in the top 20 pitted at the same time when the safety car came out. So we're effectively winding the clock back to the start of the race once again.
See Orbit drop their Mars. The Camaro here is about to get their wave around, and then Frogleet juiced Will. You can see that Camaro with the blue rims. A couple of cars back. Project C2 Jack Snov. Get the wave around. And here come them wave arounds.
All right, round they go. And with enough time then to get maybe half a lap or so back to the rest of the field before the race goes green once again. Very impressed with the Vermilion and Fury 890. Wayne Burke putting in some great laps before the pit stop, and Leo Duncan taking over from him under the safety car here. But Leo will be right in the middle of a frankly crazy pack at the front of this field. Rattray White in front of him, Jake Maloney behind. Got Jordan Ross, Joshua Anderson, and Griffin Gardner giving chase, and Griffin, of all of them, I think is the most likely to start making some moves back towards the front. If I'm Leo Duncan, I'm thinking, okay, I got a few things to think about here.
Was everyone that was due the wave around. There we go, and then Ryan Jones. Of course, next year you can also play Keeping Up with the Joneses of Brad versus Andrew.
That you can.
My money's on Andrew.
Well, for the sake of opposition, I guess my money would be on Brad then.
Of course, Brad Jones racing Bradley, but his cousin Andrew Jones is leaving the family operation and taking SCT Motorsports from BJR to 888. So if you want to play Keeping Up with the Joneses, you can compare the SCT car versus the other 3 BJR cars next year. Perhaps the winner should get a David Jones voucher.
Yes, indeed. Maybe a subscription to Mother Jones as well. Gotta say, I'm really looking forward to next year in the real world. Not just for those team changes, but also the addition of the Toyota Supra to the Supercars field, making good on rumours that are, 20 years old at this point. Toyota is finally back into Aussie touring car racing.
I just miss the Volvo S60 so much, man.
Me too. Me too. It's crying shame that program ended the way it did.
And that the cars aren't even in the country, and you can't put them in a museum, and you can't display them, and
very strange decision from Volvo and Polestar there.
You ever think about the fact that Polaris, the company that make the off-road vehicles, and Polestar, the company that make the electric cars, are named after the same star?
Yes. I mean, that was a connection that I didn't quite make until now, but the hints were there. Polaris, North Star, North Pole, Polestar. It makes total sense.
Which constellation is on the Subaru badge?
That would be Pleiades, correct?
That's correct. 10 points to Reese Gardner.
Nice. What can I buy with those 10 points? A single Macca's chip?
Values to be determined later. It's like Bitcoin. It's not actually tied to anything.
Right, so you're telling me that if I take those 10 points and hold on to them, there's a chance that they'll become like 2,000 points about 5 years down the line, yeah?
And a 99% chance that I am going to rug pull you at the end of this broadcast.
Man, oh, love it. Sign me up.
So with those waiver rounds, what have we got? 45 cars on the lead lap. And the way the waiver round procedure has worked with that sort of extra lap, we've seen you can get waved around at the elbow, come into the pit lane, change tyres, still get out of pit lane before the safety car train gets there, and still be able to come around and catch the tail of the field. So that's what a few of these are done. Basically, everyone who got waved around has been waved around at the tail of the field and gotten a free pit stop. So taking that pit stop was Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Frog Leap Juice. Of course, I noticed it because Ryan Jones, DPR Racing 11 did it.
It's going to be a very interesting restart. The Privateer 93 machines restarting out of 6th place, and at the moment looking like the fastest car in the field after we unfortunately lost Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki right after they completed their first stint of the race after leading the whole way. So that's one of our heavy hitters that is way down the order now. We're still waiting for a recovery from the Rapid Theft Racing 81, who through the pit cycle has been shuffled back to 16th place after running in and around the top 5 for the majority of the race. The 6th place starting car of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter has also had its fair share of problems in this race. They run 34th for the moment, so a recovery will have to be made for Sam Blacklock and his co-driver Sean Campbell. But now we reset, we start thinking about the race to come. There will be overtakes, there will be side-by-side moments past the halfway point of the SCOPS 1000 for 2025. And Zach Rattray White, all penalties cleared from the car, will lead us across the line.
Jake Maloney's pit stop time of just 8.9 seconds mean they brimmed the tank but didn't take tyres?
That is a good question.
Real touch and go on that.
Worth thinking about. Keep an eye on the pace of that number 29 car as Rattray White leads us away to begin the race once more. Leo Duncan sticking with him very well indeed. Maloney falls back ever so slightly into the clutches of Jordan Ross, and there's already some moves being made in turn 1 there. It looked like a defense from the machine there of Jackson Rihanna. William Morgan having taken over the Pacific Esports Racing 553 from Ryan Mueller, already making a bit of a claim for himself there. The third restart of this race is off to a good start for the moment. Maloney is starting to regain a bit on Leo Duncan. When we get to the top of the mountain, this is where the leader really asserts themselves, and Zach Rattray White has brought the gap to the lead up to 0.7 of a second already.
Gap emerging behind Brenton Hobson in 10th to Jared Lamprey in 11th. So when the cars are so densely packed off these restarts, you really notice whenever a 1 second bubble of air opens up in the top 10. Pacing away right now. Van der Meulen is wide and touching the wall there for 9.5.
Goodness gracious me, 9.5 is having some dramas there. But they fall back in line, and everyone behind them has to take a spell, recover and reset once more. Blake Urquhart will be happy with how that's gone for him. He's managed to really regain some positions, but he did make contact with Van der Meulen, as that is Pepperell and Henry missing their front bumper there. Drama for the KSR Speed Nation 750.
Front right steering isn't good either.
Looks like they've gotten a tap to the rear as well, so big drama on the restart there. Just inside the top 40. straight line speed will undoubtedly be affected from this, but more racing going on behind them. Tyson Broad versus Roy Clark, side by side there, and Broad sees the lack of straight line speed from Pepperell and decides, yes, I'm going to go for it, but the drama might continue here. Jack Snov and Rob Crisdale work their way past Pepperell now, and Pepperell needs to stick to the left side of the circuit to come into the pit lane. Everyone negotiates him without incident. Maybe a few scares, but they're 2 by 2 by 2 almost into Murray's corner there as Pepperell brings it in. And Sean Vandermeulen out of turn 1 as many cars looking to regain their spots from him. Chris Miller is the man alongside, but he's on the outside of turn 2. Skilbeck and Mole having, oh dearie me. And that looks like that's the 595 machine, the Sideways Esports entry that got a lap back under the safety car. A spin at turn 1 for Thomas Wilson.
You just don't want to be off the racing line in a bunch of these corners now. I mean, saw it just for Vandermeulen and half the car wide at Hell Corner, cut all through the marbles, and then this is
restart checkups on the way down into Murray's corner. No one was quite sure how to get going here at the back of the field. They managed to get things going in the end, but a little bit of confusion.
Crisdale's like too far back here, and then as he closes up, they all slow up. And
that's a bit rough there for Crisdale, fellow West Aussie.
It's like a bubble. You let it get too big, that gap to the next car, and then when it collapses, it's worse. And this is what happened to Russell Pepperell at Skyline.
Contact from behind on the way into the S's. Oh my lord, that is massive. It looks like that was Aaron Gilbert that triggered that contact. Claimed the V8 Supports Championship yesterday, but probably
so half committed. Like,
yeah,
if you think you're going to get down the inside for a pass, get down the inside for a pass, rather than be like halfway to the inside and just get your nose on it. I don't know. It's tough on the restart. You don't want to give up anything because then the driver behind you will pounce. But it was kind of half-hearted, half-committed.
Yeah, and at a place where you don't usually attempt passes anyway. That's a bit uncharacteristic there from Aaron Gilbert. So there'll probably be a penalty coming the number 6's way as a result of that. But the rest of the field making their way through nicely. I also double-checked the incident for Thomas Wilson. It looked like he was making a pass on Roy Clark in turn 1, and Clark ran over the curb onto the grass and spun right into Wilson. Skilbeck, meanwhile, the 091 has gotten a drive-through penalty for contact under safety car with car 027, and that's the Fishy Motorsport car driven by Chris Miller presently.
About all this marble build-up, I found a genuine, serious job opening at Bathurst Regional Council street sweeper operator. There's no excuses because according to this job listing, street sweepers work Wednesday to Sunday. It's a 38-hour work week with an RDO every third week. It's a permanent full-time gig being a street sweeper operator for Bathurst Regional Council, 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. That could be the problem.
Could be.
The truck started clean, didn't it?
Yes. And it did. The street sweeper did its job, but now it's actually just gone past 2 p.m. in sim time, so the bloke's shift is over.
He'll be down at Robbo's knocking back a couple with Chaz Mostert because he clocked out 5 minutes ago on Sunday. You think he's staying on? No. That could be it.
Yep, his weekend has started. Blake Urquhart, the next driver to find a penalty notification on his screen. It was netcode contact with Sean van der Meulen. Ultimately, 5 seconds added to his next pit stop. There's moves being made in some places throughout the field. I saw Anthony Visma pass Sean van der Meulen on the timing screen, and it looks like Madison Down has passed James Chastaneuf to get into 31st position. So the first step of another long recovery for car 79 begins now.
Track temp's back up, so it's been on a yo-yo. Down to 37. We saw the slope back up to 42. I see the cars moving around quite a bit now, particularly as we were focused here on Madison Down. He was getting the tail out, but he needs to push on down in 31st position. A couple of seconds to get to the next car for position, and then a lot more work to do if this car's going to get back towards the very, very pointy end of the field. And the pointy end of the field, Zachary Trey White has cleared out. Does that lend credence to my question about what service was done at the pit stop for Jake Maloney in second place?
Yeah, I think that might answer a few. Aaron Gilbert slapped with a drive-through for that contact with Russell Pepperell at Skyline. And I think that's one of the least surprising penalties that we've gotten all weekend. But yeah, looking at the lap times so far for Jake Maloney, I mean, 4/10 isn't that big of a difference, all things considered. But there is potential for that TTR 29 to be in trouble going forward. Griffin Gardner, meanwhile, moves up to P4, and he's just brought it within a second of the TTR duo ahead of him, as Jordan Ross continues to drive in his wheel tracks. As much speed as he can down the straights. The times for Griffin Gardner are not as stonking as I thought they would be. Obviously, he's had to work his way past a few people in the last couple of laps, but low 209s versus mid 208s for the leader. Griffin's going to have to pick up the pace. Jackson Rihanna, meanwhile, has William Morgan for company, and that Pacific Esports Racing 553 has been one of the cars I've been most interested in over the course of this race. They seem to be driving a bit beyond what we would have expected from them. PER a fairly regular Scops team, and we often see them competing in the support categories as well, but almost never up this high.
And it's a promising sign that that car looks good with both drivers in it. So William Morgan looks good right now. It looked pretty quick when Ryan Mueller was in it. Some other cars where it sort of they bounce up and back down the order depending on who's driving. This is a run and a half.
Whoa! Sticks the nose up the inside at the chase. Jackson Rihanna, though, says, no thank you, I'm going to fight this. And we will say hello to Leo Duncan as well, who brings Teo Sorono back into the fold. The two Vermilion X Fury cars right at the back of this fight. The pass is complete for William Morgan, but Rihanna wants to try and fight him back. Keep an eye out for Brenton Hobson as well in the blue Synergy number 88. He's at the back of this pack, and he has caught up quite a bit thanks to that little exchange.
Yep, and left the group with 11th place behind Rangus Lawford in the Project 36 car as Jared Lamprey immediately in his mirrors. This is defensive, having just gained a spot. Oh, but that's so
he's gone deep.
We
Way
both
deep.
simultaneously. Ooh.
Oh, we certainly did. Is there going to be any fight back from Morgan into the cutting? No. Wise choice. Defends from Duncan and Sorono, and Jackson Rihanna is back through, but William Morgan's pace across the top of the mountain has been amazing to watch over these last couple of laps. Rihanna clipping the wall at Reed Park. I get the feeling sooner rather than later we're going to be seeing a move back there from Morgan.
so careful now that you've got a double dose of Vermilion Fury breathing down the back of your neck, though, from Morgan's perspective. Because if one of them gets alongside you, I think both of them are passing you.
Well, middle of the road into Forest Elbow. Now it's time for the exit, and a little bit of oversteer there as Morgan stomped on the accelerator to get the best run he could here. Might be a bit far back from Rihanna to go for a move at the chase, but what I've seen from this car so far is their pace in the slipstream is incredible. And he may very well fire it up the inside again here at the chase. No, he won't. He doesn't go for it this time. He's probably just gearing up for a more solid move. He'll be feeling the pressure from the Vermilion cars behind as well. Meanwhile, change for second place, Josh Anderson has passed Jake Maloney.
I'm stroking my chin knowingly right now, Reese. Just believe that they have dropped almost 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, who was beginning to leave them in the dust. So Anderson goes ahead of Maloney. Griffin Gardner sits right with them, having dropped Jordan Ross just a little bit. Lawford is now clearing away. He's not the cork in the bottle quite at 11. It's whatever's happening back here.
Okay, so that's the Evo Works car of Jackson Dial side by side with Ryan Bettis. The One Performance Racing car. Justin Wallace in tow for Race on Oz, followed by Matt Morris and Blake Urquhart. All of these cars fighting for 18th position, and sent wide is Jackson Dial. Keeps
Found
it out of the wall.
I think he found it.
Yeah, there was a bit of a tap. So Dial will fall back from that. Fortunately for him, he avoids getting passed by David Kirby as well. But Urquhart will find his way through, and now Ryan Bettis and Justin Wallace will have the track to themselves as Matt Morris is rapidly in tow.
That's very rough and willing in the top half of the field.
We'll have a look at that line from David Kirby there. He thought for a second he was almost going to fire it into the inside wall through the right-hander. He knows that Jackson Dial is walking wounded at the moment. Meanwhile, look at how far back Maloney has dropped from Anderson, and Griffin Gardner makes the move at the chase. Maloney's going to try and fight back, but you can see clearly now this tyre situation for the TTR number 29. I gotta wonder if we might see a mechanical black flag for tyre wear from that car too.
Yeah, see, the thing that leads me to speculate is they had only just pitted 2 laps previously. So worst case scenario here is they go and do 27 green flag laps on that 7 tyres instead of 25 type of thing. Is that 2 laps going to make the difference? I don't think so. It makes the difference to the edge of performance, but I don't think it makes the difference to wearing them down so far they go flat.
Well, it looks like it won't be too drastic for Maloney there, but you can clearly see that his pace has dropped off a bit.
Rayhana back there. The Vermilion car's passing him around the outside of the cutting.
Yeah, Jackson Rihanna has been having a bit of a torrid lap here. He got passed by William Morgan for P6 and then fell behind Leo Duncan and Teo Sorono as well. So these Vermilion X Fury cars now solidly ahead of the Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics machine. Flash Graphics, of course, one of the supporters of V8SCOPS up there in the top right. There it is. Big thanks to Sam Blacklock Media for supporting V8SCOPS competition as well. Screenshot provider of the championship. But now Brenton Hobson sees a chance of gaining another position. He was gaining before, wasn't he, when everything sort of got interesting between Rihanna and Morgan. But for the moment, it seems Hobbo has backed off again. He's just trying to consolidate, I think, at this point. It's been a hard reset for the majority of the drivers in this field. And they basically got to treat it like a second race start now that they're on the same strategy as just about everyone else. But speaking of off strategy, I think William Morgan's pace is even more impressive when you consider that he is 18 laps into his stint while everyone around him is on 11 laps in. Coming into the pits, meanwhile, is the Turbo Brothers racing car, as here's the 117 machine, Brian Borg at the wheel. Keeping Sam Blacklock behind him for the most part. Madison Down is streaking away from them at the moment. Madison is just chipping away at those gaps to try and get back to the front of the field. Meanwhile, Jared Lamprey and Kurt Stenberg fighting over 12th position. This DPR number 97, shared by Lamprey and Roberts, has been going all right in the middle stages of the race here. Kurt Stenberg trying to get back the position that he started in.
Yeah, I think there were points where the timing of the safety cars didn't quite favour their strategy.
Keeping an eye on the relative tyre usage for the both of them, it would appear they are on the same strategy. Meanwhile, Jamie Dyke and Ryan Bettis here. It's a very impressive run from the OPR car. 31 positions gained. They started all the way at the very back. Jamie Dyke and Kenneth Latter should be happy with how things have gone for them as well. Stenberg makes the move on Lamprey. Back up into 12th place, and Ryan Bettis will keep Jamie Dyke behind him for the moment, but they've got quite the pack behind them. Jordan Severus in the car he's sharing with Emily Jones right behind, and looking mighty quick. Half a second faster than Bettis and nearly a full second faster than Dyke on the previous lap.
Oh dear. Blacklock and Borg.
Oh no!
It was at turn one that Blacklock was flashing the headlights at Borg.
Contact on pit entry. That won't be looked too kindly on by race control. Blacklock was attempting, in fact, I don't think they were even attempting to actually get into the pits. They were just side by side through the chase. Blacklock made the move, Borg didn't want to give it up, and they ran into each other on the exit, and yeah, basically just both lost it, and that was all they could do. And it seems to be continuing here between Ryan Jones and the Orbit drop air car at Mackenzie Stewart. Here comes Lachlan Pryke to take advantage. These guys fighting outside the top 30 here. Mackenzie Stewart will get the position back from Lachlan Pryke there, but whew, now the elbows are starting to come out all throughout this field.
What's happened? Past halfway point is crunch time when there's 50 cars in the race.
Yes, 47 of which are still running. For those of you who have only recently joined us, we have unfortunately lost the pole position car, Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki, a presumed hardware issue for Kostecki, a stuck throttle into turn 2. Harry Dodds, meanwhile, briefly took over the Project 36981, but he and his teammate out very early on, and Ryan O'Sullivan and Sean Evans in the Evolution Racing Team 74 network issues and mechanical issues as well have put them out of the running. So still good to see that we have a reasonably low attrition rate for a Bathurst 1000. And we still have plenty of racing to come here. The WK&P Camaro getting passed here by the 9.5 machine. Billy Mole at the wheel of the 66, and Sean Vandermeulen still at the wheel of the 9.5 car. Madison Down has caught right up to them, and it looks like he's dragging Blake Urquhart with him.
I almost haven't heard more race control chatter at any point in the race than we've had in the last couple of minutes. And it continues. 451 around this battle has something to say.
Certainly does. Ryan Bettis gets a penalty for racing room with the 013. That's the Race on Oz entry. That was at turn 1. I don't think we caught that particular incident live. But regardless, race control is very much on the ball when it comes to getting incidents reviewed and assigning these penalties. What could Madison Down do here? Try and find his way past Billy Mole. Into the elbow, we only really see the 93 car going for moves there, but it's all about the exit for most drivers. It's where the easiest advantage can be gained, and Down gets in the slipstream of the WK&P Sim Sports machine. Straight line speed down the first part of Conrod Straight doesn't seem that much higher. Evidently not much to be gained in the slipstream, but a look up the inside of the chase might unsettle Billy Mole just a little bit. What it does do is bring Down ever closer. Could this be a move at turns 1 or 2 as into the pits? We see the Accelerate Endurance car of Anthony Visma move in.
Yeah, 19 laps since they last stopped. Doesn't really count backwards to a nice number from here, so maybe they were short on fuel or just want to tidy up that car. Simracing held himself well for a while as we look to him in 9th place. Then Pacific Esports Racing got by, the 2 Vermilion cars got by. Next to try to add their name to the honour roll, and Hobson.
It's a bit of an ebb and flow for the Synergy, number 88. They've been close at times, but then dropped back. This is Brenton Hobson's opportunity to move further into the top 10. This car has been driving well all day long, and I think I could speak for both cars on screen when I say that. Staying in the fight is half the battle at Mount Panorama, and that's exactly what Brenton Hobson and Tom Freer have done. Jackson Rihanna and Kobe Jones elevating themselves into the top 10. Meanwhile, Jackson Dial, who we last saw getting sent wide at turn 2, has some company. David Kirby behind him, and we have Thomas Hins in the Jinx Shifters 209 right behind as well. Some racing going on further back there. That's Madison Down getting past Justin Wallace and up into 22nd place.
Well, Sun Tzu in The Art of War that famously said, buy your ticket to the final stint. That's what we're aiming for.
Yes, legendary Australian motorsport commentator Sun Tzu.
Be a very fun alternative history, and that's kind of inside of the top 10 especially, the goal. Like Hobson trying to move up, like the Vermilion cars trying to place themselves in a competitive position. Like Joshua Anderson beginning to bring down a little bit of the Sim Sports race lead. Oh, now there's drivers inside the top 10.
That's Jackson Rihanna, who's gotten into the wall at turn 2, and a bit of a nasty surprise for everyone behind him. Seeing a car going slow on the exit of a blind corner. Blake Fitz will get back into 13th as a result of that. Dominic Ferraris moves up again. So Brenton Hobson went for the dive, and there was no contact between them ultimately. Just got into the marbles.
Just our street sweeping mate who knocked off 30 minutes ago.
I should probably try and expand the staff there at the Bathurst Regional Council, shouldn't they?
Well, there was a job listing, so maybe they were trying. Or maybe it was his RDO one day every 3 weeks. But it just shows how ridiculous those marbles are becoming in some places. It was like this at Phillip Island, to be honest, and I guess perhaps even more understandably so. You've got those really long, fast corners like Southern Loop in Siberia, where you go, yeah, of course, heaps of junk gets thrown off the tyres there. Of course, some of it would happen at Griffin's Bend, but in combination with the camber and crown of the road, the grip differential between the groove and the rest of the racetrack we've just seen is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, the effect is amplified at Griffin's Bend, isn't it? Because the side of the racetrack that the marbles are on is negatively cambered. We mention it every single time we come here. There's a very pronounced crown in the road at Griffin's Bend, which means the inside is really the only place you can be. Add marbles to the equation and turns into a recipe for disaster.
But even at less off-cambered places like Forest Elbow, you've seen how slippery the marbles are there, and if you get wide enough at Hell Corner just there, it's noticeable at, say, the Chase or Murray's, but I guess we've had gravel being dragged back on at some of those other spots. It cost a fair bit to Jackson Rehana that as he was giving up 9th place, he's actually ended up back in 14th. It's right at the game just there.
Ever so slightly. Jared Lamprey will now see himself fall under more pressure from Jamie Dyke. And now that we are at this point in this green flag run, you have to wonder who's going to be the first to come into the pits. I think it's a fairly easy answer. It'll probably be William Morgan running in P6 at the moment. He's on the 24th lap of his stint. He'll shortly be followed by Jackson Rihanna and Jackson Dial. Club Jackson there with 20 laps completed on their stints for the moment. Outside of that, seeing that Thomas Wilson might be on his way into the pits at the end of the lap down in 36th place. He is on his 26th lap of the stint. So we've still got to wait another 8 to 10 laps or so to see anyone else think about coming into the lane.
Which car was that?
The last one I mentioned.
Did you say Gilbert?
I did not say Gilbert. Oh, dearie me. That's getting a bit leery between Justin Wallace and Billy Mole. Always a stressful part of the track to go side by side under any circumstance, but when you make contact like that, it gets even worse, and that's going to bring the 9.5 machine into the fold as well. Sean Vandermeulen, Blake Urquhart and Sam Blacklock join the party, and Justin Wallace decides it's time to go home. Home being 23rd position and maintaining.
Urquhart fighting there into El Corner. Sam Blacklock had a big look from a decent distance back, got level at the turn-in, but not cleared by the exit.
And there is a penalty for Jason Bentz. The Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport Jupiter car getting turned at the chase. And oh no! Hello! David Kirby jump scare. And that is a bad spot to be turned around. Fortunately, enough space for him to get back going. Well, we've already seen one incident today where a car's been spun like that, and then two cars were going side by side into the cutting, and one of them collected him. But David Kirby crucially escapes that. And we'll see how it happened here. trying to work his way past the Evo machine, but it would appear the Team Jinx Shifters 209 got into it. Madison down made contact too. Those tyre tracks are his.
I think Madison down actually might have picked up a bit of damage trying to sneak through as he was the first car on the scene. And they had damage on the nose of that car earlier. It's not as severe this time and not as severe as Fishy clearly carrying here with David Kirby being passed. About the Brian Borg, Sam Blacklock thing, race controller penalised both of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one for the exit of the chase and one for the following corner. So it was no to both of them.
Yes, slightly more of a no to Blacklock. He got 15 seconds, whereas Brian Borg got 10. So both of them at fault for that incident.
No.
Oh, again, Jackson Rihanna. Super wide in turn 2. Ryan
Did you find the
Bettis.
groove that he might have cleared a couple laps before? I don't think so.
No, probably not. That's not ideal there.
Take a couple trips through to be able to plough that field, unfortunately.
And you don't want to be the one doing the ploughing, honestly. So Bettis will jet away ever further, but evidently the breaking point for Griffin's Bend is not Jackson Rihanna's best friend at the moment. Car in the pit lane. Chris Coxhead has brought the Team Jinx Shifters 208 into the pits. And that's with only 19 laps completed on this stint. So I get the feeling they are... This could be interesting here for Team Jinx Shifters, actually, because there's going to be 60 laps left when we cross the line next. That would make it... I mean, they'd have to be very conservative. They'd have to hope for a couple of safety cars, but they could potentially make it to the end on one stop from there. It's a very slim possibility, like a slice of 1%, but it is possible.
It's the 23rd of December, the sleep before the night before Christmas. Thinking about counting back the critical lap numbers in a specific esports racing come in, you know that they are still going to need more stops.
Yeah.
So for William Morgan, everyone who stopped with the last safety car is actually probably just making it to the critical lap before the critical lap. You might see some people begin to rather outwardly clearly save as well. Not quite minus 100, but you know.
Yes, for sure. I mean, safety car has made 3 appearances thus far in this event, and safety cars breed safety cars, as we all know. So there's high potential for yet another one. So thank you very much, Dan, for putting that up on the screen for us there. For 25 lap stints, well, drivers will need to pit in 10 laps time. The question is, will the majority of the field be able to make it to that first critical lap? Because we haven't seen many drivers go up to 29 laps and beyond, right? With a bit of extra saving, they could do it, but it'll be marginal for quite a few of them.
Well, the current lap count everyone's on includes 2 laps behind safety car, so they'll run a tiny bit further from where they are right now than you might otherwise think. And
okay,
then
so they'll be safe.
In green flag, I think 26 is happening, particularly if you're, say, TTR with 2 cars together or something. So I think at a very optimistic blue sky thinking number, I bring the critical lap to sort of 108, and I think people are getting there.
Right. more numbers and calculations to think about.
So Anderson's closed this big time now. Like, he's now within the slipstream of Zach Rattray White, who at one point had a 3-second lead. So is it Joshua Anderson has flicked the switch? Is it Rattray White has flicked the switch the other way, thinking the fuel numbers like we've been speaking about? If these cars stop last on the same lap, from all I can tell. I mean, Anderson's the fastest car on the track and it's not close, so I think you've got to give all credit to how he's been driving the last couple of laps to close this gap.
Well, I mean, you only had to see how close he ran to the wall on the exit of Silman to see how hard he's pushing. He was almost riding the wall. He is putting that car in exactly the right spots every single corner. And you're right, fastest car on track at the moment, 2:08.097. That is 0.3 of a second faster than what Rattray White could manage on the previous lap. And oh dear, I see an issue for Angus Lawford in the Project 36152. He's fallen down a few positions and it looks like he might have run deep at the S's.
Damage on the front left of the car that I don't remember seeing last time I checked in on him. He was running 11th, clearing away from a nasty battle group in 12th. Just coming down the S's. Oh, yep.
Oh. And that's a really, that's a really difficult spot for that to happen too, because you know you kick into the slide and the trajectory of the car is just going to continue straight, so you hit the right side wall and then you just ping pong off of that into the left side wall. So both sides of the car now with damage for Angus Lawford.
And you still want to get to that critical lap number, so they're staying out, but I'm not sure the car is exactly perfect.
Yeah, and having a less than perfect car across the top of the mountain is an experience I wouldn't wish on anybody.
Lucky for him, there has been a bit of field spread, and so we saw lots of crazy battling, door-to-door stuff happening in the sort of 15 positions behind him that this Project 36 car was clearing away from. So that gives them sort of 5-10 seconds that they can use as a buffer. And you can see in the back of the shot there. But what I mean, that he's at the top of Mountain Straight, and halfway up and at Hell Corner is where all of the explosive fireworks are at the moment.
So now Angus Lawford has to try and hold on until that critical lap number.
DPR 97 being absolutely mobbed here. I think these last three cars have all just gone by him.
Yeah, it looks like Lamprey back down to 20th place, so Dial, Hins and Down. Three Mustangs all having a red hot go at it with each other. And Down is the quickest car of the group. That shouldn't be a surprising statement to make, but it certainly is the case. 2:08.6 versus 2:08.8 for Hins and Dial in the mid-2:09s. So that pack's getting rather compressed right now.
Lamprey's still losing time to them.
Yeah.
I think they all got by Griffins.
Yeah, it's almost like the gap has doubled there. Just over the top of the mountain. We'll see what kind of recovery they can make. Anderson, meanwhile, with a 2:08.1. That is roughly on pace there with Zach Rattray White, but interestingly, Griffin Gardner ran a bit faster on that previous lap. So it might not be over for second place or the win for the Privateer 93. Here's the fight once again with Billy Mole and Sam Blacklock at the front of this 5-car pack, followed by Justin Wallace, Sean van der Meulen, and Tyson Broad. Thomas Wilson, meanwhile, that's curious that he spent so long in the pit lane there. Oh, looks like a mechanical black flag there for the 595. That's far from ideal. First call at a pit lane here, but a bit before the critical lap is Jacksonov in the Project C2 car. Completed 26 laps, but they're still about 7 laps away from the critical lap. And Thomas Hinz will get himself a 15-second penalty for the contact that sent David Kirby around at the cutting. The gap for the lead, meanwhile, coming down. Josh Anderson and Zach Rattray-White 0.3 of a second apart. The slipstream is on for Trans-Tasman number 36.
How do you play this game? Because on the conventional numbers, we're still 6 laps away from critical lap.
Yeah, I mean, Anderson has been vaulting forward, but would it maybe be smart to just lift and coast, save a tiny bit of fuel here behind the race leader? It won't make any meaningful difference to your strategy, but it could shorten the amount of time it takes to fill the tank back up, which could make quite a bit of difference.
Particularly if we get to a green flag final stop, where you're not completely brimming the tank. You're like, okay, this is how many litres I need to get home, so that's how many I'm taking. You build yourself an advantage towards that final stop in terms of fuel required. That could be golden ticket to the final stint.
Next cars to come into Jackson Rihanna and Jackson Dial. 27 laps done on that stint for the both of them. Keep an eye on the Vermilion Fury cars, which now find themselves in the same rough place on the racetrack, on the same strategy. Leo Duncan and Teo Sorono, they have been solid all the way through this one.
Outpacing Brenton Hobson once they got clear of Jackson Rihanna, but not able to catch Synergy Sim Racing's Jordan Ross. So it's Synergy, Vermilion, Synergy. Double the cheeseburger.
Yes, I'm getting hungry at the moment. Good thing I got food on the way. Kobe Jones gets into the car, taken over from Rihanna. Aidan Luthwaite in the 757, and Dean Logsdale takes over from Sean Vandermeulen in the 9.5 entry. Vincent Skilbeck is back in the 091 as well. And it would appear that that mechanical black flag for Thomas Wilson is proving hard to clear. I don't know if we're going to see that car back out there at this point. So try and find what actually got the meatball for them in the first place, but for now, keep our eyes on who's going to be coming into the lane next. Only a few laps away from seeing those critical pit stops, so this is what happened to Thomas Wilson here. Into the chase, gets on the brakes, and oh dear, that's the engine blowing on the downshift. A very typical problem in these cars, and something that's quite easy to do if you push it a bit too hard. Good thing he didn't have to tour around much of the track there. Happened almost on the way into the pits, but whether or not we'll see that car back out there again before the end is a mystery. Still 55 laps to go, which is about an hour and 40 minutes, assuming that the race stays green.
Whole top three coming together. So Gardner's found his tap dancing shoes. Joshua Anderson, having gotten to the back of Eclipse Sim Sports, just, you know, plateaued and matched that pace. So if this stayed green all the way to the end, I think this is our most competitive 3 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're starting to see some defense from Zach Rattray-White. It's Josh Anderson has not made any big moves on him yet, but have a look at how Griffin Gardner is creeping up on them here.
Yeah, I mean, 2 corners in a row, it's just a free ticket to Gardner, and that's the kind of thing that's going to invite Anderson to want to have a dive, because now it's like, well, you know, if you think that's what we're doing here, then that's what we're doing here. You're holding me up. Maybe you weren't before, but now you are. And it's Eclipse, it's Trans-Tasman Racing, and it's the Privateers, Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burse.
Right, so 25 laps complete on the stint. That's a typical stint length without any fuel saving. Remember, as David pointed out earlier, there were those couple of laps behind safety car, which means they can go a couple of laps longer on this tank. They just need to try and get to lap 111. Otherwise, they will be committing themselves to a splash and dash towards the end of the race, and it will be basically just a drop, let alone a splash.
Speaking of a splash and a drop, in 1 hour the forecast says a 2% chance of rain.
So, I mean, it's only a very small percentage, but still a possibility. Keeping our eyes on the battle for 11th place, Blake Fitz and Ryan Bettis. They've been in and around each other for a while at this point. They're not really battling anyone else for position at the moment. It's a lapped car in between themselves and Angus Lawford in the Project 36 car. What does Blake Fitz have for him here? Once again, same strategy between these two cars, but here we go then. At the final corner, Joshua Anderson moves into the lead. And Zach Rattray-White is not going to let him have it. He's going to fight him back here at turn 1. Griffin Gardner watches on in the background. He's hanging back from these guys. He thinks, okay, I'm going to wait for my chance, which is emerging right now here. Fantastic run out of turn 1. He's going to demote the TTR machine to 3rd if he can hold that outside line at Griffin's. He doesn't. He knows he's not able to, so he lifts out and decides, okay, that's fine. We're going to be pitting in a few laps. That will be my chance to make the move.
Big rollout as well. Really big one.
And pit stops again, this time for Orbit Drop Air Neptune, and Angus Lawford has brought the Project 36 car into the lane too. Billy Mole next to visit in the WKMP Sim Sports car. They couldn't save the fuel they needed to get to the critical lap before the critical lap. So,
yeah, but we're 226 lap stints from the end now, so it could be deliberate, it could be intentional.
It could be. Just means you're going to have to keep a bit of a closer eye on your fuel numbers.
Yeah, right now is the 50%, probability. The lap or so before was like, oh, maybe you can save and maybe you can do it. Now is like, yeah, bit of saving, you can do it. And 2 laps is the, okay, we're getting home from here. Don't worry about it. Don't leave any question in the back of your mind. So then, this lap or the next could be big for this top 3 cars.
So do any of these guys decide to go for the pit lane on this lap with coming up to 27 laps completed? Rattray-White's going to come in and Anderson and Gardner will follow him. Top 3 will move into a battle of the pit crews. Other cars coming out of the lane ahead of them. Alan Dawson taking over the Rapid Theft 84 and Dylan Gray in the Pacific Esports Racing 216. It looks like Jake Maloney and Jordan Ross have decided it's time for them to come in as well.
Well, is it because it's critical lap number, or is it because this is as far as they could go from their last pit stop at the safety car? Could be a bit of both.
Certainly could be. And it looks like Vermilion X Fury is splitting the strategy a bit there. Leo Duncan stays out, but Teo Sorono follows our leaders into the lane, and Brenton Hobson has stayed out as well to briefly try and grab some track position. Now, pit stops run anywhere from 40 to 47 seconds at this circuit. Tell you what,
We've got to go full tank.
yeah, you'd have to. If you do any less than full tank, I think you're on the way to disaster. But we will see who comes out first. It looks like the first pit stop is complete for the Eclipse number 17. James Scott takes over. Jake Burton's taken over from Josh Anderson, and Griffin Gardner stays in the number 93. They both, all three of them, do 48-second stops. Brady Myers, who came in behind them, 47 seconds in the pit box there. So the gap is still quite large, but worth thinking about. Griffin Gardner makes the move on Jake Burton, sends him wide there. Griffin has the advantage over the two cars around him. He has track time very recently. He's the only one in our top three to have stayed in the car.
Is Andre Heimgartner's black flag from pit lane speed and pit exit, or is it from our V8SCOPS race control?
That is from iRacing, actually. It looks like he might have entered pit lane too quickly.
Well, I think it's on the exit, because it's still there and he's on an outlap, so it could be speed on the exit, or it could be the pit exit blend line. We're going to have a look. I think he just got in from Stenberg, didn't he?
Maybe. I'll have to go back and check that one, but... Oh, okay. Yep, that'll do it. Unfortunately, sometimes when you swap drivers in a session, the pit lane speed limiter turns off. I remember from my days when I had the time to commit to racing and endurance events, one thing my team always did was, first thing we did at a driver swap, check that the pit limiter is on.
A lot of the other cars we were waiting on come into the pit lane as well. So having gone on that longer, Leo Duncan's in and hands the car over to Wayne Burke. Tom Freer looks like he's staying in the Synergy Sim Racing 88. Madison Down is in the lane as well, but has only just hit his pit crew, and no one else is going much longer than this. So everyone basically is pitted in the last 2 laps. And we're racing to the critical lap of 25 laps before the checkered flag. 25 to go.
So with pit stops there for the 79, the 427, the Vermilion Fury 890, Synergy 88 as well. Orbit Drop Bear, Mars and Mercury into the pits as well. That will send them all back down the order, but our top three resume usual running.
You can eat a Mars, but you shouldn't eat a Mercury.
No, certainly not. It's generally bad for living to eat Mercury.
They're pushing hard now after these pit stops, so yeah, I mean, sometimes based on the timing of that safety car, I think if everyone was really big time saving, we'd know it, we'd see it. It was one of those sort of, the timing of the safety car means everyone, the best strategy is to try to save 2 laps of fuel or something, but James Scott has put the hammer down by the looks of things, pulling a second to Griffin Gardner, trying to break that slipstream at this point. Gardner presumably would like to be in the slipstream of the leader and break the slipstream to Burton, but that's not happening.
No, it's not. So, this is the big question. Can Griffin Gardner regain some pace here and get himself back up to the back of James Scott, who clearly is able to get a tiny bit more out of the car than Zach Rattray White can. This is turning into a very intriguing final stanza of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And as the pit cycle gets complete there. Looks like, oh, that was almost a threat for a new fastest lap of the race. And in fact, here's a new fastest lap of the race now. Brady Myers has brought it down to a 2:07.181. Number 29 is on a charge at the moment. So let's see what kind of time he can make up here. Ran 0.3 of a second faster than Jake Burton, his teammate ahead of him. Could still be a threat for the podium here in the number 29. But for the moment, as Heimgartner and Ritchie work their way through the lane, looks like that's going to be a drive-through for Andre Heimgartner. We'll check in with Jake Burton and give a little bit of the spotlight to the battle between himself and Griffin Gardner, as it's time for us to take a little pit stop of our own. Jake Burton has been fighting with Griffin Gardner now from the moment they came out of the pits, but looking forward to seeing how it turns out. Well, a little bit of a break for me and David, but no break in the action here. Things starting to get leery again between Dean Logsdale and Tyson Broad. First position outside the top 20. As we have officially entered what should be the second last stint with the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2025. The fight for the lead has still been incredible. It hasn't let up this entire time. And an update on our conditions here. Looking fairly windy. 35 Celsius track temperature. Pretty much right in the mid-phase of what would be considered a good track temperature for this place. Have a look at how close they are. It would appear that we have another TTR car in the midst of us all here. Jake Burton actually separated from the top two by Kurt Stenberg, who recently recovered from the penalty that his teammate Andre Heimgartner got for speeding in the pit lane. Now, the question is, how much does Burton want to give Stenny the hurry up so he can get by and continue challenging for the second place here?
We owe this dude royalties. It's good TV every time.
The communication made between these guys and
I don't think Kurt Stenberg's going to be necessarily entirely happy, because there was not really any reason for Andre Heimgartner to get out of the car that I knew, other than that he got the penalty. So I think Heimgartner might be not happy with that. Stenberg's gotten back in on relatively short notice, and he's just going a lap down to his teammate. So there are a whole bunch of pain points for this car.
Yeah, real shame. But crucially, they are still running, albeit 41st place for the moment, and it doesn't look like they'll move up much further from there.
The thing I wanted to say with the weather is that the wind direction has changed as well, from north to northwest to west. So going from smelling like Gilgandra to orange to Parks.
Yeah, that'll result in a bit of a
two
shift
things.
and those one of them is the radio telescope.
The other's is it Parks that has the Elvis Festival? Or am I thinking of somewhere else in regional New South Wales and they all look the same to me and all serve the same beer?
That is a question I cannot answer, for I am but a humble sand groper.
Yes! The Parks Elvis Festival. Boom. I've got it downhill.
Nice.
One day
Nice.
you'll teach me something about WA.
Yes, one day. Honestly, there's not much to learn, but
I already
You
know
get
all
over
of it,
here.
don't I?
basically. There'll be a few little hidden things you'll discover if you come over here, I'm sure.
The Swan River's incredibly shallow. You got that island with the quokkas on it. The swans are very tanned. And some decent cricketers.
Yeah. They also happen to be where Daniel Ricciardo is from. So that's a plus point as well.
And most jet skis and FIFOs per capita.
Absolutely. Centre of our state's economy, but for how long?
Well, it's actually up north. It's not in the centre. But anyway.
Emily
Hey.
Jones getting a 5-second penalty there. That's the contact with the racecraft entry. So Emily and Jordan Severus are going to be
Worth
none
it to
too
get a new
happy to hear
clean
that
nose.
news. Yes, true. Very true.
Probably not, but just something I noticed. And
The nose is clean. Look, there's nothing on it. It looks like it was clean at the pit stop before.
you reckon that's what they told race control as well? Look how clean my nose is.
They did nothing. This is an entertaining battle for 15th at the moment, but go on.
Well, I was going to keep updating us on, the Trans-Tasman story. So you got two up front. You've got the Heimgartner-Stenberg car that's obviously had some troubles. And then still in the fight, Emily Jones goes up into 15th for Jake Burton. He hasn't been able to go with Griffin Gardner. Griffin Gardner's caught up to James Scott. And so that's sort of the power dynamic in the top three at Eclipse. Into 93. Looking just a tad stronger than the two TTR cars at the minute.
Yeah, they've definitely come well prepared. This battle, a bit further down, will be just as important to all the drivers involved. Troy Stone Street chasing James Chastaneuf, who is driving with Stacey Boyd here in the 427 that started at the very, very back of the grid. 50th and dead last, to find themselves looking at potentially breaking into the top 20 at this point with 44 laps remaining on the ticker is quite the achievement.
Yeah, it's the same split livery they were running on some of their cars at the Phillip Island 500. The left side is Banner Alliance and the right side is Phase 4, and I can't remember what's down the zip down the middle. All I know is there's one Japanese company that makes 80% of the world's zippers, and anytime you have a zipper that sucks and never works, it's not theirs.
Is that actually true?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Well, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for that next time I have a zipper that doesn't work.
If it doesn't say YKK on it, and it, isn't working for you, then you'll know.
Well, Chastaneuf doesn't need a zipper to keep his race together. He is holding on very nicely versus Troy Stone Street. Unfortunately for the 757 machine, I believe that is the Evo Works team. Drive-through penalty for the contact with the Fishy car a few laps ago. Back at turn 7, and this is how it happened. It was coming up through Reed Park. Kenneth Latter and Jamie Dyke getting a little tap from behind and getting sent around as they crest the top of the mountain. Far from ideal there. And this was the view from Luthwaite. Bit of a check up ahead. Latter was a little bit wide. Sort of delayed turn in there. Maybe there was contact starting before that too. But that's going to be a tour through the pits for the Evo Works team. And we'll see how it works out for them from there. The 269 is still pretty close to them on the racetrack. This is the battle for 25th place for the moment. Got Brett Loxton not too far behind them either. Michael Angus and Mark Poynton, both of Fishy and Frog Leap juiced, and both regular competitors in the V8 Veterans League as well. Always fight for 32nd going on here at the moment, and they are pretty much on the same strategy as almost everyone else. The only real outliers I'm seeing for strategy at the moment, the Pacific Esports Racing 553, we've known for a while that they are pitting a bit earlier than everyone else. There's a significant difference for Jason Benson, the Racecraft Simulation entry. They're coming up to the end of a stint at the moment. Aidan Luthwaite is 12 laps into his stint. Chris Coxhead in the 208 is 17 laps into his stint. And finally, Chris Miller in the Fishy 027. 23 laps completed so far. Jason Benson, Thomas Freeman, it seems, were having a little bit of an exchange, and that's because Jason Benson was coming into the pit lane will check into the battle for 14th for the moment. Jones and Severus leading Leonargen down, and meanwhile, Jordan Mazzaroli taking back over from Angus Lawford on the Project 36 Mustang. Will try his best to follow in the tow of the TTR and Phoenix Racing team cars. They're still looking to try and break back into the top 10, all of those machines, but time is rapidly running out for them to make that kind of difference.
Yeah, third player in, keeping up with the Joneses, Kobe Jones in the top 10. But you were just saying questions about the fuel range and the strategy there, where they've got a bit less fuel on board right now than everyone else, having stopped sort of 4 laps earlier than the leaders and 4 laps earlier than the cars we're looking at here of Emily Jones, Rayhan Leonage, and Jordan Mazzaroli. So that's either big saving or a safety car or final lap, turn the engine off, roll it downhill or something, if the number 25 is going to be inside the top 10. Tom Freer's just moved himself a spot, so he splits the Vermilions now. That's just happened. The 88's gone up to 8th, which is very, very lucky in China.
For sure it is. Tom Freer and Brenton Hobson have been one of the more solid entries for this particular Bathurst. And while they haven't made as much of a grand leap forward from their starting position as some cars in this field, sometimes it is just as impressive to see a car just steadily work its way through one position at a time over the course of the race. And any improvement is an improvement to be happy about at Mount Panorama, especially considering how historically brutal this race has been, is now, and will continue to be for a long time to come. Freer putting down some good lap times. In fact, he set a 2:08.7 on the last lap. That was over a second faster than Jacob O'Reilly.
Yeah, and I keep in mind that O'Reilly stopped a lap earlier than Freer as well, so there could be a little bit of O'Reilly needs to save a tiny bit more fuel going on. I know it's how these tyres work, that they start off relatively cool and they give a lot of performance when they're cool, and then carrying these big, heavy, sliding cars, they overheat, they go past the peak of their grip, and they spend most of the stint hotter than you would like, but you would lose time cooling them off. And so even the same set of tyres after a safety car restart go quicker because they've been allowed to cool off. But the difference in pace between those fastest laps of the race that we saw right at the start of this stint versus the pace they're doing now is very intriguing to me. So fastest lap of the race belongs to Brady Myers at a 2:07.1 in this stint, but he's 1.2 seconds away from that. And he's still one of the fastest drivers. There's a lot of drivers in the high 2:08s when you wonder if they could be doing mids, but maybe are just needing to save 1/10 of a litre per lap.
It is very interesting seeing the time drop off there. I do think everyone is in a sort of semi-fuel saving mode, maybe not actively saving, but just keeping an eye on their numbers and making sure that they have what they need to get to the final critical lap, which should be coming up in around about 15 laps time. Freer now falling under a bit more pressure from Jacob O'Reilly as the Vermilion X Fury car picks up the slipstream down Mountain Straight, but lifts out early on the way into Griffins. Evidently Freer is strong up the top of the mountain, and O'Reilly is more than happy to just sit behind him and pick up that slipstream. Haven't got long to make up until they come to the Pacific Esports Racing 553 of William Morgan. Looks like only about 4 seconds in it between them.
I do note that there are 3 cars 1 lap better on their fuel position than most of the field. That's everyone who pitted lap 111, and they are broadly the fastest cars. So Freer catching quickly and passing here, willing to apply himself more than Jacob O'Reilly, and Rehan Leonage quite quick last lap. Quickest car on track last lap, Rehan Leonage? No, just slower than Kobe Jones. But still, down in 15th place, second fastest car on track. So there could be something to that, this, where everyone's going, 26 laps per stint, you say.
Well, it's really a waiting game to that critical lap to see who does what, who's best placed. For now, focus on what's right in front of us. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Tom Freer and Jacob O'Reilly setting almost identical lap times there. A mere 0.005 of a second separating these two on the previous lap. So things are looking good for them. But Kobe Jones behind was just the fastest car on track, a 2:08.2. Seems that the Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics entry is starting to gear up the pace a little bit.
Because that car is not making it on one more stop. Everyone else is trying to, and Summit Sim Sports 25 will not. They are going flat chat. They're also a little bit lighter on the fuel. The pace does come back to these cars right towards the tail end of the stint. The two peaks being when the tyres are brand new, and then later on, once you've burned through about 75 kilograms. Still haven't worked out exactly how much the fuel weighs in these cars.
Well, I suppose it being fuel, it depends on atmospheric density and air temperature, right?
Is it E85?
I would presume so.
Because ethanol's actually heavier than unleaded petrol. Specific density of ethanol is about like 0.8, whereas it's typically 0.75 for most road car fuels. Avgas is even slightly lighter. Some of the crazy stuff they used to do in F1, toluene and that is very dense. So drag racing cars can run some actually very heavy fuels.
Pack a lot more fuel into a tighter space, evidently. Well, the top two are inseparable at this point. Griffin Gardner was making some moves earlier on before we took our little sojourn, but it seems that Griffin is content now to just sit behind Rattray White and still keep the pressure up, but rather focus on his own numbers here. It's only going to be in the final stint where the moves really need to be made. Everything up to this point has just been setting up for that final pit stop.
Gardner able to exercise a little more here as these two continue to go further away from the rest of the field. Jake Burton 4 seconds behind. Brady Myers 6 seconds behind. Is going to catch his teammate in the which TTR will stand on the podium kind of question.
I don't think
it's going to take a miraculous effort from Kobe Jones to win the keeping up with the Joneses. I think Emily's best placed at the moment, and then Kobe, and then Ryan. I think.
One question that has entered my mind is, I'm sure we've seen at least one Enduro over the years that has resulted in a Trans-Tasman podium lockout. Especially when Phil Sell was driving for them.
Well, it's happened at regular rounds so far this year already, but it's a tougher task at an Enduro because you see a lot of those drivers, combined. So the kind of guys that might lock out the podium are then sort of combined into only one or two cars. This is the current 1-2 of the Jones Cup. But I think Kobe needs 2 more stops, and Emily, I think, only needs 1 more. That's even factoring in the penalty that we know Emily has. And that's got to be 7 seconds and a lap to Ryan.
Yeah. Surely. Where's the number 11?
Or...
Oh, he's up the road nearly a lap down. So... righto then.
And that's my new segment, keeping up with the Joneses.
I'd like you to potentially bring that segment to Sandown as well.
I think we'll just wait for viewer feedback before we commit to all in, because it might need to be a test market, a little bit of focus group if it is a goer. But this is that closing up for some of those other positions. So we said Rehan Leonage, 1 lap more of fuel, more freely able to go flat chat. Is that having a difference in this phase of the race as we look towards the critical lap number? Certainly Rehan Leonage has been closing in a little bit on Emily Jones. That 098 Trans-Tasman racing car did get cleaned up, and now it's gotten dirty again.
Aidan Luthwaite around, and that's a very awkward spot. PER car moves through, and Luthwaite's going to try and get that one going. Fortunately, a big gap behind to the next car, but he'll have to limp all the way around now. Far from the first incident we've seen at the cutting today, and might not be the last. Let's have a look at this one. See what the ultimate cause of it was. Side-by-side racing with the Team Jinx Shifters car, but he got onto the marbles and swung around by himself. It's far from ideal.
Well, it's crazy. He was only half a car width wide, but then he got the marbles. That got him into more marbles, and that got him into a whole lot of trouble at a blind, narrow part of the racetrack where the unforgiving concrete is oh so close, and it has knocked the front bumper off. Something we see from the Camaros a lot, but apparently the Mustang front bumper isn't bulletproof either.
Yeah, it's a rare occurrence. It looks like this rapid theft car might have had a moment too. The 84 has been involved a couple of times today. Oh, goodness, that's the leaders that are coming up on them. Griffin Gardner having to take avoiding action. Alan Dawson is right in the box seat here for something very scary. Okay, hang on. What's this straight line? Jeez, okay. All right, he'll tuck in behind Griffin Gardner now. But, man, that was absolute heart-in-mouth moment for Alan Dawson, getting crossed up out of Forest Elbow just as the leaders were coming up onto him. He'll stay out of the pit lane. But I think that James Scott and Griffin Gardner will be very happy that they've put that behind them.
Yeah, what on earth was that?
Well,
the car was
they're
wildly out of control over the top of the mountain, and then wildly out of control through Forest Elbow, and then going just full Summernat spec in front of the leaders. And I think something's happened before that as well. So this is like, is this 3 in a lap?
Yeah, I think so. This happened off screen, doing some wall riding into McPhillamy Park. The rear end clips the wall. And then I assume we're getting the second part of the replay. Either that or, I mean, we saw everything else, didn't we? Because, yeah, Alan Dawson having a lot of trouble keeping the rear end of the car in check there. And it looks like he'll have some more problems because here comes Jake Burton and Brady Myers, who are now together for third place thanks to this little run-in with lap traffic. What does Alan Dawson do here? He stays on the racetrack. I don't think the leaders are going to be too happy with this one, but it's certainly making things interesting for us.
Well, my inner Sebastian Vettel is screaming blue flags. He's like, is he defending? I think he was defending across the top of the mountain. It's one thing to place your car so that the leaders don't take crazy risks when they're lapping you. But some of this is... What are you doing?
What are you doing, Alan? What on earth? Okay. Well, hold the brakes, yes, but I don't know what universe that was going to work in, or even why that was happening in the first place. The leaders come up on you, you get blue flags, and ideally you should move over for them, but he was fighting with Jake Burton and Brady Myers there. This might be our next safety car.
He's got a motor, but does he have drive shafts?
It doesn't look like it.
He's backwards the wrong way to beat Chaz Mostert. And I'm not sure that the fans would be as receptive as they were to Chaz Mostert a week ago. The suspension is horrible, but if you can get a gap, I think that car can go.
Well, I see a move to the pits from William Morgan in the Pacific Esports racing car. And if the safety car does come out as a result of this, that is perfectly timed for the 553. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter, Sean Campbell at the wheel, also comes into the lane. So we might just see a rush to pit lane here if Alan Dawson can't get going. For the moment, it remains only the 215 and the 553 that are in the lane. We'll keep our eyes on Tom Freer here as he's coming up on lap traffic himself. Got Jacob O'Reilly, Kobe Jones and Bradley Ratu all chasing him down. And now we will find what happens next out of this one. Just a bizarre sequence of events that we've just seen there, David. I'm still not sure what to make of that.
I tried to bite my tongue as best I could, but what I was thinking came out of my mouth in the moment, and I think you have the same as me with that.
Yeah, what was going on there?
I was trying to analytically describe what I was seeing, and then the animalistic part took control.
Well, I don't see Alan Dawson there at the entry to the chase anymore, so I presume a tow permission has been given. Oh, no, actually he managed to drive it back to the pits in the end, so looks like no safety car from that. And race control are going through that very carefully, we are being told. Apparently as early as the cutting, the issues started, so let's see what ultimately comes of that. As now we are getting within 34 laps to go in the race, and just a scant 7 or 8 laps away from that critical number to get to the end.
He's trying to hold on to this thing. He sailed up to and past O'Reilly, but hasn't sailed beyond and clear. Kobe Jones has caught the both of them. He has been going very quickly indeed. Ratsu is part of this as well. So that's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Questions about does Kobe Jones have enough fuel? Questions about does Ratsu have enough fuel? Freer's got the most of them, and we are on the precipice of the critical lap number. In fact, we're almost on it for if there would be a safety car in the final stint as well. That would bring the critical lap number 2 laps further forward. So we're getting there.
But we are. Whatever will drivers like Kobe Jones do. Kobe Jones, who is about to complete the 23rd lap of his stint there, running in 9th behind these guys in the Summit machine. He's one of the drivers that will be hoping for a safety car at some point towards the end. Hopefully sometime in the next 5 laps. Otherwise, they're going to have to commit to pitting once more just to get to the end. James Scott and Griffin Gardner, well, they had their little run-in with Alan Dawson on the exit of Forest Elbow, and that increased the gap between them a little. But Gardner has managed to keep the gap consistent from there. It remains at about half a second. Michael Angus, the next driver to come into the pit lane here. And a safety car in the final stint will certainly be helpful for him.
It needs more than that, I think, from here at 32 laps to go, 33.
You'd need like 2 or 3 safety cars in a row, right?
Yeah, I mean, even 30 laps to go, you're like, ugh.
Well then, some good times being set here from James Scott. Griffin Gardner gained 4/10 on him a few laps ago, but the gap has stagnated a little since then. Kurt Stenberg has gained a few places himself since we last checked in on him, runs 35th. 16 laps completed on that stint, so run another 10 and he could potentially have a nice short pit stop and a short stint where he can take full advantage of fresh tyres right at the end as well. Oh dear, we're hearing that is a tyre meatball for Kurt Stenberg. So the tyres have worn down too far. And Stenny's going to have to bring that one into the lane and get fresh tyres. Might as well top up the tank while he's there, but that
Maybe
would
there was
commit
more
him again to
problems.
pitting once more.
Maybe there were more problems at their pit stop than just Heimgartner's speed limiter unchecking.
Yeah. I feel the same. Regardless, Stenny makes his way in. Only car in the pit lane on this lap, unless we get surprised by a jump scare in the background. See the stricken Fishy Motorsports car of David Kirby there, been in the pit lane for the last 2.5 minutes. And the safety car of Dan Stevens, always at the ready. Stenberg up on the jacks, and if this pit stop is over 10 seconds, then you know that he's taken tyres. It looks like that is going to be the case.
I knew that he'd taken tyres when the meatball flag disappeared after 10 seconds.
Exactly. So now, we'll see what Stenberg can do to try and bring that one home. He's a tough one, is Stenny. He never gives up. And he'll have a few more things to say before the race is over, I'm sure. What about Emily Jones and Rehan Leonage? 35 places gained for Jones, 32 places gained for Leonage and Down, and oh boy, that's pretty big. Alan Dawson has gotten the Rapid Theft Racing 84 disqualified for many reasons. You can just read them up the top of your screen there.
That penalty is bigger than 5 minutes. It's pack up.
All the minutes.
Get minutes. Home. You will have no more V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. It's the cumulative of everything, because there was whatever was going on with the fishtailing out of Forest Elbow in front of Griffin Gardner that was like, okay, if there's damage on your car and you actually don't have that much control of it, perhaps understandable, followed by blocking over the top of the mountain, blocking in Forest Elbow, contact. You know, if you've got blue flags, I can see ways that you try to demonstrate your pace and keep the position, or don't let someone try to lap you down the inside of Skyline. I get that. But once they're level with you down Conrod Straight, what, you're going to try to outbrake him into the chase to keep your lap, are you? No. Come on. And so this plus that, plus that, plus that, you know.
Yep. A totally understandable penalty in the end. Meanwhile, Kobe Jones brings the Summit Sim Sports 25 after 25 laps into the pits for what we presume is the second last time in this race. We'll still have about anywhere from 4 to 6 laps worth of fuel to take at one final stop. So that will unfortunately put Kobe dead last in the Keeping Up with the Joneses Championship.
How's the pace on the twin TTRs? Well, Jake Burton is 208.7. Your leaders have brought it down to 208.2 as they begin to ramp up, reaching towards the critical lap number.
Yep, 5.5, I would say, laps remain until we reach that critical lap number. This battle for 18th will rage on under the slowly setting sun as we've just gone past 3:38 p.m. in sim time. Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins, they've had a real up and down day. Oh, and a fishy car getting going there. That's Kenneth Latter, who has had some kind of problem at the cutting. Seems to be everyone's favourite place to have some kind of issue there. I would have thought that coming down to the S's we'd be seeing more incidents, but no, evidently it's the cutting and Griffin's Bend that seem to be the real drama areas of the track today.
I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of the ferocious marbles at the cutting. Again, that's starting to claim scalps, even when you don't have contact with another car. If you get forced just a little bit wide, then you're in a really tough spot at the cutting by about this deep into the race.
Well, on the bright side, Latter and Dyke are still up one place from where they started, and they look like they might just be able to make the critical lap, maybe need to do a lap extra. So they should be good to the end, and mercifully the race will be over pretty soon. 30 laps to go at about a 2-minute lap. We'll have about an hour remaining in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2025.
Still nothing on the weather radar, but the track has not reached the same peak of track temp. Latter's all by himself going into the cutting here. It's wide, it's marbles. Yep.
Just a little bit too deep to start with. And, some good incident avoidance there from, I believe that was the Banter Alliance car that was put in as a reserve. Oh no. Mackenzie Stewart a little bit too wide into Reed Park, and I think the car might be hurt a bit from that. What's the attitude of the car looking like? I don't see it crabbing, but it seems pace has been reduced. Meanwhile, Kobe Jones, fresh out of pit lane, has Stephen Banks right in front of him. No opportunity to get by down here. I mean, it's always frustrating when you have a good run on a car coming out of McPhillamy Park, but then you see this entire section of track ahead of you and you're like, where on earth do I actually put my car if I want to make a pass? I will have to wait until the elbow at least. But then Stephen Banks goes defensive into the corner, and Kobe will just have to cut underneath him on the exit and keep the run going down Conrod.
Just 24 laps into their stint. 36 are pitting with 28 laps to go. Do they think they can make it with 28 laps to go? And in this battle, Stephen Banks goes, yeah, Kobe Jones has got me. It's not worth it. We're on a different strategy. Every chance that Banks might still end up ahead of Jones regardless.
Yeah, well, Jones is going to have to pit again anyway, so Banks will almost undoubtedly get the position back. While Kobe Jones has fresh tyres and is lapping faster, you might as well let him go, because what else can you do?
Yeah, the pace difference was obvious. And that's just smart at this point.
So Lawford with a 39.4 second stop there. That is full tank. But interesting to note that he only completed 24 laps on that stint. I'm usually expecting drivers to go 25, 26 laps on a full tank. So unclear what's going to happen for the Project 36152 machine. For now, Kobe Jones is going to focus on lap time first and foremost, keeping the car clean, hoping that something drastic happens to alter the running order from here on out. Another car in the pits, and that's Bradley Ratu. That's brought the Orbit Drop Air Neptune 02 machine in, sharing with Dominic Ferraris. Wonder if this is the point where they'll put Ferraris back into the car. As a change for fifth, meanwhile, looks like Blake Warboys has been passed by Wayne Burke. Berkey in the Vermilion Fury 890. Has been putting down some great times here, and it looks like he might have gotten that done at Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, crunch time right now. Getting to the end of this tank of fuel, but still needing to reach the point where you think you can stop and get home. The cars that are in the lane right now are super touch and go, but do they know something we don't? Because Phoenix Racing, HRS, Ryan Leonage is in after just 23 laps with 27 to go. So are they confident that they've reached the critical lap number at 27 to go?
28 for those cars, because the leaders just made it 28 laps to go. This is really interesting. I'm honestly not sure what the deal is with these cars pitting. Perhaps they realize that they can make those final 28 laps.
Well, James Scott's beginning to pull a little bit of time on Griffin Gardner in the last 2 or so laps. So Scott's accelerating. Gardner's not quite going with it. The both of them have pulled about 2 seconds on the Trans-Tasman Racing duo as well. So as far as, fuel range, confidence, it's the cards you got in your hand, you're putting them down now. There's about to be no secrets.
All right. 25 laps completed for James Scott and for Griffin Gardner, who are giving each other a good amount of space here. It's like two armies on opposite hills, just watching each other from afar before they go into battle. There's no use getting all over the back of the car in front of you and pressuring them into a mistake too early. If you're going to get it done in the final stint. William Sapstead, the next car to enter pit lane, and Emily Jones will follow him in there. Car's running in 9th and 10th at the moment. So that's going to make it 27 laps remaining for those drivers. That's how they'll have to stretch out those tanks.
And they've both just gone 25, which is what we thought the green flag range was. So we think they're 2 laps short. If they could have saved to 26, I reckon they would have done it, because then that'd give them 26 home.
This is very intriguing.
This is going to be the end of the 26th lap for James Scott and Griffin Gardner, which will give them 26 to go. So if they stop at the end of this lap, I reckon it's gravy.
And if they keep going after this, then we might as well just throw up our hands and say, what the heck do we know? Well, we'll get the answer in just a few moments' time. Out comes James Scott from the chase. Does he stick to drivers left over the hill? He does. Into the pits he comes. Griffin Gardner follows him in. 26 lap stint, 26 laps to go. As you said, David, I would imagine that Jake Burton and Brady Myers will follow them in.
Last pit stop time was 48 seconds for these cars, so let's see if they get all of that and some again, or if they go a tiny bit shorter than that. Gardner came into the lane about 7/10 behind James Scott.
It looks like Wayne Burke and Blake Warboys also bringing their cars into the lane behind. 25 laps complete for Wayne Burke and 26 for Blake Warboys, in line with the top four. As Tom Freer will move his car through to the lead, but we're expecting Freer to come in at the end of this lap to re-sequence things out. Now we just keep our eyes on those stopwatches.
And the driver changes, so Zach Rattray-White in, Dylan Burse in, no change for Brady Myers, and Josh Anderson in for the final stint. Good call. Also put in that car, he'll be on level playing field with the rest of them. Privateer 93 has a slightly quicker stop. The Clips will still come out ahead, but only just.
Yeah, they ultimately had to give way to them. And both done a driver change here, so Rattray-White and Burse will fight it out to the end. We know how quick Dylan Burse is. He's the man that put that car on the front row of the grid yesterday. So this is going to be a very intriguing battle indeed. Rattray-White is going to have to employ every single one of his defensive capabilities for the next 26 laps of this race.
26 laps, it still could be strategic if we stay green. Why did I say that?
That is the fastest jinx I've ever seen. Josh Morris in the Skilby 091 stopped on the run up to turn 2. I get the feeling it might have been an upshift across the top of the hill that killed the engine. And some more bad news for car 117, as it seems Josh Morris has been given permission to tow.
It's more likely they missed the pit lane and ran out of fuel. I don't know where they were in their stint. I'll just look at that now, but that could happen at the top of the hill. They were 21 laps into a stint by this. Don't know.
Yeah, I reckon it might have been a technical drama of some kind. Well, now Dylan Burse is keeping the pressure up here on Zach Rattray-White. Only a car length between the two leaders. Well, the two effective leaders, rather, as Freer, the actual race leader, has just come into the pit lane. Rob Crisdale, meanwhile, has no front end on that Camaro. Ian Mark Poynton will... Was that smoke that was just thrown up there? Or was that gravel on the racetrack? That's unclear. But Rattray-White and Burse move through to the leading positions again. Tom Freer still has about 15 seconds to go on his pit stop. Tyson Broad brings the Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine in. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Double trouble.
Oh, that is Kevin Norman and Curtis Bird.
I think that was the smoke, was it not? Or is this different?
Maybe it was. Not entirely sure. This is live, so it looks like that car has had a major problem, and in a very strange spot as well. That must have happened at Murray's. Oh. The driver's having to take avoiding action from this one. But Curtis Bird hopefully will be able to make it around the whole lap here. Otherwise, I think we'll be practically guaranteed another safety car.
This car isn't making it around, obviously. They're going front, surely? No? This car makes a whole lap of the mountain.
You'll be mightily impressed.
I'll go out and buy a Rapid Theft fishy branded Shell oil.
Oh no, and I've also noticed that in that same instance, Ryan Mueller has had network issues in the Pacific Esports Racing 553. They're falling down the order. They are not on the racetrack. It looks like they've dropped after what was an incredibly strong drive from both Ryan Mueller and William Morgan. That's going to be the end of it for them. Meanwhile, pit lane trip through for Anthony Visma. 38-second stop for him, and, well, that's going to be the end of it there for this number 73 of the Rapid Theft crew. And he escapes off the circuit. Hopefully he requested the tow from race control first.
Did as he was instructed. Joshua Anderson sets a new fastest lap of the race. Those new tyres are so good when they're brand new. 31 degrees Celsius is the track temp and still cooling off. And Joshua Anderson is absolutely fired up, 4.8 seconds behind the race lead. His teammate Brady Myers, I reckon they short filled the 29 a tiny bit. That created a bit of space between them, but now Anderson's closing it up, and then Burse and Rattray White are nose to tail for the race lead as well.
Things will get ever more intriguing as time goes on. James Chastaneuf makes the move on Justin Wallace, and here comes Roberts to take advantage. Race on Oscar shuffled out of the top 20 at the chase. And all of these cars are basically fresh out of pit lane at this point. They will all be racing, hopefully, to the end. It looks like they will, more or less. Wallace might have to do a tiny bit of fuel saving, but I think that Chastaneuf and Benjamin Roberts are safe.
I guess I'm just interested to see the pace of Tom Freer in this final stint, as once again he's got a lap fuel advantage. And I guess what Dylan Burse elects to do from second place, does he think a pass for the lead is on and that's where he wants to be, or is he thinking final 5 laps, which way do you approach it? Because both strategies can be very valid in this situation, to, you know, sit and wait for the time, or to try to press home whatever advantage you feel like you might have.
Well, I guess for Burse, it's a question of whether or not he can hold on to his pace in clear air. The track conditions will be slightly different to when he was last in the car, and they're probably not certain of how the Eclipse Sim Sports car has been set up for these final conditions as well. So I reckon if I was in Burse's position, I'd be doing the same thing. If I know I have the ability to pass, I wait until there's a clear opportunity with a few laps to go, and then that allows me the minimum time to defend any fight back. Now, O'Reilly versus Ratu here is going to be an interesting one too, because Ratu has been out there for 5 laps now. That might be a potential fuel saver for the Orbit Drop Air Mustang. O'Reilly, meanwhile, only 3 laps out of the pits, which is bang on what we projected a green flag stint to be. So he can afford to push. Hey, something interesting I just heard. I've been watching the leaders on my end. Zach Rattray White was clutching it into the chase.
And being caught by the two TTR cars behind, including Joshua Anderson, we go on board with the race leader, and then I, on the way into turn 1, will shut my maw. What did you think? Just the chase?
Yeah,
Little
I
bits
think
here and there?
just the chase, I reckon. But I think maybe we should listen in here at Griffin's as well to see if he does the same thing here. So over the rise, look for the brake marker on the left side. No fuel saving there. So it looks like it might just be the chase where he's clutching it.
Well, there's one car in between, but other than that, you can see your top 4 within 3.5 seconds. And of the 4 of them, the fastest last lap, and indeed the last couple of laps, has been Joshua Anderson in 4th place, closing in on his teammate. Only driver on the track anywhere in the top 15, in the 207s.
And just looking at those fastest lap times from everyone in the top 4, you got Anderson on a 207.086. It's a 181 for Brady Myers, a 218 for Rattray White, and a 230 for Dylan Burst. So the sheer pace that all of these cars have, they're incredibly close, incredibly competitive. It has been an absolute dogfight between all of these drivers for the majority of this race. Rattray White and Burst, I mean, they were running 208.4s on the last lap, and Myers and Anderson both gained on them in the last lap.
Could have been interesting to see the gear indicator in the chase that time. The reason I said only driver doing the 207s, not 15, is Tyson Broad had a couple of good laps. He stopped pretty deep for his final stop, down in 18th, but he did have a lap in the 207s. Ball kicks the tail out a little bit in this battle.
Nice little fight. The 117 recently gained itself a 5-second penalty. They might have cleared it in the stop, but yeah, it was contact with the Turbo Brothers machine. They haven't stopped for 21 laps though, so they're still waiting on this last pit stop where they'll ultimately be put 5 seconds further back. For the moment though, Brian Borg is focused on his mirrors with Tyson Broad right in it here. Defense on through Forest Elbow, and Broad nails the power. Should be able to get by in the chase once he picks up this slipstream. But Borgie is always a tough customer.
Very low-hanging fruit cliches to throw in there, perhaps. Here's a move down the inside at the chase, just waiting for that perfect moment. Broad inside to the left, holds the inside for the right upper spot. His teammate's making a spot 1 corner further up the road. I think Sean Campbell just passed Vandermeulen.
Yeah, looks like it. Ahead into turn 1 is Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter.
Do not like the fuel position, though, for this 215. Yikes, they last stopped 14 laps ago, and they are definitely going to need one more.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all. Latest they can run to is about probably 5 or 6 laps to go, or thereabouts. And that's all they can really do from there. So they will not ultimately finish inside the top 15. But I wonder what else they could target. Really, they'd be finishing outside the top 20, I reckon, just on a rough mental maths estimate of where their pit stop's going to get them.
High chance, I reckon, TTR engineer a swap in 3rd and 4th again. We've seen beforehand in this race they've been very willing to do it where they thought it would benefit both cars. I'm pretty sure Anderson's longer stop would have given him more fuel than Myers. Myers might very well enjoy the tow, and Anderson obviously has a whole heap of pace, but maybe in the final stint of the race, the rules that apply no longer. What are we going to call that? White rules? White and red rules? Simrig rules?
I don't know. Maybe leave it up to the chat.
My Simrig rules are shoes off. Everyone knows that.
Yep. Socks or nothing. This fight is showing no signs of slowing down. Dylan Burse, he's ebbed and flowed a little bit. Occasionally he goes beyond 1 car length behind Rattray White, but have a look at the gains that the TTR duo have made behind. They are now only 2 seconds behind Dylan Burse, and it won't be long before they're in slipstream range themselves.
They got heaps more pace than 5th and 6th, so it's becoming a story of a top 4 with Rattray White.
Okay, so it looks like if he was clutching in the chase before, he's not doing it now.
Lap times are about what they were doing at this phase of the stint. Last stint, so like mid 208s, they were about to get an update as the whole group come across the line. It's mid 208s, mid 208s. 208-1 for Brady Myers, 208-2 for Joshua Anderson. So it's still condensing amongst our top 4. You can see that both clearly in this picture, but also in the timing column on the left. The margins are coming down, and if they can get the margin from 2nd to 3rd underneath 1 second, boy oh boy, I'd say get a comfortable spot on the couch, get your snacks ready, because you're not going to want to leave between about 15 laps to go in the checkered flag the way we're heading.
It's looking like it's going to be a great final stanza of this race. A few more trades of position between Bradley Ratu and Jacob O'Reilly at the back end of the top 10. It looks like Kobe Jones got involved briefly with that too. And that'll give a chance here for William Sapstead to get the Rapid Theft 81 back into the top 10. And he'll jet on past. Jacob O'Reilly will keep his nose out there, but won't fight it on the way into turn 2.
So the 02 was ordered to redress to the 222, and then it's shades of what Hamilton at Spa that time apparently. But this is just after the redress.
Oh, yeah, that's far from ideal. I think that's what I saw with the flipping around on the time screen, and yeah, O'Reilly moving across a little in the braking zone there.
Well, I think he's going to argue that the position wasn't redressed if there was still overlap.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I'm watching that a second time. That could have been a lot worse than it was. Still not the greatest way to go about turn 1, but at least they didn't end it in the wall. While we're at it, update on the 091, the Skilby machine, who we saw stopped at the bottom of the hill on Mountain Straight, apparently escaped without permission. So, all up, that could have been a safety car, but it was not to be.
So I guess the top 10 in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 does count as sheep stations. So that's how we're racing now in all of these groups, and it is battles for basically every spot inside of the top 10. It is battles for the leaders. So Rattray White brings the lap times down into a low 208 after a couple of laps in the mid 208s. That then keeps briefly at bay the TTR cars that had been doing low 208s behind, and keeps sort of a 1.5 second margin in play for, I guess, as long as they can. And then my question mark is Brady Myers' fuel.
47.1 seconds in the pit stop, which was full 1.5 seconds shorter than the fuel drop that Anderson had. 36 had, more to be more precise. And it seems that the 36's pit stop time was the same as that of the current race leader. Dylan Burst, meanwhile, evidently short-filled his car just a tiny bit, 47.9 seconds. So about 8/10 of a second faster than the number 17 here. So I get the feeling that might be why we haven't seen a big charge from Burst yet. Maybe he's driving to a number. Maybe he's just making sure that the car can actually get to the end here.
It's been moderately clean air, but you can see that they're beginning to approach a chunk more traffic.
This could make things interesting.
This hasn't always been to the pleasure of our race leaders.
No, there's, oh dear, trouble at the chase again. Lachlan Pryke and Ricky Durham coming together there. No, not Ricky Durham, it's Ryan Jones, actually, who makes his way past there. So Ryan is the one who's running last in keeping up with the Joneses, I believe.
But he's fueled to get to the end.
Here we go then. Jamie Dyke and Blake Urquhart, and if I'm not mistaken, I heard Blake Urquhart clutching across the top of the mountain. So evidently, with 10 laps complete on that car, he is looking for a little bit more. Coming into the S's, this is awkward for our leaders. Jamie Dyke is going to pull over and let them through. I would expect Blake Urquhart to do roughly the same thing once they get to Conrod. Yeah, there we go. He pulls over to the left-hand side of the circuit, leaves the door open here for Rattray White and Burst to move on through. And in the midst of all of that, despite letting the leaders go, he's gained a small gap there over Jamie Dyke. Those guys fighting over 26th and 27th in the field at the moment. Now, they are sandwiched in between the two groups of our top four.
And last lap was a rarity where Zach Rattray White was in fact quicker than Brady Myers in third position. And then on this lap, every chance that gap opens up just a tiny bit further with those lap cars still in between. Although the net gain and loss of it should all come out in the wash.
Good exits from the both of them. All four, in fact. Jamie Dyke has already let the TTR duo go. And I reckon Blake Urquhart's looking at that gap, they might not catch up to him in time for the cutting, so I'm not sure how they're going to negotiate this.
And the Eclipse number 17 is doing this thing again where they're sort of preemptively half covering off some of the corners, and that's where they began as a duo to really lose time to TTR in some of the previous stints. All right around the outside of the gutting from Urquhart to get out of the way. I suspect he tried to go wide, and we've just seen that those marbles might as well be the Bathurst International ice skating rink.
Yes, I guess a free gravel trap without the gravel. So, into the S's again here for our leaders. Managed to negotiate the lap traffic. Still lost a bit of time to the Trans-Tasman cars, but all the same, the gap swung the other way on this lap, with Myers and Anderson obviously having to give up a bit of time to get around Urquhart and Dyke. So now the stalemate should end again, and we'll see that charge forward happen once more from Brady Myers and Josh Anderson. The Team Jinx Shifters 208, meanwhile, throws up the flag and comes into the pits for their final stop after 24 laps completed. They will be in and around 25th place, I believe, when they eventually get out of the lane. Evidently, just in front of Blake Gerkhardt and Jamie Dyke at this point.
Now, you know, I think Bathurst is pretty cool, but so does the thermometer. For the first time today, the track temperature is underneath 30 degrees Celsius. It's 4 p.m. in the afternoon, got a bit of a cloud coming across, and then the track temp continues to drop. You'd say it gets grippier, but parts of it are getting dirtier as the race goes on as well. Could be a couple of quick laps still to come. Brady Myers has gone back down into the 207s. So the TTR, that duo might just slowly measure this to try to close in with sort of 3 or 4 laps to go.
Bit of a narrow exit from the cutting for the both of our leaders.
Burst is leaving about half a car length more as well to Zach Rattray-White's rear bumper. You might have seen Rattray-White begin to defend and gone, no, that's not what I want here, so I will stay close to you. But, you know, 1.5 car lengths back, rather than 1 car length back where you think you need to defend the inside of the chase, defend Griffin's Bend, anything like that.
It's a lot easier to defend at Griffin's Bend than it is to defend at the chase, though, because going to the extreme inside of the corner puts you right in the middle to take advantage of the camber in the road. Looked like a nice run out of the elbow for both Myers and Anderson. They are gaining ever so slightly, bringing it down to about 1.5 seconds to Zach Rattray-White and Dylan Burse. Next car into the pits is the 95 SimSport 451, Sean van der Meulen, bringing that one after 16 laps complete. And they'll get to the end no problem from here. The Orbit Drop Bed Jupiter car of Sean Campbell is the main car that has very serious doubts over its ability to get to the end. 20 laps completed now, and yeah, it's pretty much confirmed at this point that they will have to come in once more. A little bit more lap traffic in the form of Van der Meulen comes out right between our 2 lead groups, but have a look at those gaps that Brady Myers has been able to bring down here versus Zach Rattray-White. I think some of that hard work might come undone here, depending on how quickly he can get past Van der Meulen, but he is moving around and letting Van der Meulen know that he is there. But Sean, it seems, is in no hurry to let Brady go.
Yeah, not quite close enough. He's still sort of 2-3 car lengths back. It's not to any outrageous or massively disadvantageous point until about now, where I think Myers wouldn't have been completely pleased with that. It compromised him into McPhillamy. I think it compromised him through McPhillamy. And that beautiful trend that we've seen over the last 3 laps might flatline at least now.
Well, I suppose if you're going to let someone by anywhere across the top of the mountain, that's probably the ideal place to do it, as awkward as it can be. Potentially Myers would have preferred that over getting held up through the S's. But now Burse and Rattray-White have a bit more between them. It's half a second, but it is coming back down as Burse picks up the slipstream. And the gap's ballooned out to 1.8 seconds now that Myers has to our leader. It's a real thinking man's race, this.
Well, the audience is often split. I'd say half of them are thinking men, and the other half have been drunk since Thursday, usually.
This is true. Madison down brings the 79 into the pit lane for the final time. And that's going to cap off what was a race full of potential for Down and Leonage. They were some of the star runners in this field, making their way up from the back after that impeding penalty in qualifying. but various issues have conspired to put them down in 40th place.
This top four can't need to save that much fuel if Tom Freer, who we've seen be thoroughly competent in top 10 kind of pace, has 1 lap more of fuel in his car and isn't going much quicker, and some laps not going quicker at all. So if there's any, saving to hit the 26 laps across this top four, it's just little bits like maybe we saw Zach Rattray-White do, but nothing like, oh, we've got to back the pace up half a second a lap so that it makes it. I think it's mostly taking care of itself and not affecting their pace.
Yeah, that seems to be the way it's going. The number 88 car is all alone in P7 at the moment. Some 8 seconds back from the 5th and 6th place fight, which is between Wayne Burke and Blake Warboys. So all of our top 6 are involved in a fight in some way. Our top 2, 3rd and 4th, and then 5th and 6th. 8th and 9th still fighting as well, but both Orbit Drop Bear Neptune and Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics will have to pit before the end of the race here. Both of them slightly compromised on their strategy, and not much they can do about it now.
You got Ratu and Jones that we suspect still need another stop in almost all circumstances, and they're the cars then behind Freer, so behind him a lot more clean air. And then the next car that gets to the end is Jacob O'Reilly and then William Sapstead, so I think they'll get into the top 10. This could be a battle for who ends up in the top 10 between Lawford and Jones, with 2 cars ahead of them that still require a stop.
Lawford, we're hearing, is short on fuel by a lap or 2, so at the very least, Emily Jones and Jordan Severus could look at a top 10 here, but a bit of traffic fighting amongst themselves right in front of them. And first Lachlan Pryke will lift off, and then presumably Ryan Jones may give way to them as well. But Ryan's still keeping up some good pace there. Fight further back, 15th and 16th. Ryan Bettis and Tyson Broad. Tyson goes for the move at Murray's, and Bettis lets him go on the inside. It's very difficult to fight this late in the race with those marbles on the outside. Entirely possible that you'll just run into them and completely ruin your race. 18th and 19th fight. James Chastanerf and Benjamin Roberts. With about 11 and a half laps to go, I think those two should still be able to get to the end from here. So, plenty to be said throughout this field.
Top 4 closer than ever. Myers has had a great run. Don't think there's been a whole lot of traffic. But just lap on lap, this top 4 gets closer, getting towards 10 laps to go. Rattray-White across the line, 208.1. Myers across the line, 207.9. So 2 tenths again. And just reaching the fringes of that slipstream as well. That becomes such a motivating factor for Brady Myers and Joshua Anderson. They are going to get the slipstream of the leaders. And it puts Dylan Burse in a challenging position. Because once you see Brady Myers ranging up on you, you're thinking, maybe I want to get out of the hot seat here, stick a move on Zach Rattray-White, and then see if he'll go elbows out against Trans-Tasman Racing. And that could be my timing to sneak away with this one, rather than waiting for it to be a 4-way fight where I'm sandwiched between a lot of speed and talent.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. But the Trans-Tasman guys will be hoping that that ends up being the case, especially considering that Billy Mole isn't too far ahead of these guys, lapping the WKMP Sim Sports 66 in 22nd place. And looks to me like he might just be able to get to the end here, especially once he goes a lap down. But evidently, no trouble for the leaders across the top. Billy Moll is fast enough that he doesn't compromise them there. Will be Conrod Straight, where he lets them go and lifts out quite early. He'll let TTR go too. Now the gap for the lead comes down to about 1.2 seconds for Brady Myers, and there's clutching once again that I'm hearing from Dylan Burse. It looks like just an every few laps or so deal, this one. Get on the clutch in the braking zone, bring the revs right down. Some drivers think that saves a bit more fuel.
It does if you're lifting early. I think you and I have had this discussion before, and I've tried to explain my position on the physics of the situation, that if you've got a little coast, it doesn't actually do that much for you, but what it does in a very long coast phase is reduces your rolling resistance to allow you to coast in further, even if the engine is still idling itself. It really, really assists your coasting by cutting out the engine braking. So again, you're just in this sort of rock and hard place situation as the driver in second. Yeah, closing vice.
Yeah, the door is steadily shutting here for Dylan Burse. We're inside 10 laps to go. So now he needs to start planning that final attack here. But a part of me wonders, now that they are 16 and a half laps into this final stint, how much do the tyres have left? The track temperature is cooler than it was before, so the tyres should be able to last a bit better. But you still have to worry about the pace drop-off that is a natural aspect of the tyres on these cars. And man, Dylan is really pushing hard on the exit of Forest Elbow there. That's some of the most oversteer I've seen from anyone outside of qualifying.
Right. Okay, I've seen one person with more oversteer out of Forest Elbow in the race, but they're not in it. They're not in it anymore. Gosh, I had a point I was going to raise. Yeah, I think the tyres will come back to them because of how cool the track is, because of how light the car is going to be in the final laps. They will be running it down all the way to very empty. They won't be pristine, but we'll see some quick cars with a bit of attitude to them, I think, is how they'll end up by the end of the stint.
Seems to be plenty of attitude on the privateer entry here. A massive power slide out of Murray's corner as well for Dylan Burse as they're oversteer on Hell Corner as well. Maybe some slight steering adjustments, but other than that, a pretty straight exit. 9 laps remain and Brady Myers is creeping ever closer. Curiously, Joshua Anderson doesn't seem to be following him too closely. He's dropped off a little.
About 2/10 on that last lap. Brady Myers was the fastest of the top 4, getting down to an 07.6, getting to within 9/10 of Dylan Burse. And as they headed up Mountain Straight, the numbers looked like he had a little bit of a slipstream and was closing just a couple of hundredths per second in the long straights versus Zach Rattray White. He just had a slide at the cutting and is now 4/10 back behind the leader. Is following in all the dirty air, meaning that maybe his tyres will be poor come the end. Poorer than Rattray White's or Myers.
These cars, you know, a big aspect of the regulation changes for Gen 3 was decreasing the downforce and the drag of the cars so that they could follow each other more closely than before. But dirty air is still a factor you have to consider. It's a bit less of a factor than it was in earlier generations of these cars, but it is still there. You still have to account for it, and it can be very easy to scrub the fronts. So there might also be the reason why Dylan Burse has got so much oversteer on the exits. He's trying to engineer a bit more stiffness into the rear end, or maybe he's getting on the power a bit earlier on exits to try and get the car rotating a bit more through the corners. How
Rattray
much
White,
does he have here?
285 kilometres an hour for Zach Rattray White, 289 for Brady Myers.
Yeah, looks like Slipstream is now in effect here for the Trans-Tasman Racing number 29 as they make it 8 laps to go. Rattray White is...
too.
Yeah, certainly has. Rattray White nailed the exit of turn 1 there. Gained a little bit of crucial ground on Dylan Burse. And he clutches briefly again into Griffin's Bend. A little bit more lap traffic ahead, and looks like a car that we haven't seen in some time. The Project C2 machine of Ricky Durham. In a 37th position. Still a few seconds up the road ahead of these guys, so shouldn't be too much trouble across the top of the mountain. And finally, Kobe Jones brings it in for that car's final pit stop.
Yep, and as he was running in 9th, then Emily Jones is back in 12th. Emily Jones will move to the top of the Jones Cup. Oh, it'll be close though, because that's a very quick stop. Just a splash of fuel and new tyres for Kobe Jones. Bradley Ratu, who did something similar, has the new fastest lap of the race, where he stopped 3 laps ago and has passed his way back into the top 10. Of course, yeah, new tyres, they're nice, but you'd rather not have had to make that stop. Ratu gets back into the top 10 for Orbit Drop Bear Neptune.
Yeah, certainly an all-right outcome, all things considered.
What's the number going to be here? Any clutch here? Not really. 290.
Ooh. That's a solid slipstream that Brady Myers now has. But the challenge is bringing that gap down lap on lap. Consistency is key. 207.6 for Rattray White on the last lap, 207.8 for Burst, and 207.5 for Brady Myers, Sean Campbell, and Bradley Ratu officially seeing that fastest lap go, as now the times are a little bit closer. Rattray White, 207.6, Dylan Burst, 207.578, and Brady Myers, a 207.5 dead. So things are starting to compress a little in this pack, especially considering Anderson was another 0.2 faster than Myers. Ricky Durham lets them all go on the way into turn 2, and they are free to race once again, at least until they come up to Russell Pepperell, who's just entered the cutting ahead.
Pull off the line, you'd let this 4 go, and you'd be thinking to yourself, gee, it's going to be interesting to be any of those 4 in these final couple of laps. See the freight train go by and be like, I think that one needs a hazardous materials flammable sticker. Or placard,
A couple
even.
flashing lights and sirens as well would probably be appropriate.
But, well, often there are flashing lights when the leaders come by to lap you.
True. No sirens though, unless you count voice chat.
You have a beautiful voice.
I appreciate that.
My sailboat will not be straying off course, though.
I have only been able to tempt one person with it thus far, so we'll see if I can hold on to that one. So, down Conrod Straight for the 8th last time. And it seems that Myers is creeping ever closer. Gap for the lead is now down to half a second in the braking zone for the chase, making up good time in the braking zone. And Burst is right on the back of Rattray White. Can't see him in the frame there, but you can now. Goes back out to about a car length or so. And this is the attack that Trans-Tasman have been building for the last 20 laps or so. It's been insane seeing how all of these teams have worked their way up, particularly in the case of the current leader, who, don't forget, started in 46th place, was one of the cars that got that rear of grid penalty from qualifying. The fact that they've made it to the front is nothing short of fantastic. And now we see Dylan Burse's armour start to crack here He went defensive on Myers into turn 2 and now is under pressure into the cutting. He'll protect the inside into turn 4. Myers runs a bit wide into the marbles, but he stays right in touch with Burse, and Rattray White is going to skip away here. This is the chance that he was waiting for. He wanted the TTR cars to catch up to Burse.
Yeah, and this is that sort of perhaps worst case situation for Dylan Burse here, because he didn't think he could take the race lead away from Zach Rattray White. And now these two are snarling up behind him, and he's got to get defensive, and his chances of winning this race become incredibly slim if he's got to try to fight Brady Myers wheel to wheel. There is rain on the radar. It's headed to Mount Panorama, but I think you'll only need to put your umbrellas up on the cool down lap.
Yeah, there
It's
is a
15
patch
minutes away.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, 12 minutes basically left in the race. Oh, man. That is, that's simultaneously great timing and terrible timing. A bit of rain at the end of the race would be fantastic.
I don't think
Unfortunately, we're not going to get it.
I don't think this 4 needs it.
No. The race is exciting enough without it. That does not appear to be a weather radar, Dan. We will we'll try to fix that. But 6 laps to go for our front 4 here. And well, they're basically all line astern at this point. There is nothing separating them. Rattray White probably has the most luxury of all of them, the biggest gap. All it takes is a couple of mistakes up the top, and that advantage is gone. And don't forget, they've still got lapped traffic ahead of them. Look there, right in front of them. That's Russell Pepperell and the KSR 750. He will likely be the last bit of traffic they encounter.
Brady Myers needs to get on with this because he's got 5 laps to go, but he's got 2 passes to make. And neither of them are going to be easy passes, 5 laps to go at Bathurst.
The keeping up with the Joneses battle seems to have had another short little twist in it meanwhile. Emily and Kobe have swapped places at the end of the lap. Now the Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics car has made it back into P11, but for the moment, we'll stay focused here on our leaders. Seems that Myers and Anderson have dropped back slightly from Burse and Rattray White. They're probably taking a lap or so just to cool things down, reassess, and then they'll have one final attack to be made over the last few laps of the race.
Kind of a distance isn't promising, but I guess a heap of it seems to close in the braking zone here. Your top 4 in the chase. All of them are getting to the end. It's about to be 4 laps to go at the line. Hey, we've updated the weather radar. It's coming from the southwest, but it's not going to be here in time. Barney's going to be waving his checkered flag in the sun.
Yes, but hopefully has an umbrella ready in his other hand. Oh, look at how hard they push the entry to turn 1. Oh, no! Oh, that's tough. That's the 027 Fishy Machine, Michael Whiting and Chris Miller into the wall at turn 2.
Look at the witness marks on that from the right-hand side of the road,
yeah,
all the way to the scene of the crash.
Wow. Yeah, that looked like a big smash. There go the leaders past him.
That will have been into the concrete on the right-hand side before the corner.
So what happens here? It's 4 laps to go. It usually would be a safety car, but if they do that and have to go through the whole procedure, then the race will finish under safety car, which we don't want, or do we? Safety car has been called by race control.
My, oh my. Oh my, oh my. Still not going to be enough for the rain to get here, but it is going to be enough to turn this thing on its head. Do we get one more lap?
The plot is so thick, you gotta eat it with a spoon instead of drinking it with a straw.
A lot of rules have a clause for, like, in the final 15 or 20 minutes of the race, you don't wave around, you just send cars to the tail of the field. So we'll see what happens on that as well, if they can shorten the safety car in this very, very final phase.
Yes, indeed. That might be what race control ultimately employ here. The TTR 098 might have been in a bit of danger for getting to the end there, so it looks like Emily Jones has just decided to whack some tires on there and get just a few liters of fuel, a light sip, and she'll come back out still in 12th place, had the margin to work with, and that may very well be what she needs to get that car into the top 10. Don't forget, Ratu and Jones will be right in front of her on track. And hello, Anderson in the pits. Whatever for?
A brand new set of Dunlops, my lord. We are perhaps for a, like, one lap shootout to the end here. Does he have enough gap to get in, get out, still in 4th place? It depends what Wayne Burke and Blake Warboys do. They're back here. There is still a chance Anderson stays 4th with a super quick stop.
Well, they're going to have to really hurry up, these guys, Wayne Burke and Blake Warboys, if they want to make the move on Anderson. The pit stop is halfway done here for Trans-Tasman 36, and they are hard on the brakes. Anderson is away, but he has lost the position to both of them. He comes out in 6th.
Yeah, he does. If they had just a little bit more in their back pocket, he could have done it for free, and you'd say that brand new tyres versus 24-lap-old tyres could make a difference, a really big difference. Could you see him make multiple passes on the final lap with that kind of tyre offset? Yes. Can I see him making 5 passes for the win? Maybe not. But I see why, in 4th place, you take that gamble, because if you win, you're a hero. If you don't, whatever. But if you don't take that gamble, he wasn't going to win the race.
You miss all the shots you don't take, as they say. Well, now the field forms up behind the safety car, and all things considered, it's still 2.5 laps remaining in the race. I reckon we will get a 1-lap dash here. Maybe 2 laps. No, not 2 laps. They wouldn't bring the safety car in now, surely.
No, they couldn't do it at the end of this lap. They're just beginning wave out rounds. They've brought the safety car down to 60 kilometres an hour, earlier than usual for the wave around.
Get that done as quick as possible.
They're trying to go green at the end if they can. They're trying. I don't know. I'd need to look at the track map again. You've got too many... They're going to try, and of course they have to. If they don't, it's a 1-lap dash. If they do, it's 2 to go. Josh Anderson would like it to restart at the end of this lap.
So the back of the main train is David Kirby, who's just exited turn 2. And the 2 Orbit drop bear cars of Sean Campbell and Mackenzie Stewart have just come out of pit lane. So they'll be able to make up that half a lap, no problem here. Still some questions over whether or not we'll go 2 laps dash or 1 lap dash at the end of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. While we're at it, may we be able to find exactly what happened to the 027 to bring out that safety car in the first place?
The witness marks were very interesting, weren't they? It wasn't a little bit wide in turn 2 and into the marbles.
Okay, they're trying for a restart.
It was a case of he had damage and then ended up at that wall rather than the wall there as he did the damage. This is it.
Here we go then. Michael Whiting on the right-hand side of your screen, and oh dear. That was contact with the 512. Unfortunately, Lachlan Pryke and Bradley Sachs, they've had an eventful race so far, and now they can say that they are partially responsible for bringing out the last safety car of the race and making this an incredibly intriguing finish. So, It looks like the cars at the back of the train, the Orbit Drop Bear cars of Stewart and Campbell, have just caught up to the back now as the wave arounds are getting done as we speak. There goes Madison down and Rehan Leonage's entry. And it looks like that might be the last one. So we were told by Dan behind the scenes that they are doing it. They are bringing the safety car in right now. It will be 2 laps, green flag to the end.
So who do you want to be? Zach Rattray-White leading this one, Dylan Burst restarting in second place with the eyes on the prize, or Josh Anderson, 6th in the train, the only driver with brand new tyres. Everyone else has done a whole torturous stint on them. Can there be enough of an offset that 2 laps can get him onto the podium or into the race win?
We will find out in just a few moments. Now Zach Rattray-White has control of the field. It'll all start with him deciding when he wants to put the hammer down and get things started here, coasting at 60 k's an hour down into Murray's Corner. He can start any time from here. Powers on through Murray's, and we are green for the last time in 2025 for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And Joshua Anderson behind in the background is already trying to make moves, but it doesn't work on Blake Warboys for the moment. Look at how hard he is pushing. Those tyres are still technically coming up to temperature, and it looks like we have some traffic already to work our way through there. I believe that's Brian Borg. He's just come out of the pits, so this makes life difficult for a few people further back. Anderson unable to make any gains there in the first part of the lap, and they're quickly approaching the portion of the racetrack where passing is nigh on impossible.
Oh, Borgie almost needed to just pull onto the grass and let the whole field go there. It's so tense. Zach Rattray-White will have cooled off his tyres. They will feel better, but they will not feel brand new. He's got half a second. How much does he need? Now that no one behind him needs to fuel save, they can slipstream him down Conrod Straight. He needs to be so precise over the top of the mountain this time.
And it looks like the precision is going his way for the moment. Anderson is struggling to catch up to these guys across the top, but it's all much of a muchness through this middle sector of the track. It's all about the exit of Forest Elbow. If Anderson can nail that and get in the slipstream, then he might be able to get at least Warboys here. Maybe not mount an attack on Burke right away. What he'll really be relying on is the battle for the lead, but Zach Rattray-White has nailed this getaway for the moment. He leads by 0.6 of a second down Conrod.
Anderson almost needed this to be 4 laps, let everyone's old tyres get hot again, because while they remain cool for just 2 laps, I think the old tyres that have cooled off can just about do it. He's not finding the progress he would have liked. Dylan Burst didn't find the slipstream he would have liked. Zach Rattray-White looks like he is going to take the white flag with just a little bit in his back pocket of a buffer.
Yeah, this is perfectly executed from Rattray-White. Now Dylan Burst is forced defensive as Brady Myers had the run on him coming out of the chase. Could we see Vermilion X Fury 890 on the podium here is the question. Wayne Burke is in the hot seat. Blake Warboys could be a part of it as well. Myers gets up the inside of Burst and they bang wheels and Myers gets sent into the wall off turn 1 and Wayne Burke moves into second place. Blake Warboys on the podium. A huge crash to start the final lap of the race.
My goodness, there's some damaged cars. The whole top 10 is a shuffle. Your top 3 make out like bandits. Zach Rattray-White more than a second clear of Wayne Burke up into second. Blake Warboys into third. There might be no TTR car on the podium at the end of this.
Yeah, I think that's almost a certainty at this point. The top TTR car is Anderson, who still stays in 6th place. Tom Freer took great advantage of that palaver and has moved the Synergy 88 to number 5 position on the track and could maybe get 4th if Dylan Burst makes another mistake. My goodness, what an incredible finish this is going to be. For Zach Rattray-White, though, he is home free just about. 2 and a bit seconds ahead of the rest of the field. The question is, who's going to be the runner-up here? Wayne Burke holding on to it. Could Blake Warboys and Jordan Ross get it done to finish in second place? or will we see that incredible drive all through the race here from Wayne Burke and his teammate Leo Duncan to get it done here on the final lap? The slipstream is on. Blake Warboys has the momentum there, but he's not sticking in the slipstream. He is getting a good run, though. This is going to be the dive of all dives here for Blake Warboys. He's got a result to think about, but so does Wayne Burke. He goes defensive into the chase, and I think that's done it. I think that's good enough. Dylan Burst isn't able to make an impression on them. Up ahead, Zach Rattray White and his own teammate himself, James Scott, will take victory in 2025 for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. What an incredible final lap that was. And ultimately, Wayne Burke and Leo Duncan win the battle for second. It will be third. Yeah, Burst got past Warboys at the final corner. We missed that.
Yeah. It was last minute stuff, but from 46th on the grid to win this race, Eclipse Sim Sports worked their way forward. And I think when that late safety car came, they knew the kind of pressure that brought. Zach Rattray White has kept his head above all of it, and it was behind him that the fireworks detonated, and he ends up looking serenely calm and perfect. Zach Rattray White winning this one. Check how... Well, we've got so much to look at from the final 2 laps, because my goodness.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that Race Control will take a look at that pass that Dylan Burst made on Blake Warboys, because I think was...
turn 1.
Yeah, they'll definitely look at turn 1, but have a look at this. The final turn here, Warboys obviously leaving the door open a little bit, because Burke was going defensive, but have a look at Dylan Burst here. He wouldn't have been able to make the corner if Warboys wasn't there.
Yeah, from nowhere.
That might get him a slap on the wrist.
What you don't want after a 2-lap dash from a safety car restart is to be given, say, 5 seconds post-race, because that is that's 5-10 positions where things go on a bit of feeling throughout the field in many places across 1,000 kilometers of V8SCOPS from the mountain. This is... Oh, that's 50-50 for me.
Yeah, look, all things considered, I don't think either Burst or Myers really did anything wrong. Contact had already started at the midpoint of the corner. You can't expect Burst to go completely off the track there. He was staying on the curb, he was holding his line, he was doing the right thing. Myers gets on the power, but I think
gets
maybe...
oversteer.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive on the power, and that sent him right into Burst. My goodness, man. I am amazed that more cars weren't involved in that one. Jacob O'Reilly will be kicking himself for that one. He didn't have anything to do with that happening in front of him. He just had to avoid it, and Myers rolled into him.
Yeah, what the right thing to do is when you're that car in that position, and of course it all happens so quickly. You're running 100 miles an hour. Well,
And spare a thought for William Sapstead as well, because he was the other car that was involved in that. He also ended up off track with Jacob O'Reilly. Ends up getting 19th after running somewhat up the front pretty much all race long. Oh my lord, I'm going to need a lemon honey tea after this one because my throat is shot. Zach Rattray White wins it by 2.5 seconds over Wayne Burke. Dylan Burst finishes on track in 3rd place, but Blake Warboys will surely debate that one. Joshua Anderson will finish in 5th place in the end. The gamble to take those tyres during the last safety car did not pay off, but it could have. That's the main thing. Tom Freer finishes in 6th place in the number 88, so Brenton Hobson will get a 6th place at the Bathurst 1000. I'm sure those of you who are in on the joke will be very happy with that. What a drive from Emily Jones and Jordan Severus there to get into 7th place, with Brad Ratu as well piloting the O2 car to 8th place there. Fantastic job from him and Dominic Ferraris. With One Performance Racing 113, Ryan Bettes making it into 9th, and Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinds get into the top 10 at the very end after a long and hard race to gain 6 positions.
Well, this feels like we're reading out the order that they crossed the checkered flag, not necessarily what will be the results of this race in the end. But Circulators Inc. by DPR 97 got 11th place in the end. And then Trans-Tasman Racing, Brady Myers, he fought for everything. He wanted it all in the top step. In the end, he will be 12th. Phase BAR in 13th. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter 14th. Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics, Kobe Jones in 15th there. Vermilion Fury 222, Jacob O'Reilly 16th. Orbit Drop Bear Mercury 17th. Project 36 18th after the late pit stop that they required. Rapid Theft Esports in 19th, and another one of those what could have been races. Race on Oz in 20th with the 013.
Finishing in 21st place, Tyson Broad piloting the Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine, with Sean Vandermeulen taking the 451 home for 95 Sim Sport. Jamie Dyke and Kenneth Latter finishing 23rd in the end. Dylan Gray taking the wheel of the 216 for the final stint, and Chris Coxhead and Liam Wild finished 25th in the HJR Team Jinx Shifters machine. Matthew Morris, who drove with Terry Nightingale, 26th in the end. Not a bad run from the Turbo Brothers racing car that was in and around the midfield the whole time. Aaron Gilbert got himself a penalty on the way to finishing P27 there. Kurt Stenberg and Andre Heimgartner for Trans-Tasman Racing get back into the top 30 in the end, but their problems during that pit stop will haunt them for a while, I'm sure. As we move outside the top 30 there. Last finishers on the lead lap. Lachlan Pryke in the 512, the other Rapid Theft Esports machine. Ricky Durham, Robert Crisdale and Andrew Ritchie bring their cars home one lap down. Madison Down and Rehan Leonage, 38th place in the end. It's another massive what could have been drive from them. The KSR Speed Nation 750 gets 39th place, and David Kirby rounding out the top 40 there, 3 laps down, and for the 205.
Yeah, from 50 starters, a lot of them did end up seeing the checkered flag. You got Fishy Motorsports 027 that brought out the final safety car as they ended up in an incident in the wall and stopped at turn 2, Griffin's Bend. Racecraft Simulations re-entered the race with 2 to go, and they ended up 5 laps down. Skilby Racing were also one of the late retirements, so was Curtis Bird Rapid Theft Racing. Other retirements here: EvoWorks Racing Team, Sideways Esport, Evolution Racing Team, Project 36, and then first lap or removed and disqualified, Rapid Theft Esports and Lobs Esports.
Yes, the Lobs Esports car, the first one out of the race, and the start and the pole starter. So really unfortunate for Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell. They will ultimately get no result after starting at the very front of the field.
The reason Brody Kostecki didn't meet minimum drive time because he had the failure on the very first lap, and so that has DQ'd them.
Yes, but not until after the checkered flag flew. Just a simple retirement otherwise. Well, it is time to bring in our victors here. James Scott and Zach Rattray White join us. And, well, I'll start with you, Zach, being the main driver of that number 17 and bringing the car home. What were your thoughts going into that final safety car? Did you think you had it in you to bring out that 2-second gap?
Yeah, it was kind of just sussing out where we could, where was the best place to restart. Try and get a gap to the TTR cars and whatnot. And I mean, once the tires cooled off a little bit, it kind of revived them a little bit, which helped me out. I mean, I did set, I think, the fastest lap straight away off the restart. So, yeah, I don't think it actually hindered me at all. It kind of helped me.
Well, help you it did, and the car must have felt pretty good all the way through that race. The track temperatures were pretty mild, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, the practice servers we were running in every now and again was upwards of 50 degrees. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the track temp stayed. It wasn't too painful for us. I mean, it got pretty hot in the middle of the day. But I mean, yeah, we're gonna need to do something to tune it up for the Pro Series round. I mean, it was extremely good. Like, it was untouchable for the first part of the race. I mean, in the heat, it was really nice. But yeah, it got a bit too close for my liking at the end of the race. So we'll try and make it a little bit better.
We'll bring James into this one, mate. You started the car from 46th place on the grid. It was must have been a pretty daunting prospect starting from that far back.
Yeah, I'm kind of used to it now, to be honest. I think the last 3 years I've started from last, so that's like another year of the Bathurst 1000 for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, regardless, you gained control of the car for the first 59 laps of the race, and doing another stint as well just to satisfy a bit more of those minimum driver requirements and give Zach a bit of a break. You guys really worked well together as a team. Do you think that for next year's Enduro Cup you'll be doing the same, keeping in mind that we still have Sandown to go?
Yeah, I've got no idea. I don't even know what I'll do tomorrow, let alone next year. So, but yeah, I don't see why not.
All right, well, you guys are V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 winners, and you will be able to take that through into the future with your head held high. Zach, I'll leave it to you, being the main guy at the Eclipse team there. If there's any shout-outs, any sponsors you want to thank, now is the time.
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I just want to give a massive shout out to Eclipse Sim Sports, and yeah, the changing of the guard is slowly coming along. So yeah, it's yep, chipping away at it.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us, guys. Congratulations on a fantastic victory, and best of luck at Sandown. One more round to go.
Sweet as, see you then.
James Scott and Zach Rattray White, the Eclipse number 17 entry. Just an incredible bit of racecraft and driving from those guys. David, we're going to round things off here. Man, that race had some pretty consistent energy running through it, but it really exploded at the end.
I mean, as always, everything that happens in the first 130 laps is about setting up where we play in the final 30. We were set up just perfectly for a four-way fight for the race win in a compressing top four. And then just as the squeeze was on, bang, it went off with that late safety car. And yeah, full credit then to Eclipse Sim Sports, because it was pressure on them for that final hour, and they could have messed it up at any time and thrown it all away, and they didn't. So they are great winners of the great race.
One more round to go in the Enduro Cup, and one more round to go in the championship, full stop. The Sandown 500 is going to be the final race of the V8SCOPS season for 2025. You'll be able to catch that on the 9th of November live from 3:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It's going to be a magnificent final event of the championship. We will have a champion to crown as well. So make sure that you tune in right here on SimSpeed TV. Whatever platform you've come from, we appreciate you coming along, and we hope that you enjoyed the show. It was a massive undertaking for everybody involved. Huge thanks to the crew at Aussie Online Gaming for putting this event on, and to all the drivers and teams for helping to make this show what it was. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman behind the scenes here on SimSpeed TV. We'll see you next time.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.